to many of us because we've dropped our kids off just outside of Van at Sky Ranch over the summer. I know they have activities throughout the year, but that's a good location for all of us that have done that with our kids over the years. So Van ISD holding the buses, holding the kids inside. Just don't go to the school to pick them up. Just let them hang loose in the school. They're in their safe spot, and that's the best place for them right now. And it's the best place for you to just stay home and just let the storm pass, because it is going to be out of your area here in a very, very short period of time. This is Interstate 20 up to the north. Here's our rotation right now around Edom. And as this storm crosses over Highway 64 to the west of Redland, to the west-southwest of New Harmony, south of Carroll, we'll watch this storm as the rotation's starting to broaden. And when I say that, you know, when we're looking at a potential tornado, I mean, we've all seen pictures of them, right? It's just a real tight funnel cloud, right? It's a real tight funnel cloud, and it has real tight rotation. When the rotation is tight like that, and then it starts to broaden out, that's an indicator of it weakening. And we're still seeing some pretty decent rotation with this, but the last couple of scans show that it's starting to weaken just a little bit. So again, these storms are strengthening, they're weakening. They're pulsing up, they're pulsing down. They're notorious for that. I mean, you know, you've seen these tornadoes before where they'll have a track that could be 20, 30 miles long, and it touches down and then it lifts up. It touches down, it lifts up. That's what they're doing. We're just, instead of having the visual, maybe a drone or a helicopter out there, we're just watching this happen in real time on Doppler radar, which is an amazing tool that just continues to get better as our computer technology gets better. Doppler radar just continues to improve. But around the Edom area, right now, I was just in this part of the state just 2 weeks ago. There's not a whole lot there, but there's just enough folks that we want to let them know. We want everyone to stay safe. We want them to know that in the Edom area, there is a possible tornado right now. So again, there could be some, at a minimum, you're going to have some damaging winds. You're also going to have some large hail with this. It's certainly a lot of lightning. We just noticed that on Lightning Indicator. We commented on that just a couple of minutes ago, and a lot of lightning, of course, a lot of thunder, and some very, very intense, very heavy rain. Let's zoom out just a little bit. Let's head down to the south. Let's take a look at our next storm. We'll put the reflectivity back. Look at all the lightning. My gosh. That is really getting wound up. So Athens, you're all fine. I mean,
over and over again, but that's a pretty dangerous looking storm there, just off to the south and west of Clarksville and just north and west of Mount Vernon. So let me zoom in just a little bit closer on that one, because that's definitely concerning as well. We'll get back to that Clarksville one here in a second, but I want to talk about this too. So looking at our debris tracker, I don't really see anything, but again, that doesn't mean there's nothing on the ground. It's just, it's kind of far away from the radar site, and it is tough to tell right now. But boy, these circulations are looking quite intense. And again, that one right between Bagwell and Clarksville is quite concerning. And we also have a really strong one. Really, I know it's just outside our viewing area, but I want to talk about this too, because this is probably the strongest circulation that I can see of any of them right now. And look at that. That is that's very strong. So there might be something eventually down the line moving into the same area. But let's go back up to Clarksville. And there you go. So hopefully that circulation is passing just off to the north and west of Clarksville, but it is awfully close. I think it could be going right over downtown Clarksville. And again, the radar scan might be just slightly delayed on this, so this might actually be just north of Clarksville.
At this moment to just get it on the television, but I do want you to know we had a picture that just came in of a tornado. We're not getting any confirmation, but I'm looking at the picture just off camera here. It was taken at Canton off of Highway 243 and State Highway 10, so it's a tornado. Now, I don't know what kind of damage it did, but we certainly now have confirmation of at least one. Again, I'm not looking at any debris or anything or any damage that it did, but certainly looking at a picture confirmation, just the visual that we're always looking for, that there has been a tornado touchdown outside of Canton. Okay, Highway 243, State Highway 10. Again, no reports of any damage, but remember the Canton Police Department did tell us that a tree fell onto a house and that a roof had damage, and I don't know if the picture that I'm seeing, and unfortunately I can't share it with you right now, I don't know if the picture that I'm seeing is the same one, but I would suspect it probably is. But I don't see any damage with that picture either. Meteorologist Jesse Huila. Jesse, I don't know if you can see that picture that I'm referring to, but I don't know if that, and I don't know if we can get that on the air, if we have other pictures that we can share. But
Yeah.
any reports if that one was the same one that knocked the tree down into a house or did some roof damage?
It lines up based on where they say this picture was taken and where the damage is from law enforcement in Van Zandt County. Those two things do line up. And also, if someone in digital, if you're listening, could get confirmation from someone on Twitter, I just retweeted that there's another picture that was just posted from near Clarksville and also one in Van Zandt County of a confirmed tornado. So we're definitely getting confirmation of these through social media and elsewhere.
Yeah. Okay, let's zoom out just a little bit. Jason, let's go down to Canton. I just want to let folks in the Canton area know they're all in the clear right now. There's nothing other than some rain in the area. We put the reflectivity back on, some rain, some lightning, some thunder, but the severe part of the storm has shifted out of the county right now. It's east of you. And remember, Van ISD gave us a heads up just a moment ago that they're holding the buses. The kids are still in the school. They're going to let the storm pass. And before they let the kids out, mom, dad, caregiver, whoever's going to pick the kids up, just stay home. Let the storm pass, because Van is no longer under a tornado warning, but it is really coming down with the rain and the lightning here. So just let the kids hang loose for a few minutes in a safe place. You stay home and do a safe place as well. Grand Saline, Canton, no longer under a severe threat, but heavy rain continues. Let's head to the south. And as we head to the south of there, we'll take a look at what's happening south of Gun Barrel City. We'll take a look at what's happening south of Brownsboro. Athens, you have more rain, but Athens, you are no longer under a severe weather threat. Jason, widen the view out for us, if you would, please. So here's our area of concern. From Clarksville, east of...
The
Hopkins County warning?
Correct. I'll zoom things out here.
Okay, so that very northern warning, they canceled Hopkins County out of the warning because the warning is now in the northern portion of Franklin County. So that area of rotation right now is going to be crossing over 37 north of the Mount Vernon area. If you were in Talco, I know that there is someone on Facebook that follows me in Talco. She asks about the Talco area. If you were in Talco, you were under this tornado warning until... Do we know what time the tornado warning expires for Franklin? 4:15. So Franklin County and Titus County under this tornado warning.
Titus County is about to get a tornado warning.
Okay, and they're going to do a new tornado warning for this. The new tornado warning will likely be north of Mount Pleasant. If you are in the Mount Pleasant area, you do not want to travel between Mount Pleasant and Talco. The rotation will be moving over Talco, but it does not look to affect the Mount Pleasant area, at least not this area of rotation. This is moving up to the north and east and will be near Talco in less than 10 minutes. Maple Springs in about 15 minutes, and will continue moving closer to...
Very tight rotation, kind of to the south of Seymour and Yantis, Texas, assuming that's how you pronounce that. That is that area of rotation. Still outside of the Arklatex right now, but on its way to the Arklatex. Most likely Franklin County, Red River County, and McCurtain County. It will likely be impacting. If that changes, we will let you know. But we are going to be monitoring that storm too as it moves into the region. Matt?
Yeah, Austin, I'm kind of talking more again about that Clarksville storm. That rotation has really intensified in the last couple of scans, and I was looking at some of my other radar sources here, and you can see we're kind of off the charts with our colors, which means that there's a really powerful rotation, and I'm a little bit concerned about what might have happened in Clarksville. We had that debris ball coming in there. We had a strong circulation, so let's hope there's no damage there in Clarksville, but I'm afraid there might be. I haven't had any confirmation of that, so want to start with saying that, but I'm a little worried about what might have happened there into Clarksville, because you can see that really strong rotation. When you start to get some of the blue colors, that's kind of the radar like maxing out on the strength of the rotation, so that's not a good thing at all. But again, it looks like it's moved just north and east of Clarksville, so this might have passed right over the top of the Clarksville area. As we look off to the north and east, I don't see a lot of town names popping up, but let's do kind of a closer in track to see.
That one I did not expect. That's going to include that rotation that moved through Alba.
Yes.
Okay, so same area of rotation, new tornado warning that will include Hopkins County until 4:15. That's for the area of rotation that you see right between Quitman and Seymour. What road is that? 154? that goes out. I think that's 154 between Quitman and Seymour. So it's going to be around the Yantis area, you guys. If you were in Yantis, Marty Gerald, our weather watcher in Yantis, please take your tornado precautions. There is an area of rotation right near the Yantis area. That's going to be just on the north and west side of Quitman, moving through Yantis right now, heading up toward the Picton area. That is a new tornado warning that was just issued and does include Seymour, Picton, and the eastern portion of Sulphur Springs. This will be moving toward the Picton area at 4:07. New tornado warning. That's going to be downwind from the Mount Vernon storm. Yeah. Okay, it's going to be a busy afternoon, folks. Give me a minute to take a drink.
I'll zoom out real quick, let you get your drink. So in Deep East Texas, we do have those thunderstorms that are moving in. None of them are warned at this time. All of the warnings are in the northern half of the area, where we have had a confirmed tornado on the ground that moved through Van Zandt County. That storm is now moving into northern Wood County. We'll be moving into southern Hopkins County here in the next couple of minutes. We also have tornado warnings for northern Franklin and northern Titus counties, and then a tornado warning for northern Smith County and southern Wood County. Thus far, all of these warnings have really only been for 3 areas of circulation that we've been watching, but they've all been just continuing to cycle.
So I'm looking at our tower cam in Tyler, because I know so many people in Tyler and Longview watch us, and they're a little worried, because if you're in Tyler, they issue warnings by county. So Smith County got a tornado.
So again, this strong tornado is making its way closer to Idabel. There's the town of Ackworth again just in a few minutes. Broken Bow, 431, Hochatown at 441. And again, that's that rotation there, but I know we have another strong one pushing in to, wow, that's even larger. That's kind of a larger one, it actually looks like there.
Yeah, in northern Franklin County right now. This is that warning that was just issued for northern Titus County. That extends actually into Bowie County, which I'll pop it up in a second, but yeah, that is a very strong rotating thunderstorm right now, just to the north of Mount Vernon, on its way to Talco imminently. We're talking the next few minutes. And just real quick, let me show you the polygon that this tornado warning encompasses. So about right here is where that area is, moving in that northeasterly direction. Avery, you are...
Let me get the time on this one.
And that, you know, that may not have been issued, that might have been issued by Shreveport, because we're on the edge of the Fort Worth responsibility area here.
And that tornado warning goes until 4 o'clock also. Just north of Edom. There you go.
It's still pretty significant circulation with this east of, well east of Van, probably a little bit north of I-20 at this point, west of Lindale, moving northeast. No confirmation as to whether a tornado is occurring with that, and again, this part of
deep breath. The tornado warning is north of you. As long as you stay in Tyler and don't travel north, it does not look to hit the Tyler area. That area of rotation that they just issued the newest tornado warning for, that's going to be in effect until 4:45 for Smith, Upshur, and Wood counties. That's what Andrew has tracked right now. It is going to be moving into the Lindale area within the next few minutes. It is likely right over I-20 at Hideaway and the Collins Street Bakery. Sirens are going off in Lindale right now. Please, whether you hear the sirens or not, if you were in Lindale, get in your small windowless interior room. Go to a room in the middle of your house or a hallway. If you have to get in a hallway, that's okay. Close all the doors. Try to make it as small of a room as possible, and get under pillows so that if any debris or anything starts flying around in the air, you can protect your head. That's what we tell the kids at schools all the time. The biggest thing is to protect your head with anything that might be flying in the air with the tornado. We do not have confirmation of a tornado on the ground with this storm. However, the rotation has increased as it moved through Henderson County and continues to cycle up into parts of Smith County. The rotation itself is now moving out of Van Zant County. Those of you in Edom and in that far corner of Van Zant County along Highway 64, you are out of this tornado warning. I expect them to kind of drop off.
Here's that tornado, the debris tracker again, and this brightness here is concerning. It's not again that area, that circle that usually pops up, but something is interfering with the beam right here. So it is either rotation, bending the beam, whatnot, or there is other stuff moving through, potentially some hail. Let's actually take a look at the current hail size. This is what we're looking at. Nothing major, thankfully, out of that, but this is a tornado warned storm that we're going to continue to monitor because this storm has produced a tornado that did touch down near Clarksville, Texas. And again, this area of rotation in northern Franklin County, right now nothing is showing on the debris signature, but we are looking at this one, and we're right at the bottom of the top of the hour here. If you were tuning in for KSLA News 12 now at 4, I'm First Alert Meteorologist Austin Evans. You see me in this time slot every day, but we are probably going to be taking the whole show to discuss these tornado warnings coming out of East Texas. Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones is with me just to give you a real quick rundown of everything. If you have not been paying attention to this point, we are under a tornado watch. All the counties and parishes in pink under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock this evening. We are looking at the likelihood of multiple more tornadoes being
Franklin and Titus counties. That does include the town of Talco. This is going to be just up to the north of Mount Vernon. If you are in Mount Vernon, you are south of this rotation. If you are in Mount Pleasant, you are south of this rotation. If you are in Talco, this rotation is going to move right over you, crossing over 271. It is between Highway 37 and 271 at this time. Most of the Skywarn is activated, so hopefully if there's a tornado on the ground anywhere, we will know about it. We sure appreciate those Skywarn people.
We do want to make note that because it's 4 o'clock, our viewers in Deep East Texas, our KTRE station, are now joining us. So for those of you in the Lufkin, Nacogdoches area, you're now joining severe weather coverage for the KLTV station. Deep East Texas is also under a tornado watch as well. There have just been no warnings up to this point.
And the one storm that's moving into Deep East.
Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, what do we have? 5 to 6 different tornado warnings. The ones you see in purple here represent a warning where an actual tornado has been observed as opposed to just a radar observed circulation. Ryan, if you would, let's zoom in on this area east of Canton, because there's a pretty significant rotation that we've been watching with this. Canton, you're getting some rain, no tornado warnings in your area, but it does affect areas from Mineola, Quitman. There's a separate storm that...
So heads up Greenwood, you're going to have some thunderstorms that are getting ready to move into LaFleur County. Those are also going to track through the Fort Smith, Alma, Van Buren, and eventually back into the Ozark area. One of the things we're also noticing, have some supercells that have developed here in southeast Oklahoma. Those are going to be moving into that zone, LaFleur, Scott, Logan, Johnson County. Those are the ones that we really want to watch. Not only do we want to watch those, I'm really keeping my eye peeled for any additional development that could happen out here in the warm sector. We call the warm sector, that's where the
shelters immediately, or at least the interior room if you can, because again, this is going to be getting pretty close to you at 408, town of Sherry at 422, Clarksville, there you go, getting hit for a second time now, that'll be about 430, town of Avery 438, and Ackworth at 446. And again, that storm continues to lift its way to the northeast. I believe the movement, let's check the speed real fast on that.
While he's editing that, just want to let everyone know, if you rely on the Tyler, Texas NOAA weather radio, it has apparently gone static. So be finding another source of weather information. If you're watching this, this is a good source, but I did want to let everyone know if you have a NOAA weather radio tuned to the Tyler station, it is now static. It's gone dark, at least for the time being. The National Weather Service has been notified.
I-20, this one is moving off to the north and east. That area of rotation is right now over Hideaway and Lindale. Hopefully, if you're listening to me in Hideaway and Lindale, you're already in your safe room. If not, get there now. This area of rotation is going to track north of Winona. So the tornado warning does not include the Winona area, but it does include that corner of Smith County there, and will continue to move into Wood County, probably riding just on the south side of Mineola. The last area of rotation rode just north of Mineola. Now this one's going to be just on the south side of Mineola. I know you guys in Mineola have been under the gun for several tornado warnings at this point. Please just go ahead and stay in your safe room just to be on the safest side possible. If you are in Canton, if you are in Sulphur Springs, if you are in any of Van Zandt County, you are done with the tornado warnings at this point. We now have a flash flood warning up to the north, included with that tornado warning moving into the Talco area. I mentioned, gosh, it's been a while ago now, but I mentioned that there was some very heavy rainfall with these thunderstorms, so I wouldn't be surprised if flash flood warnings were issued during the day today, because not only is there very heavy rainfall, but we've been talking about these storms training, like train cars. They're kind of lined up one after the other, and so they're dumping.
Of a fairly large tornado with this. Broken Bow, about 438. This is moving into McCurtain County. This is the Red River. That is, we're looking here off to the south near Clarksville. So again, that crossed through Red River County, moving into McCurtain County. That's that northern cell. Let's see if we have any sort of debris showing up. And again, that's tough to see. We did have that debris signature earlier, but again, we're getting a little far away. It is kind of tough to tell because we're kind of far away from the radar site. And again, watching this cell off to the south, just off to the, just west now of Talco. So let me look at that. Very strong circulation there. So two very strong areas of rotation. You can really see them here. One north and east of Clarksville, one near Talco. So let me just circle those. There's the one there near Clarksville. Strong circulation, a very strong one here just off to the southwest of Talco. And again, both of these potential tornadoes, and again, that's confirmed, and I believe that one is also confirmed. They're both heading off to the northeast, and they're going to both be moving through the same general area. So if you're watching from Clarksville, I know you just got hit by a potential tornado. You maybe have another one on the way, and both of these potential tornadoes will be making their way into McCurtain County very, very shortly. And then as you look off to the southwest, we got another strong circulation here. This is crossing right over Interstate 20 yet again. So this might be the second time that area has been hit. So basically, the entire line here is tornado warned. I want to kind of back out again real fast just to kind of give you a wider picture. And this is what we're talking about, this big, nasty line of storms off to the west. Notice Shreveport, Bossier, we're fine. We might not see anything through the evening. So that's good here. This is all off to our west, but you can see that from Tyler all the way up into McCurtain County. And as we look at the wider picture of the warnings right now, I just want to show you how widespread this actually is.
Reporting for you all, and also showing our conversations with emergency officials who have been telling people this is a storm that is intensifying, it's moving very quickly, and it is a real threat for tornadoes. And here's some of the guidance they presented to people living in Lamar County.
Anytime it gets to that point, of course, stay indoors, find a secure area if you're dealing with high winds or a tornado. Everybody gets inside, get into an inner room, stay away from windows.
Guys, in about 2 minutes of drive time, we went from being able to clearly see everything around us to this extremely limited visibility. We're probably going to have to get to a point again approaching Clarksville where we have to pull up and make sure that we are not too close to the heart of this tornado warning system. So we're going to keep progressing, trying to make sure we safely cover this. We'll be back with you in a couple minutes.
Okay, Keenan, thanks so much, and stay safe out there. Rain or shine, the Deep Ellum Community Arts Fair goes on. It opened this morning.
We're going to know how deep it is, so, and it don't matter how big your truck is either, so just be careful. We have video of something, and Matt's about to be informed about it.
Okay.
But again, a flash flood warning for portions of Red River County, amongst others, and we're still watching this tornado warned storm, this tornado warned circulation. And again, the tornado warned circulation in Red River County, about to pass over the Red River into McCurtain County. This storm has put a tornado on the ground. The storm to the south of it in kind of right on the lines of Red River, Franklin, and Titus counties. This storm also has a confirmed tornado with it. Matt, the video?
Yeah, I think Austin, you were mentioning, I think we do a video of the potential tornado that went through Bogota. You can see it right there. And to my eye, that might be a wall cloud or maybe just a large tornado. What do you think, Austin?
It's something. It's obviously a lowering of the clouds. There's a lot of trees in the way, and this is one of the things that we discuss, and I know a lot of people like to take these videos, but this is a situation they need to be in their tornado safe space. But there's clearly a lowering, hard to see past those trees, which is why it is so difficult to chase around here for the professionals even. So that is likely. It's a strong rotation. I can't tell if it's necessarily on the ground. I'd be surprised. There was a finger that pointed at something that might actually be on the ground. It's definitely a wall cloud. It's behind those trees though, and it's moving from what I can tell sort of left to right in the video. Obviously I don't know the direction, the cardinal direction of that. And we got a whole lot of trees in the way, but that is a video, and that came out of Bogota, you said?
Yeah, Bogota there in Red River County.
So this is that storm that impacted Clarksville, where we had that really strong debris signature. So it having been passing over Bogota before, potentially before it touched down, we saw the debris signature right about here before it entered Clarksville. And of course we did get the video. We got another picture of a rather large tornado in terms of a wideness. We did get that picture amongst in the National Weather Service chat. And again, here is that rotation that is from that video. And though we couldn't really tell from the video, we do know that this has produced a tornado that has touched down on the ground. So this is the debris tracker for that same rotation. And again, we're not seeing anything that really jumps out at us as a TDS or tornado debris signature, but still this area is very bright, and that is concerning. So we'll be continuing to monitor that storm as it moves into McCurtain County. And again, this is also a tornado warned storm that has produced a confirmed tornado. Nothing really jumping out at me where the rotation is, though we do have some brighter greens popping up, which may be an indication of something. Of course, we'll continue to monitor that one as well. Here is that rotation. It is a large area of rotation, but it is still quite strong right over Talco, Texas, following well, not following, but passing over Farm to Market Road 71 West and the intersection between that road and US 271. Just got a message from the National Weather Service. They're continuing that tornado warning that we were just discussing in northern Red River County, continuing it into McCurtain County. Of course, that did get issued not too long ago. They're going to continue to monitor this, but even behind that, there is two other tornado warnings along.
Rainfall falling with this storm, the possibility of large hail with this thunderstorm, and it is rotating as it crosses over 69, right where you see that it says Lindale, and then you can see that purple dot just north of Lindale. That is likely where a tornado would be located if there is one on the ground. So you can see the area of rotation right now, that bright green and red right together. Even if there's not a tornado on the ground, that
Call Jim and Bill Adler, the Texas Hammers, at 2.
is over Highway 69 in the next few minutes, and it looks like it'll continue on to the north and east. So keep in mind, if you're behind this storm, Canton to Athens, you're okay. Brownsboro, you're okay now. Chandler, you're okay. The city of Tyler, you're okay. It's Mineola, Lindale, and all those areas from Mineola to Hawkins down to around Lindale and up to Quitman that we are watching. I think the rotation seems to be broadening a little bit, but that might actually mean it's turning into somewhat of a straight line wind situation, especially with that bright green that we're seeing and the velocity on radar. Keep in mind, you may not see a tornado on the ground if there is one, because it could be wrapped in some very heavy rainfall with this storm. Not only is it heavy rainfall, but it's frequent lightning. It is a very loud, very nasty storm moving through the northern portions of Smith County, and it's going to be moving into the southern portions of Wood County. Of course, the storm itself already in Wood County, but the circulation with it is right now in the Lindale Lindale area. That circulation right over Lindale and just north of Lindale.
So Idabel doesn't really change the timing too much. You got just roughly 10 minutes, if that. The town of Crossroads at 4:32, Broken Bow at 4:38. Again, there is your tornado crossing the Red River. There's Idabel, so moving just off to the south and east of Idabel. So that's going to be impacting, again, central and eastern portions of McCurtain County as we speak. And then let's go off to the southwest of that, and you can see this is still a fairly strong rotation, maybe broadening out just ever so slightly, but I want to double check on my other radar source to make sure I'm not telling you the wrong thing here. Yeah, it looks, I mean, it's a large circulation. It looks like it's a little bit broad.
It's a large circulation, but still quite strong.
It is, yeah, it's a very strong, and let me just, so if you're not used to seeing what we're talking about, so the reds are wind blowing away from the radar. So remember that radar beam is way down here in Shreveport. So the red colors is very strong wind moving away from the radar. The green, strong wind moving towards the radar. And so obviously you can see that's where your rotation is. That has moved just over Talco. And remember, Clarksville was just hit by that potential tornado, and this next one could be making its way in very, very shortly. So let's do a track on this one as well. And hopefully this will pass east of Clarksville, but we'll have to see, maybe going between New Hope and Clarksville. But let's do a track on that regardless. And it is, as Austin said, it's a very large circulation. It's a very strong one too. So, this does have a confirmed tornado, or it did, and it probably still does. So if you're in these locations, remember, take shelter here. Box Elder at 428, Avery 439, Good Lake at 456, and look at that, Idabel. So, I mean, Idabel could be impacted by 2 potential tornadoes within the next hour. So Idabel, you could be under this next one coming.
Tornado warning that you see in red. Here are the multiple tornado warnings. Here's the one that we're just starting to see the red behind it because that storm is moving out. This warning will be allowed to expire at 4:15, so that will drop off the map momentarily. There will also be another warning kind of down to the south. You can see a couple of red lines here. One of those warnings will be dropping off at 4:15 as well, so it'll look a little bit less busy at about 4:15 when a couple of these warnings drop off. You can see that several of them are in effect until 4:15. Those flash flood warnings are going to be in effect for hours, though. Keep that in mind. The heavy rainfall takes a while before that starts to improve. So the flash flood warnings will be in effect until 7 o'clock, until 7:15, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of those issued. We still have an area of rotation up to the north of Mount Pleasant that is moving past the Talco area now. So if you are in Talco, that tornado warning is moving out of your area, and it's going to continue up to the north. I'm not going to focus on this one too much because once it moves across the river there, it gets out of our viewing area. So I know people up to the north of us don't actually see KLTV, so I don't want to focus on this too much. But I know people in Talco that do watch us, and those of you in Talco.
Really, really close. Let's look at the last 30 minutes. I do this often when I'm tracking potential tornadoes because it really is a good tool to see where the movement has been over the past to kind of show you where it is going forward. And so when you look at the last 30 minutes, you can see how that was a little bit more intense. You see that around 4 p.m. You see that fairly intense circulation there, and it looks like it might have broadened out just a little bit as it's crossing the state line, which would be great. But nonetheless, you can see that right there. And again, based on the overall movement over the last half hour, I do think this could move right into downtown Idabel. So maybe shifting the track slightly more north. Let's do that. And regardless, it doesn't really change the impacts. If you're in Idabel, you still really need to just be getting into your tornado safe space. So again, Idabel maybe change the timing a bit, but I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to push this ahead a little bit ahead of that circulation because, again, sometimes the radar can be slightly delayed as that scan goes around. So we'd rather give people ample warning and kind of err on the side of a faster moving storm just to give people more time. Idabel, I'd say, be in your shelter now at the very, very latest, 425, but it'll probably be on top of you by 425. Broken Bow, 439. Hochatown, 450, you can see right there. So again, moving into the central portions of McCurtain County. And that's kind of what we're watching right there. Let's look at the wider picture. And you can see that this whole line continues to slowly make its way off to the northeast. Anything new, Austin? I just heard our little alarm
yeah,
going
we
off.
got a new tornado warning issued for north central McCurtain County. I'm going to remove radar just briefly. Here is the polygon. It does include a large area of US 259. We are going to run into some issues with the fact that there's not a whole lot of locations in this portion of McCurtain County, but it does include Smithville. This tornado warning spawned from this area of rotation right here, just to the north and east of Wright City, and we just got a new radar scan in that's kind of made everything a little uglier and harder to see. But we are going to be watching for this area too. This is an area that was seeing that it did have a tornado warning on it earlier. That warning was allowed to expire right at the top of the hour, and there has been a severe thunderstorm warning in this area. We've just been focused on the two storms that have gotten confirmed tornadoes out of them. So we are going to continue to monitor this. Again, if you are inside this here polygon in McCurtain County along US 259, be getting to your tornado safe space right now. You have a tornado warned storm on the way. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, just making sure it is. And yes, radar indicated rotation. But we do have a report of a tornado northeast of Talco in Red River County. So we're just going to go right back into that one. We'll monitor that warning in north central McCurtain County, but I want to discuss the now confirmed tornado again just to the north and east of Talco. And now I'm trying to figure out where we're at on a map. Here we go. That is my bad. Taking a look here. Yeah, this is, I'm going to go ahead and call that, though it is ugly, a tornado debris signature right here. Now, it's not this whole area, but to the north and east of Talco, according to the National Weather Service, a tornado has been reported with this area of rotation that we were looking at as potentially broadening, but really it got bigger, but it never really went down in strength. And I'm willing to bet this is where that tornado is as it continues to move in that east-northeast direction. So again, we're looking at this area. Though it ain't pretty, this area of potentially lofted debris, potentially a tornado debris signature. It's not a very confident one. It's not a very
tornado warned storm kind of jog a little bit to the right, which is going to put it a little bit closer to the Hawkins area, and that means it's going to cross Highway 80 a little bit closer to Hawkins than what we see in the Mineola area. And that new area of rotation is what we will be tracking as it moves up toward, let's see, the central portions there of Wood County. If you were in Lindale, the warning is moved past you. I don't expect you to see any more rotation, hopefully, through the day today. That rotation has moved up to the north near the Highway 80 area. So if you were in Lindale, you can come out of your safe rooms. And this will continue to move away from the Lindale area. If you were in Van, if you were in Grand Saline, you were not in the path of this rotation. If you were in Hawkins, especially on the west side of Hawkins, you need to be watching this very, very closely. In fact, I would say be in your safe rooms, because even though they're
east of our viewing area, this is in Lindale, so this is now moving into East Texas. We still have, though, very heavy rain, some thunder, some lightning in Van Zant County. And as we take a wider view, you see another tornado warning with confirmed tornadoes near Clarksville earlier. Those tornado warnings, again, not for the WFAA viewing area, but in East Texas, and it's likely to continue to be a very active afternoon and evening for far northeast Texas and then in parts of Arkansas. For us, we're going to watch the redevelopment of showers and storms to the west. I want you to watch. This is 6 p.m. As we go through the rest of tonight, the thunderstorms behind me move out. The thunderstorms in front of me will start to move in. So this is 11 p.m. This will become our most widespread shot for showers and thunderstorms overnight tonight. That was 11. You see the rain is widespread, but again, the severe threat, it's really low. It's not zero, but it's really low. We're talking no tornadoes tonight, but quarter-size hail, some 60-mile-an-hour winds, and a storm or two can't be ruled out. That's 3 o'clock in the morning. Look how widespread and heavy the rain is at 4. Then we get to 5 a.m. Still widespread heavy rain, some thunder, some lightning from Paris, Sulphur Springs, Greenville, down to Terrell. Still heavy rain at 6 o'clock in the morning into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Saturday morning, 7, still more lingering showers and storms through midday. It becomes more scattered in nature, mainly east of the Metroplex by midday. But I tell you, Saturday morning plans, if it involves a field, whether that's the kids going to soccer practice or whatever it may be, fields are going to be soaking wet. There's going to be a lot of rain.
And you were technically under this tornado warning at this time, but I think the circulation is going to cross 154 just off to your east. So
if you do know anybody in the Clarksville area up that way, make sure to let them know that there is indeed a tornado on the ground confirmed with that storm moving into that vicinity. So we'll definitely be watching this over the coming minutes. Of course, these storms have been popping up very quickly and then kind of winding down very quickly. We've seen them pulse back and forth. And as we check out, again, that reflectivity image, you can see all that heavy rain and lots of lightning. We can put the lightning on here for you. And you can see all these lightning strikes that we've had here over the past 10 minutes or so, with lots of lightning down here in this storm. This seems to be the most intense storm as far as the rainfall rates and the potential for some hail as we've
off to the southeast of Clarksville. So Clarksville likely was hit by some sort of a tornado earlier. That's the cell that is now moving into McCurtain County. We'll talk about that in a second. But this one is a big deal, and I believe this is confirmed still, right, Austin? This one moving into southern portions of Red River County. I believe that is confirmed. And then
yeah, it was
confirmed. Still a very strong velocity on that, and you can see, let's do another track on that one. Again, that's going to move kind of on the eastern sections of Red River County, and this could begin to move into the western portions of Bowie County there. So Bowie County, also be on alert for that. Let me do another track on this one. And again, if there is a tornado, it's going to be right about there, so kind of making its way in a northeasterly direction. So the town of Avery at 438.
Station is cycling right now, right around Highway 80. It looks like they just kind of shaved off part of that tornado warning.
Yes.
So now Lindale is out of the tornado warning. This rotation is between Mineola and Hawkins, right on and just south of Highway 80. So if you are between Mineola and Hawkins, be in your safe room. Stay in the lowest floor of your home in an interior room. Put as many walls between you and the outside of your house as possible. This is going to be moving toward the Haynesville area in the next 5 minutes. The rotation moving across Highway 80 and into Haynesville in about 5 minutes. It'll be moving toward the East Point area about 4:43. It'll be moving toward Perryville about 4:52. And though parts of the storm have weakened, other parts have strengthened. So I really think this storm is continuing to cycle. If you were in Hawkins, please be in that tornado safe room. If you were in Winona, you are going to stay south of this rotation. If you were in Lindale, the rotation is now moving out of your area. I know it is storming really badly in Lindale right now, but the tornado warning itself is out of your area. So if you've been in your safe room in Lindale,
has continued to produce sporadic rotational signatures. So let's take a look here at that tornado warning. And as you can see, like I said with Hayworth, I did want you to pay attention to this. Idabel now under this tornado warning. I'm actually going to get rid of the radar just briefly. I want to take a look here. Idabel under a tornado warning. Hayworth, you're under it as well. Broken Bow, be watching this. You're under this tornado warning. Get to your tornado safe space. Now the portion of US 70 from Broken Bow to DeQueen under this tornado warning. DeQueen, watch this storm very closely along with Mineral, Arkansas, which I believe might actually technically be outside of the Arkadelphia. But just in case you are seeing our coverage, be on the lookout for this storm, because this storm does have a history of producing a tornado that we are still monitoring. We've seen a video and a photo of this storm as it passed over Bogota and Clarksville, and it produced a tornado near.
Tornado precautions. This area of rotation is going to move right over the Haynesville area. It's moving away from Lindale, but we continue to see frequent lightning and very heavy rainfall in Lindale. There is a flash flood warning in effect for parts of Smith County until 7:15. There's also a flash flood warning up to the north for Franklin and Titus County until 7 p.m. This area of rotation that's crossing over Highway 80 does not look as intense as it did a few minutes ago. The tornado warning won't expire until 4:45, but I'm definitely hopeful that they will allow it to expire at 4:45 if it doesn't cycle back up. There's still rotation, but it looks pretty broad. It looks a little bit more messy than it did a few minutes ago.
I'm just going to loop things to kind of show the evolution.
Yeah, because you can see how intense the rotation.
And we have gotten reports out of Lindale about 10 to 20 minutes ago of dime to quarter-sized hail coming out of this storm. It is on the way to the Arkadelphia, and we are starting to see the brighter colors popping up on the hail track. And again, this is technically outside of the region, but this storm is on the way, starting to get into the purples on our scale, which means the hail is getting larger and potentially up to now quarter-sized. This will be entering Upshur County in not too far from now. Very shortly, this will be entering Upshur County just to the west of Hawkins, Texas. So going back to our other storms, again, we have had a confirmed tornado out of this area of rotation now in kind of just to the south and east of Clarksville, keeping an eye on the potential for a tornado debris signature there. That has put a tornado on the ground, and this storm now in southern McCurtain County, moving in a northeasterly direction. And it does include Hayworth, Ida Bell, Broken Bow under this warning, as well as DeQueen. You might as well consider it because you're right on the edge of this warning and it's on the way. This storm has also produced a tornado. So we're going to continue to monitor that one very closely because it can very easily spin up and drop a tornado once again on portions of McCurtain County and anywhere where it is going to follow this
Highway 80 is kind of where that rotation is. It's looking a little bit messy. We want to see that. When it comes to severe weather, you don't want to see something that looks really smart and together. You want to see it get messy because that means the storm is starting to weaken. So I do think this storm is weakening. I'm hopeful that this tornado warning could possibly expire at 4:45, but we won't know until we get closer to time and we see a few more scans of the radar. We've got kind of messy rotation from Highway 80 down to around 69 on the north side of Lindale. That's likely going to be some pretty strong winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. If we were to see a tornado pop up, it's probably going to be somewhere right along Highway 80. You can see it kind of got a little bit messier with this last scan. We've got some pretty strong winds between Highway 69 and Highway 80, but the rotation is kind of really right smack between Mineola and Hawkins is where that rotation seems to be. Right on top of Highway 80 seems to be the best part of the rotation, but it's looking more and more messy. Has the Weather Service said anything about this?
No, they have not.
Okay. We have rotation, and again, that was in McCurtain County, that tornado, that potential thunderstorm damage. Matt?
Yeah, and I just got an email from our newsroom saying that they're talking about that Clarksville tornado or tornadoes. No injuries reported at this time, at least according to our newsroom, so that's great news there. And I believe Sean, our producer, said that we have a picture coming in from, this was in Glover, in McCurtain County, or Grove, Oklahoma. And again, that's definitely could be a shelf cloud, could be a sort of wall cloud. I don't see a tornado in that photo, but certainly scary looking clouds there into McCurtain County. I believe that might be more of a shelf cloud or potentially a wall cloud. What do you think, Austin?
If it's a wall cloud, that's a really, really big one. It's not quite mothership status, but it is getting there. This is obviously a very strong thunderstorm, Grove, Oklahoma. Do you have an idea where that is?
That
located?
I don't off the top of my head. I'll be honest with you. I got to kind of search for that.
There's Garvin, Broken Bow, Ida Bell. Regardless, in Grove, Oklahoma, this is a very strong thunderstorm, and the picture went away. But what you could see inside that, kind of in behind that shelf of clouds or that roll of clouds, there we go. If you're taking a look at this picture, use that utility pole as a reference, kind of in behind that cloud that's right above it in the picture. That is where we'd be looking at for the rotation. Also, it's where we'd be looking for potential large hail. It'd be right in behind that roll cloud. So we're going to continue to monitor this. Again, that doesn't appear to be a tornadic storm immediately, but it is still a very strong thunderstorm, and of course it could produce a tornado. It could produce large to very large hail, which we are starting to get reports of. And I want to take a look here just real quick, and we can go back to our radar now. Taking a look at the debris tracker just real quick, just to the north and east of Ida Bell. Not seeing, again, anything that's jumping out, but it is brighter to the north and east of Idabel. And taking a look at the rotational area, it's right over Idabel, the area of rotation. I would like to know, I would like to have eyes in Idabel right now to see what is going on there, because that has tightened up its rotation quite a bit. And with what we're seeing on the debris tracker, it's not definitive, but we are starting to see colors that aren't, yellow and red. We're not seeing those same colors popping up. It's right near North Central Avenue. Taking a look here, we're getting more damage reports coming out of McCurtain County. And I want to take a look here. We do have a tornado warning still in effect for northeastern McCurtain County, and we are looking at these same tornado warnings just real quick, seeing if there's anything indicating anything on the ground near Idabel. And we're not seeing that right now, but again, we've seen this rotational area tighten up once again right over Idabel, maybe to the north and east of Idabel right now. North Central Avenue affected, Southwest Seminole Avenue just to the south of it, along with US 259 right to the east of this area. So we're going to continue to watch this storm as it has tightened it back up again. This is, I believe, that same area of rotation that we've been keeping an eye on that does have a history of putting a tornado on the ground. And again, the debris tracker not showing anything definitive, but it is showing areas that are of different colors than the surrounding area. We're far away from the radar site. It's a little difficult to see some things, and we're getting more from the National Weather Service. The tornado warning for Franklin and Titus counties have been canceled, but they continue into Red River and Bowie County. So this is the storm just to the south of Clarksville, I believe is where it was. And we do have a confirmed tornado. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado with this storm. I want to take a look at it, and it is everything is starting to kind of blend together. I want to take a look at where the polygons are. And
Bethlehem in Upshur County and anywhere in this polygon, Latch, Kelsey, pretty much to the west of Big Sandy. Take the precautions, make sure you are in your storm shelter, and stay in it until 4:45 or until this warning expires. But that's where I would be most concerned with the possibility of a tornado right now. Now further to the southwest, we still have those showers and thunderstorms that continue. And again, this is very heavy rain, as Braden was alluding to earlier. We do have that heavy rain that is beginning to result in some flash flooding, because what we have seen is a lot of heavy rain over one location in a very short amount of time. We call that the training of thunderstorms, and unfortunately with those flash flood warnings, that could mean we could see some water covering the roadways, especially in those low-lying areas in northern Smith County, which will bear some watching. So please be very careful if you are in a flood-prone area there. So we have those storms in our central counties, and then as Braden and I have been talking about, the storm in Anderson County, we're going to have to keep a close eye on. It looks like we've got one storm that is splitting with the other one. One's likely to move more in the direction of southern Smith and extreme northwestern Cherokee County. This storm between Palestine and Elkhart is likely to move closer to the Jacksonville vicinity. But the area we are going to be watching with these is going to be very close to the Elkhart community. We'll see if anything can form there.
Debris, that's what you want to do. But in Idabel, very strong circulation. Looks like it might be just barely on the southeastern side of town. So let's track that. And again, the movement on all this is pretty uniform. Pretty much most of these storms have been moving off to the northeast, right around 30 to 45 miles an hour. They've been varying in their speed. Okay, you see that update. So let me update that track. I was kind of waiting for that new scan to come through, and it looks like if there was a tornado, it might have passed just on the east side of Idabel here, just off to the northwest of Haworth. I think that's how you pronounce it. Bisky, is that correct? Haworth? She's my person for pronouncers. I appreciate it. So again, that moved just east of Idabel, and again, getting maybe closer to Broken Bow. So let's track that, and it does look like that circulation is tightening up once again. So that's going to impact the eastern sections of McCurtain County, and then beginning to move into portions of Arkansas as well. Mineral, that about 516 for you, the town of Wicks at about 524. This is eastern sections here of McCurtain County in southeastern Oklahoma, but that circulation appears to be tightening up. Go ahead, Austin.
Yeah, we do have a new tornado warning that has been issued for actually a kind of a handful of counties. I'm going to read them off. Little River, Arkansas, Bowie County, Texas, McCurtain County in Oklahoma, Sevier County, Arkansas, Red River County, Texas, under a new tornado warning that has been issued. We are looking at this near Avery right now. You can see, even without our velocity, this is the area of rotation, and there was a confirmed tornado near Hawkins that the National Weather Service has gotten a video of, and I'm trying to find where Hawkins would be located.
Yeah, where is that?
But regardless, in Red River County right now, we like...
Yeah, the warned area, again, does include the following counties in East Texas: Western Marion County, for you, probably far Western Marion County, Southeastern Wood County, Upshur County, Southern Morris County, Southeastern Titus County, and Camp County there in East Texas. Tornado warning in place, a radar confirmed tornado because they picked up debris detection there for you, and that is what they look at sometimes whenever they take a look at the warning area to try to determine if they should issue a warning, and they want to issue it even if they haven't confirmed it on the ground. And I can tell you one thing, there's probably lots of storm chasers out over there in the East Texas area, but if you are out there, folks, leave the chasing to the professionals. Do not get out in this, because of the pictures that we've seen so far from a storm move through Clarksville, these can produce very large tornadoes, and that is what we're dealing with for right now.
And along with those chasers, we also have the National Severe Storms Laboratory in East Texas today. What they do is they provide additional support, they provide additional balloon launches, and they also have eyes on the ground who really know what they're looking at. If that doesn't kind of give you an indication of what was fully possible today, I don't know what does. This is a serious situation ongoing with this storm in particular, and the primary area of concern is where you're seeing right here, about to go just north of Gilmer, probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, it does have puts the cylinders on it to let us know about the rotation there in it, and we can vividly see it there whenever we pop up the velocity scans there on the map and what we are seeing there. But again, folks, if you're joining us right now on programming where we are staying on our programming, it is because we have confirmed tornadoes there in East Texas, and it may get worse before it ever gets better with these storms, unfortunately. And I will just tell you for right now, if you were in elsewhere in Northwest Louisiana, you're okay right now, because it is very uncertain you seeing this activity tonight. You could, but it's borderline you seeing this activity tonight. The best chance for these storms over the next 2-3 hours or so will be Northeast Texas and shifting from Southeast Oklahoma into Southwest Arkansas. Okay, just to make sure everybody's aware of that for right now.
And we have a tornado watch for
Correct.
the parishes and counties in red until 9 o'clock tonight, because this is expected to be an ongoing event. If you've been sticking with us for the last, say, 2 hours, this line has not moved very far east within that time frame. And so it's going to be an ongoing event because the boundary that's driving all of this is moving very, very slow. That's why that watch goes until about 9 o'clock. Is there guaranteed to be a threat there? No, not necessarily. And we talked about that moderate risk. And I know Caddo, Bossier, and Webster are also included. And Patrick, we just got a
Okay, so we have this bright area of rotation north of Hawkins. There could likely be a tornado on the ground. They're now starting to see some mid-level rotation picking up near Palestine. Remember that storm that I pointed out that I said it wasn't severe yet? It's increasing in intensity, so this could possibly produce a severe thunderstorm, maybe even a tornado warning by the time it gets close to the river and crosses into Cherokee County. So those of you in Cherokee County, those of you listening to me from the Jacksonville area, all the way up to the Bullard area, really, keep in mind that this storm is increasing in intensity.
FM 1002, where the intersection is with FM 1795, and then also Cypress Road here. If any of these locations ring a bell, get in your safe place immediately. A confirmed tornado is on the ground doing damage right now in eastern Wood County. So a very serious situation up there. That means you need to go to the lowest floor of your home, sturdy building, get in an interior closet or bathroom with no windows. If you have a helmet, put it on. If you have, make sure you're wearing shoes as well, just in case you have to come out to any debris and you have to walk in some of that debris. So again, an intense debris signature here, a very good indication that we do indeed have a tornado. So the velocity image has gotten much tighter, as you can see here, very tight rotation there. That's going to be located just to the southwest of the Shady Grove community. So again, if we could zoom out just a hair so that we can see where this is going to be moving off to. So there we go. Lots in the way of very strong winds regardless of the tornado. So again, tornado confirmed to the west of Shady Grove, and that's going to be right down here, moving in this general direction. So again, places like Shady Grove, Rosewood, these are all very small communities, but of course if you do live in this part of the region, you probably are familiar with some of these locations. So that's going to be moving towards Shady Grove, eventually into portions of Upshur County. This isn't going to affect the city of Gilmer on its current track. It looks like it is going to move just a little bit farther to the northeast of Gilmer, or to the northwest of Gilmer, excuse me. So northwest of Gilmer into places over here towards Armadillo Road, Farm to Market Road.
In the Gilmer area, we haven't talked about your area yet today. This is where the area of rotation is. Right now, getting down, here's Holly Lake Ranch. In fact, keep going down, Andrew. Let's get some streets on here. Here's Holly Lake Ranch, Valleywood Trail, County Road 3540. You can see County Road 3550 here. So here's the Holly Lake Ranch area. Here's Holly Trail here. If the tornado's on the ground, it's likely in this area that you see kind of the bright yellow and green. So just off to the east of County Road 3540. And that's going to be moving toward County Road 3549. If you are along 3549 near the Holly Ranch area, you need to be taking your tornado precautions at this time. Go to the lowest floor of your home, an interior room with no windows, a closet, a pantry, a laundry room, anything to get away from the windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside of the house as possible. This is going to continue to move to the north and east. So it's going to be crossing over the county line there. It's going to be heading toward Ronesboro, Rosewood around 452. It is right now near the Holly Lake Ranch area. If you were in Holly Lake.
And these tornadoes have been capable of staying on the ground for an extended period of time. So we're going to continue to, of course, monitor this over the coming minutes as this is a rapidly evolving situation. We still have that potential for seeing some debris there on the debris detector. Still looking at that here just to the west of the Shady Grove area, and we're going to continue to follow this off to the north and east as it moves towards communities between Pittsburgh and Gilmer in eastern Wood County, and then eventually moving over into portions of western
areas that I'm pointing out, that I'm reading the names of the streets. That's where the tornado could possibly be crossing in the next few minutes. So the new tornado warning is not going to expire until 5:30 because this storm is going to continue to cycle up. It weakened a little bit and now it has strengthened again. This is going to be outside of the Pine Mills area. This is going to be north of Hawkins. This will stay north of Big Sandy, but if it holds together, it's going to be moving toward the Betty area. It's going to be moving toward the Gilmer area. Putting this new track on the storm, Kelsey, it'll be in your area at 4:55. Betty, it'll be in your area just after 5 o'clock. This will track just on the north side of Gilmer. We have seen it jog to the right. So if you are in the Gilmer area, even though the track of the area.
Also, but that's how things are looking there in that area in and around Broken Bow, Oklahoma. So again, that storm system has made its way on through that region for right now. So let me go back to the radar and our analysis so we can talk more so about our storms that we have in place. Again, multiple tornado warnings For us, for right now, the one that's the confirmed one that we're watching is the one getting ready to move into Upshur County there.
This right here, this is a tornado debris signature associated with the storm just to the north of Hawkins, Texas at this time. So we're about to get another message into the National Weather Service. This will come from the city of DeKalb, Texas. We'll get that message in just shortly from the fire department there. Again, that is that tornado warning, possible tornado associated with it. And then moving northward, we still have these areas of rotations now affecting near Avery and getting close to DeKalb, Texas in Bowie County. Again, if you're in New Hope, Avery, Nona, Texas, be getting into your tornado safe space at once. Matt?
Yeah, and that confirmed tornado that you were just talking about showing that debris signature, we just got a brand new update on that warning, and no surprises here. From the National Weather Service, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Rosewood or 10 miles west of Gilmer, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So they're calling this a PDS tornado watch, which just basically means a particularly dangerous situation. Those are only reserved for the highest threat tornado type warnings. I think I said watch as tornado warning, but PDS tornado warning, they only reserve those for the most dangerous of all. And so again, they're saying a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Rosewood or 10 miles west of Gilmer, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So that's that storm here just off to the southwest of Gilmer. This is very dangerous, and you know, if you're in Gilmer looking off to the west, you might actually be able to see this thing, but you don't want to be really venturing out to look at this. You want to be in your tornado shelters right away because, again, this is quite a dangerous storm. In fact, I believe, Austin, definitely this is the strongest rotation we've had today. In fact, our radar is maxing out. When you see some of these really weird colors in there, that is the radar basically maxing out on the wind speed. So that is incredibly dangerous, and again, that's going to probably pass just off to the north of Gilmer and moving closer here into portions of Camp.
About 5:37. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado at 4:46 was located over Rosewood. We're going to zoom in a little bit more, show you where this tornado is. There is a large confirmed tornado on the ground near the Rosewood area, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Can you scroll down just a little bit here? I want to read off. It's going to be in Rosewood momentarily, in the Cason, I believe that's how you pronounce it, in the Cason area around 5:20. Other locations that could be impacted by this storm include Roeder, Rocky Mound, Harvard, Lafayette, Perryville, Center Point, Holly Springs, Betty, Midway, and the Grice area. So right where you see that Andrew has zoomed in, where you see all of that almost rainbow of colors, we have a large and what looks like a possibly, okay, I bet that's the same storm.
Yeah.
Possibly multi-vortex tornado on the ground within this storm that is moving toward the Gilmer area. If you are in Gilmer, please shelter in place wherever you are. Do not leave work. Do not try to leave work early. Do not call someone and tell them to leave now and try to get home. Please don't try to outrun this. Wherever you are in the Gilmer area, whether it's at work or home, if you're still at school, wherever you might be, shelter in place in the Gilmer area and areas just north of Gilmer along 271. There is a large, dangerous tornado on the ground that will be crossing over Highway 154 just outside of the Gilmer area very soon. This is going to be tracking up to the north and east. It is a tornado on the ground moving toward the Gilmer area. It will be there momentarily. Please shelter in place in the Gilmer area, in Delrose at 4:55, in the Betty area at 4:57, in Ewell at 5:03, in New Mountain at 5:06. If you are in the path of this storm, there is a confirmed tornado on the ground between Ronesboro, Holly Lake Ranch, and the Latch area, where you kind of see this rainbow of colors. FM 1002 South, Silver Maple Road, Nutmeg Road, County Road 3560, Groundhog Road in the Rosewood area, Bodark Road, North Caribou Road, the Kelsey area, Bison Road, FM 852, FM 556, Fox Road, Moose Road. If you recognize any of these areas as near you, please be sheltering in place. Go to the interior portion of your home, into a closet, a hallway, anywhere you can get away from windows. That's the main thing, is to get away from windows. If you're in the Hawkins area, this has moved past you. It is a large tornado on the ground, so please do not try to travel out of Hawkins and head north. Once again, if you're in the Gilmer area, this is going to hit you right about the drive home from work. Do not drive home from work. Stay at work until this storm has passed. Please do not be out on the roadways. If you know anybody that's out on the roadways anywhere between Hawkins and Gilmer, please tell them to stop where they are and get into the closest building where they are. This is probably the strongest storm that I've seen so far today in East Texas, and it is headed toward the northern portions of Gilmer. If you live in Gladewater, this storm is going to stay to the north of you, but please do not venture north of Gladewater. This is going to be moving through Gilmer.
This is video of that storm moving through Hawkins. If there's someone in the control room, if you're able to ingest the video that Jeff Autry just sent, that is the storm we are talking about right now.
Okay, so I can't see the ground, so I cannot confirm that it's on the ground, but it looks like it is. Do we have?
That's not the video that Jeff just sent.
These are images from earlier as they went through Grand Saline. We know there is damage near the Grand Saline area near 110 from this storm earlier this evening. With that confirmed tornado that was on the ground in Van Zandt.
Tornado associated with it, they were right beside each other, but the one on the right didn't necessarily touch the ground. If you happen to find that video or would like to send that in to us, let us know. But the National Weather Service mentioned, and I have this debris tracker up just because I'm waiting for it to refresh, they are expecting a very obvious debris signature to pop up the next time this refreshes. So I'm going to continue to watch this. Again, this is some ludicrous rotation on the radar, for lack of a better word, because we're starting to break the scale with this gate-to-gate shear. Just very, very, very strong
motion that we have seen today. But once again, this is something we are going to be monitoring minute by minute as it pushes up into northern Upshur County and Pittsburgh. But as we mentioned to our radio viewers, no driving westbound along Highway 154, no driving from Pittsburgh to Gilmer or Gilmer to Pittsburgh along Highway 259 as this storm continues to push off to the north and
5 minutes, and hasn't quite updated yet. We're going to wait on that still. Still very strong rotation right over that highway there just to the west of Gilmer. This is Texas 154, incredibly strong.
In Gilmer, once again, shelter in place. Do not leave work at 5 o'clock and drive into this storm. If you were in the Betty area, if you were in Pittsburgh, it won't be your area for another 10 minutes or so, but it is heading that direction. It's going to likely cross over 271 somewhere near Betty or between Betty and Pittsburgh, and then continue on toward the Lone Star and the Dangerfield area. Or City, you should stay just south of this, but just barely so. It's going to be moving toward Ewell at 5:05, Pittsburgh at 5:11, and this continues to look worse and worse on radar. So confirmed large tornado on the ground west of Gilmer on, I would say, on 154 at this time is where the tornado is likely located. On 154 just west of Gilmer, and it will cross over 271 on the north side of Gilmer, somewhere around the Betty area. If you are listening to me in Betty, please go to your tornado safe room. Please shelter in place there. Do not leave. Do not get in your car. If you know someone that is driving along 271 between Gilmer and Pittsburgh, please tell them to stop. Either turn around and go back toward Pittsburgh, or just stop and get into a shelter of some place. Anywhere you can see a substantial building, you want to get into that building, because a large tornado is on the ground on the west side of Gilmer on 154. It'll be crossing between 154 and FM 852 in the next few minutes. The tornado likely moving between Highway 154 and FM 852. I'm going to step in front of the wall so that you can see. I don't think it's pretty obvious where the tornado is, but it's going to be right here where you see the darker colors. We've got the bright bands on either side of it of those very intense winds that are rotating around this tornado. We do have confirmation that there is a tornado on the ground crossing over 154. It'll be crossing over 852 momentarily. Here's Gilmer here. This is going to be crossing just on the west side of Gilmer and the north side of Gilmer near the Betty area. As it continues up to the north and east, a large tornado on the ground right now. If you are listening to me in the Gilmer area, anywhere between Gilmer and Pittsburgh, please be taking your tornado precautions. If you have infants at home, please put them in their car seats and strap them in and take them to your safe room in the car seats. Put the helmets on the toddlers, on the kids, the young kids. Make sure they have their helmets on, their bicycle pads, anything like that. Bring pillows with you to that safe room. Stay in the safe room. Honestly, I'm telling you to grab all these things. Don't. If you're in Gilmer, if you're in Pittsburgh, if you're in Betty, don't even take the time to grab these things. Just go straight to your safe room. Close the door. Shelter in place there. Use your hands to protect your head. If this tornado is to hit you directly, it will break glass first, so stay away from windows. Please get to your safe spot as quickly as possible if you are along 271 anywhere from Gilmer to Pittsburgh, as a large tornado is on the ground. It is right near, probably between Highway 154 and FM 852. From Ronesboro to Kelsey to the Grice area. Let's zoom in and just start naming streets. If there's a tornado on the ground, I want you to know where it is. Bison Road, Caribou Road, Arrowwood Road, near the Rosewood area. This is lifting up to the north and east, so it's going to be heading toward Betty, Bear Road, Deer Road, Cherokee Trace, FM 2454, Flying Squirrel Road, Gopher Road, Fox Road, all of those areas in the path of this tornado. Betty to Delrose, all the way up to Ewell. If you live Jackrabbit
north of Gilmer, near Betty, Bethlehem, some of those smaller communities located right there, you really want to be taking shelter now, because it's not often that you get these kinds of signatures here on the radar. So these are the type of signatures that are usually indicative of, if not a tornado, then some very intense winds. And we're going to continue to track this off to the north and east. And again, that currently right now, that radar signature as far as the debris goes is not currently super strong, but there's still a little bit of an indication of some debris there. So we'll continue to monitor that and see if we get any more dropouts in the correlation coefficient. But for now, it looks like the debris is at least not as intense as what we were seeing earlier. And that reflectivity imagery, this is where the most intense part of the storm is. And something interesting to note here is you can really see the inflow feeding into this storm here with this little notch right here. That's where all those winds are kind of feeding into the storm. So as the storm is moving to the northeast, it's pulling in all of that warm, untapped air out ahead of it. So in Gilmer, you're probably feeling some pretty intense inflow winds right now that are really feeding this storm. And then checking out, of course, that velocity imagery, very intense circulation here that is again going to move towards the Midway community here north of the city of Gilmer in Upshur County. So near the Rosewood community right now. It's on top of you in Rosewood.
If you are in the path of this storm, please do not try to send in video. I just really want you to be more safe than anything. That video is from the area that you see right here on your screen, where we're showing you the radial velocity right over the Kelsey area right here. That is where that video was taken. That's moving toward the Betty area. It's right into the Betty area in the next minute or two. It's going to be moving into Ewell in about 5 minutes. It'll be moving into Pine in less than 10 minutes, into the Lafayette area about 5:10 to 5:15. This is a tornado on the ground. We know it's on the ground. If you are in the path of this storm, please get to your tornado safe room and stay there until the storm has passed. How fast is the storm moving, Andrew?
I believe it's moving at 45. They've slowed it down. They're now saying 30.
Okay, northeast at 30 miles per hour. It's going to take a little while before it moves in and out of your area. Please, if you're worried about missing something.
We just got a new scan in. Those are going to be the strongest winds that we have seen with any thunderstorm today. The radar's going almost 100 miles an hour.
Okay, it is 5 o'clock. I can't stress this enough. If you are in the Gilmer area or you know anyone in the Gilmer area that's getting off work at 5 o'clock, please do not leave work. Please. There is a large tornado on the ground. It's going to track on the north side of Gilmer. And I can't promise that even if the tornado tracks north of Gilmer that you won't see 100-mile-per-hour winds move through the Gilmer area as this tracks north of you. If you are getting off work in Gilmer, please stay put until this storm moves past you. It's moving northeast at 30 miles per hour, so you're going to have to stay put for about 15 to 30 minutes in the Gilmer area. But please do not get in your car and drive in the Gilmer area or anywhere between Gilmer and Pittsburgh, as this is a very large tornado on the ground. We have seen video proof of a tornado on the ground that will be moving through the Betty area as I speak. It'll be moving into Ewell in the next few minutes. It'll continue on toward Dangerfield and Lone Star if it holds together. This is probably the strongest wind field we have seen all day long on our radar, with winds of probably at least 100 miles per hour within this tornado. It is a large tornado on the ground moving near the Gilmer area. If you are in Gilmer, please, please shelter in place. If you are in the Betty area, please shelter in place. Do not travel anywhere from Gilmer north on 271 or on 155. Tornado warning continues. If you're just now joining us for the 5 o'clock news, we've been on the air for some time, so I know a lot of you have been with us for a while. But since a lot of people have just joined us for the 5 o'clock news, I'm just going to kind of go over what we're seeing. We have a tornado warning that's in effect for Camp, Marion, Morris, Titus, Upshur, and Wood counties until 5:30. This tornado is a confirmed tornado on the ground near the Gilmer area, near Gilmer and the Betty area, moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. This tornado, once again, is observed, is on the ground, will be affecting Gilmer and Betty in the next few minutes, probably affecting them now. However, I know that these aren't the only people in East Texas. So, Andrew, when you get a second, let's zoom out. I want to show all of East Texas, so those of you that aren't in the path of this tornado can also see what's going on. Heavy thunderstorms are now moving into the Tyler area. They'll be moving into Jacksonville pretty quickly as well. And these are strong thunderstorms, but they are not severe. We have a couple of flash flood warnings that you see in blue.
Best picture of the rotation, but we can see just from looking at this that there could be something going on here. Potentially a tornado, potentially two tornadoes going on. So let's track both of these. This is the one that's moving into Sevier County in Arkansas. So again, if you're watching in DeQueen, and we're going to get back to that Texas storm here in a second, but I want to focus on these ones moving into southwest Arkansas.
I'm watching it.
Watching that Texas one?
Yep.
Thank you. And again, so DeQueen is around 5:18 arrival time with that. Let me adjust that track just slightly because it looks like we just got a little update on the radar. So DeQueen about 5:16, so it didn't change the timing too much there. The town of Dirks at about 5:41. Murfreesboro, that's going to be at 6:04, moving through Sevier County. Again, this is southwest Arkansas. I know we're kind of jumping all over the map here, but we do got a lot going on. So that's southwest Arkansas moving in right there. And DeQueen, you'll be in the path of a potential tornado here within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Let's look off to the south here, and you can see this other rotation right along the Red River, and that's going to move into Little River County in southwestern Arkansas. So let's do a track on that one as well. And again, that's going to make its way north and east. So Foreman, we're talking 5:20, Ashdown 5:39, Locksburg at 5:48, and Mineral Springs at 5:59, Nashville, Arkansas at about 6:07. And again, so if you're in DeQueen, if you're in Sevier County in southwest Arkansas, if you're in Little River County, southwest Arkansas, every one of those counties, you need to be in your tornado shelters, taking shelter immediately, because again, we do have some dangerous storms in those regions right now. Just heard our little chime go off in the National Weather Service chat room. Let's see what they're saying right now.
They're looking at something in northern Cherokee County.
Oh, okay, that's not even
asking about it.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So again, two areas of circulation here, and again, this is the northern portions of the Arklatex. So let's go back to our radar here, and you can see maybe an embedded circulation there near DeQueen and also just right along the Red River.
Rotation. This is not at the ground yet, but it is starting to rotate as an entire thunderstorm. So we're going to be watching that area very carefully. No warning for that yet. The only warning we have right now is for basically Upshur County. It does include other counties as well, but the rotation is in Upshur County right now between Gilmer and Betty. It's moving to the north and east at 35 miles per hour. The tornado warning itself in effect for Camp, Marion, Upshur, and Wood counties. The threat considerable because of the fact that we know there is a tornado on the ground right now just outside of the Gilmer area, tracking toward Betty, moving into the Betty area, probably maybe already there. The blues that you see on the radar there are indicating winds of 100 miles per hour or more. So I would say that, gosh, the tornado's probably on the ground somewhere north of FM 852, between FM 852 and the Delrose area.
This might be some good news. There is a spotter that says that they cannot confirm from where they're at anything on the ground at this time, but they do see a wall cloud.
In the Betty area, west of Betty, north of Gilmer. Okay.
And we did just get a new radar scan in that doesn't have those higher wind speeds in it.
Okay, so hopefully this is showing some signs of weakening. However, whether a tornado is on the ground or not, we know one was on the ground. Hopefully it has lifted now, and it might possibly be weakening, but is still an extremely strong area of rotation. So even if the tornado that we knew about earlier has lifted, it could touch down again. So if you were in the Pine area, if you were in Coffeyville, if you were in Pittsburgh, if you were in Lone Star, please be taking your tornado precautions as you were under a tornado warning that's going to be in effect until 5:30. So the area of rotation right over Betty, we've had a ham radio operator that said they do observe a rotating wall cloud west of Betty, north of Gilmer, but they cannot confirm that the tornado's on the ground. The Weather Service is saying that it is possible that the tornado on the ground could be wrapped in heavy rainfall. So just because the ham operator couldn't confirm rotation on the ground does not mean there is not rotation on the ground. It does look like that rain's trying to wrap around it. Let me step in front of the wall. I want to show you what I'm talking about here. So the area of rotation is right here, and usually we see the area of rotation kind of in the inflow notch, but you can see this deep red wrapping into it. That's showing me that the fact that that's wrapping into where that inflow notch is, that is heavy rainfall wrapping around the storm and likely encompassing the tornado. So it is possible that we still have a very large tornado on the ground in the Betty area, but it's wrapped in a curtain of rain. So you're not going to be able to see it coming, and you're not going to be able to hear it coming either. Everyone talks about the sound of a tornado and the fact that it sounds like a train coming at you. It is going to be so loud out there between the lightning and the heavy rainfall that you're not going to hear anything different either. So if you are in the Betty area, please be taking your tornado precautions. The rotation looks like it's going to stay just south of Pittsburgh, but I need you to be on alert in the Pittsburgh area. And if you're in Dangerfield or Lone Star, this area of rotation is heading towards you. So if you don't know where your safe room is yet, you better find it quickly, because you are likely going to have to get into your safe room in the next few minutes if this storm holds together. Once again, it does look like it's wrapping up in that heavy...
Passed immediately east of circulation over Betty. No direct visual of ground contact, but extreme inflow winds on the southern side. So that is that inflow right here, and then it's wrapping around. And again, our spotters are having trouble seeing this thing. Trained professionals are having trouble seeing this thing. So get into your tornado safe space. And if you're in this tornado warned polygon, that does include multiple counties in East Texas, get to your tornado safe space at once, because we cannot at this point guarantee anything regarding it, and it's still a very, very strong rotational signature. So this is the storm that I'll be continuing to focus on, and I'm still not getting anything out of the tornado debris tracker right now. Nothing that's really jumping out at me. Maybe another scan will prove that a bit of a different story, but this is still considered a radar confirmed tornado moving in that northeasterly direction. Again, I'll put the I'll put the polygon up, the warning polygon up just real quick, so you can see where it's at, and I'll get rid of the radar
look at radar all day long and not know exactly what's going on with radar, but when you have people out there spotting the storms for us and giving us reports in real time, it makes the world of difference. That's what we want to do for you, is to give you that assurance of what's happening and what's not happening, because this is, many of you have the storm anxiety, and we want to make sure that we tell you what's happening and what's not happening. But a tornado warning is in effect. This includes the Clinton area, northern Conway County, and Van Buren County. The Arkansas storm team is here, and meteorologist Joel Young tracking this alongside with me. Go ahead, Joel, with the newest information.
All right, Todd, just to remind you.
Lightning as well. It's right over the Betty area, crossing over 271 at this time, and the latest track that Andrews put on it puts it in the Ewell area in 2 minutes. It is right on the doorstep of Ewell. Coffeyville at 5:20, Pittsburgh at 5:23, Lone Star at 5:33, and the Kaysen area, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, at 5:36. Hughes Springs, you are right on the outside of this tornado warning. So if you were in the Hughes Springs area or the Naples area or Dangerfield, even though you are not under a tornado warning yet, please know that this area of rotation is heading towards you and will be near the Dangerfield area about 5:40 this evening, near Omaha around 5:54. It'll be moving away from Gilmer, so if you were in the Gilmer area, give it another 5 minutes just to be on the safe side, and then you can probably come out of your safe rooms. It looks like this area of rotation will track just north of Ore City, but it will get awful close. You'll see a very heavy thunderstorm in Ore City, and you could see some very strong straight line winds, though the area of rotation looks like it's going to track closer to Lone Star than the Ore City area, and it could be moving toward the Avenger area as well, though it may track just north of Avenger. But if you're in Avenger, make sure that you are watching this very, very carefully as it gets closer to your area. Very heavy rainfall on some of these other thunderstorms, and that's what's going to obscure any tornado that might be in the Betty area. Gosh, it's crossing right over 271. I would say it's less in the Betty area now and more in the Ewell area.
New scan just came in.
Okay, so this is the new, so Ewell, Lafayette, New Mountain, north of 155. That's where the rotation is. If there's a tornado on the ground, it's somewhere in that area. You likely won't be able to see it because it'll be wrapped in very heavy rainfall.
In that New Mountain area, if memory serves me correctly, there are some campgrounds as you're driving towards Avenger out of Gilmer. There's also, as this name implies, New Mountain, there is a very large hill in that area. So given the topography, you're not going to be able to see much if you're in that area. Don't go outside looking.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Friday night. Dangerfield State Park. Could have a lot of people. If you know anybody that might be trying to camp tonight in Dangerfield State Park, please call them. Please tell them to leave if they can. And this rotation is now to the
flat from around 5:14 and then up to about 6 o'clock. So this storm there due west of Clinton, that's going to be basically moving north and east. It's going to be kind of crossing over Highway 65 near Botkenburg in that general area. But again, we've got that other storm right here in northern Conway County, and you can see that velocity there on the, you can see a couplet pretty clearly right here. There near the intersection of Highway 95 and the road that goes west of Center Ridge. I'll zoom in a little closer so we can get some street names here. Dawn Road, Dayton Road, there's the rotation right there near Pear Tree Road, and Strackner Road. That's about to cross over into Van Buren County right now. So you can see that rotation right in there where the green and the red come together, and you've got a nice little, or a strong little couplet there that's moving north. But again, you've got another area of rotation that's very similar to that. Here's Clinton. So this is just north and west of Clinton, crossing over Highway 16, a curvy mountain road there, and that's going to be moving north and east, and it's likely going to be crossing over Highway 65 somewhere just north of Clinton there, likely in northern Van Buren County, Todd.
All right, we have our storm chaser, Zach Hardcastle. He is between Conway and Greenbrier. So we're going to check in on him in just a little bit, but he just told us he's between Conway.
Exactly what's happening, and you can see this really nasty stuff, the tornado warnings that Austin's been discussing off to the west, and eventually this is going to move its way up along I-30, so all of southwestern Arkansas under the gun here. Now the tail end of this, that little segment that's south of I-20, we're going to keep an eye on that because that might clip the far northwestern sections of northwest Louisiana later on tonight. Keep an eye on that, but I do expect most of this activity to stay in East Texas up into southwestern Arkansas. So let's zoom in to a few.
Has the big lake as well, so I'm trying to think of the people that might be out camping.
There's Lake of the Pines.
Lake of the Pines is going to stay south. The northern edge of Lake of the Pines will likely be under this tornado warning, but the majority of Lake of the Pines is going to stay out of the tornado warning. It looks like the tornado warning is going to track on the north side of 155. So if you are at Lake of the Pines south of Highway 155, you will be out of the tornado warning. However, you probably don't want to be
a new tornado.
Okay, so they're about to issue a new tornado warning. That'll encompass likely Dangerfield, maybe Avenger, Linden areas, maybe Naples for a new tornado warning that's going to be coming out soon, because this one is going to expire at 5:30. So they'll issue a new one for this area of rotation that's going to be tracking just on the north side of Ore City. I'm going to venture to say, Ore City, let's call it better safe than sorry and put you under that tornado warning. I know the tornado warning polygon that's in effect right now is just barely north of Ore City, but if you were in Ore City, it's better to shelter in place and just be on the safe side. Pecan Heights, Dangerfield, Rocky Branch, Lone Star, Linden, even Douglasville in the next hour. This storm's going to be tracking into your area. So if you're anywhere...
We also have a couple of storms that are trying to move into the Tyler vicinity, and these aren't severe yet, but we are watching for any signs of rotation near the Bullard vicinity and to the west of White House and Chapel Hill. So we'll keep an eye on these, but really nothing that indicates anything major at this point. So we'll continue to monitor that, but as we look at the storm relative velocity, there is a little bit of broad rotation within that storm to the southwest of Bullard, heading up towards the Bullard area, and then going off to the north and to the northeast. But the most intense...
Clinton, all of this is west of Highway 65, so there's Highway 65 in Clinton. That first one, the northernmost one, missing you to the northwest, and this one coming up 95 towards Scotland there. Let's go up to the north and look at some of these areas in northern. Let's see, Highway 65, Highway 10.
We have talked about the debris signature at times with this and not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient like we were earlier. So I'm going to back things up. It's going to be a little disorienting here for a moment, but I'm going to back things up to about 4:43.
Okay, here's the time right here, 4:43. Here's what Andrew's talking about. This is when we know a tornado was on the ground. So watch this area as he starts to put it into motion again, and you'll see that it somewhat dissipates as it moves up to the north and east. Now, that does not mean that a tornado is not on the ground, but it's not as likely that it's on the ground when we don't see that bright area. There is still a lot of rotation in this thunderstorm. There is likely a rotating wall cloud on this thunderstorm, but hopefully there is not a tornado on the ground. However, we will continue to track it as long as the rotation is evident, and it is evident moving away from the Ewell area now. It's going to be tracking up to the north of New Mountain. Winds anywhere from 60 to possibly 80 miles per hour at times, even if there's not a tornado on the ground. This is going to be moving away from the Pittsburgh area, but toward the Dangerfield area. So if you were along 271 from Pittsburgh to Gilmer, we talked to you for a while, you are now seeing this move away from your area. So if you are in the Gilmer area, I know I stressed to stay put, don't leave work, don't drive home. Now you can get out in the Gilmer area very carefully. There's still a very heavy thunderstorm in that area, but the rotation is up to the north and east of you. So there's no immediate danger to the Gilmer area right now, except from the heavy rainfall and the frequent lightning. There aren't even any severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for us at this point. There are tornado warnings. There are flash flood warnings.
A few minutes ago, we did get a report from the NSSL, and I forget what that stands for. But
National Severe Storms Laboratory or something like
yeah,
that.
well, but the NSSL came out and they did a balloon launch out in Mount Vernon. But regardless, several large trees snapped or down around Betty. Power is out. Few lines are snapped. We did get that information from one of their research scientists. So though the rotation isn't necessarily as strong as it once was, I mean, we still got some pretty high wind getting measured out of this, and this has produced a tornado that
We've got some photos showing that right now, and woof. That is a pretty rough scene right there with a lot of that street flooding occurring in the community. And this looks to be from downtown Lindale. Obviously, they saw lots of heavy rain. They were under a tornado warning for a while. But the issue we are having with this storm, and the reason why we are seeing a lot of that flash flooding, is because we have seen these very heavy rain-producing supercell thunderstorms move over the same location. It's just been one after another after another, and we came on we broke into your coverage at about 2:30 this afternoon, and it's been less than 3 hours. So
But it's something we're going to be watching here very closely, Todd. And again, just want to make sure that we're getting storm tracks on this and keeping everybody updated on where they need to go.
Yeah, you're doing a great job. Thank you very much, Joel. Just to give everybody what you're seeing on the left side of the screen. The top one is Scott Hollinger. The middle one is Zach, who's up there towards Greenbrier, trying to intercept these storms. And the bottom one is Jesse, who is tracking the southern storm right in here that may also get a tornado warning on it. So as that comes into Conway and Faulkner County, it's severe thunderstorm warned now. But you're obviously, we're going to track that too. But we're watching all those cameras, and if they see anything, they're going to call in and talk to us. Okay, just new information. Is that correct? Zach Hardcastle says we see a massive wall cloud. So it might be hard to see, but let's pull Zach's out. He's looking off towards the west. And it's hard to see on the monitors that I'm looking at right now, but he's saying he sees a massive wall cloud. Joel and Christopher, do you see anything on there?
I don't, but he said that it's hard to see it on the stream, but he can see it in person apparently.
So you're looking at it live, so he's trying to see. It's very difficult, the road network over there, so that's probably why he's not moving much right now, but he sees a massive wall cloud. Let's go back to Max 1 and see this thunderstorm up close that he's looking at towards the west. Go into the velocity mode. That storm, okay, there's actually 3 circulations that I just noticed a new one. So that one crossing over 65 north of Clinton right now. There's another one, okay, that's coming up towards the north, following it. It's like it's following a train track. And I thought I just saw, yeah, there might be something trying to develop near Damascus out here, just to the west of Guy on the border there of Van Buren and Faulkner County. That's velocity. Let's look at, yeah, so there might be something trying to form with this particular cell as well. So there are several spots of great concern. Nothing has been confirmed. There have been no tornadoes confirmed at this time. And we've got Zach watching a massive wall cloud. That's the middle one. That's the storm coming up towards Clinton right now. And then you're also watching Scott Hollinger, which is just to the east of this whole area, waiting for them to come in. So this goes up towards Mountain View, especially on the west side there of Stone County, the western end of Stone County, coming out of Van Buren County. That's where that northernmost circulation will most likely pass. Debris detector, I have not seen anything so far. There's nothing in here that says that we have a confirmed tornado. So this is all Doppler radar indicated. Stay sheltered. Meteorologist Christopher Pipkin with some new information. Go ahead, Christopher.
All right, I've got 2 things here real quick. The first one, if y'all wouldn't mind pulling up Max 3, we've got a visual on the wall cloud that's now over towards Van Buren County, but this was a short time ago in Morrilton. So that's a look at that. In the distance, you can see it just a bit. And then also, I want to pull up just
Pine Hill Park, Mims Chapel Park, Oak Valley Park, all around the Lake of the Pines Marina there on 155 is going to get hit pretty hard with winds.
You can see Lake of the Pines on the map now.
Okay.
I turned off the watch.
Okay, so you can see Lake of the Pines there in the bottom of your screen. Here's Lake of the Pines here, and then the marina is right here on 155. So the circulation is staying kind of up to the north of 155. Here's the new scan. That circulation, it's broadened out a little bit more. Good news there. Weakened a little bit more. It's going to stay up near Lone Star, but you're still going to get hit with some pretty strong winds right around the marina on 155 at Lake of the Pines. And then Lone Star, it's moving into your area soon, and in the next 10 minutes it'll be moving through Hughes Springs, though it is weakening. So crossing our fingers and toes that it continues to weaken as it continues on toward Dangerfield, Avenger, Lone Star in the next couple of minutes, Dangerfield about 5:35, Hughes Springs around 5:38, Bear Creek about 5:46, and the Cornet area around 5:54. So this is going to ride just along and north of Ore City, right along 155. It's kind of paralleling Highway 155. It'll be crossing over 259, the rotation crossing over 259 here shortly toward the Lone Star area, and hopefully continue to weaken as it does. I'm wondering if the reason we haven't seen a new tornado warning is because they're starting to see this storm weaken just a little bit, and hopefully that means but it may turn into a straight line wind event. That's kind of what it looks like to me. It looks like the rotation itself is weakening, but then the straight...
So this is the storm that we're looking at here. Says capable of producing a tornado. So, but again, just based on what we're seeing here and based on what we've seen with these storms, if you're in DeQueen, you should be in your safe space now, because if there is a tornado going on, it'll be right on top of DeQueen. Go ahead,
We have
Austin.
an Arkansas DOTD camera on Highway 71 north of DeQueen. Take a look at that. Obviously some very heavy rain falling here. Just got this in from our folks in the control room, and not really seeing anything happening a whole lot, but obviously a lot of rain is just kind of falling kind of right to left on the camera. Not seeing any traffic here either, nor can we see really anything in terms of a rotational situation. But this is Sevier County, and this is likely where that tornado warning is. So we'll continue to monitor all the cameras that we have access to, a lot of them DOTD. So we'll continue to monitor that. Thank you for letting us know about that one. I'm also keeping an eye on a couple of haz cams that are in East Texas right now. I think I just saw a flash of lightning on that camera. Going back to discussing this storm in the southernmost storm, and like we said, this rotation isn't quite as strong as it once was. Still watching it, and going to continue to monitor this storm as it has a rather dangerous history. Just to really quickly show you the hail track, I did mention earlier briefly that dime-sized hail was reported to the north of Betty, Texas. So this has a history of producing hail as well, potentially larger than that in the past, but we're seeing it at least producing dime-sized hail not too long ago. And here is the current wind shear, and it is still there. It is still rotating. The wind is changing directions rapidly, changing speeds rapidly. So we are still seeing that wind shear. It's just not necessarily as strong as it once was. So we're going to continue to monitor that. And like Matt was saying earlier, we do have
lowering that Jesse just had. And this tornado warning includes western Faulkner County, eastern Conway County, northern areas of Perry County, moving towards the northeast. This does not include Conway, but I highly advise against any travel west of Conway for the time being. Whether it's on 64 or Interstate 40, do not travel. This is going to cross over the interstate. So let's go ahead to Joel with the storm track on that storm.
Yeah, again, so that rotation in northeastern Perry County right now, moving toward the north-northeast. Again, we'll be crossing over I-40 near Menifee. It's at New Dixie at 529, Nogle at 532. Menifee at 537, so crossing over I-40 right around 537, and then 545 Worcester, Greenbrier 550, Twin Groves at 555, Guy at 558, Gravesville at 601. So we're continuing to track that. That is a tornado warning until 6:15 for extreme northern sections of Perry County, crossing over into eastern Conway County near or just west of Conway. It's going to be crossing over Interstate 40, again, there near Menifee. So getting in a little bit closer, you can clearly see that hook on radar near Bunker Hill. There's the Arkansas River. It crosses over the Arkansas River, and it looks like it's heading toward Menifee. So Menifee, you need to be in your safe place. Let's go back over those safe places. Lowest floor.
Continue deep into the night. So we could just be, I hate to say, but we could just be beginning this tornado event. And again, that new update that looks like for northwestern Cass, southeastern Bowie, and northeastern Upshur. So that's that same cell that we've been tracking here. And it still says, so the warning officially, which is a little surprising to me, still says a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Pittsburgh, moving northeast at 35.
Leading to is this little CC drop right here just to the east of Lone Star. So this could very well have hit something, and there's a marina at Lake Lone Star that you often pass if you're going along Highway 259 there up into Dangerfield. But what they are concerned with right now is this general region right there. It does look a little bit broad to be a debris signature, but that's what we are going to assume right now because that rotation is very close to Lone Star. So what you're seeing is another drop in our correlation coefficient. That means the objects that the radar is seeing are not correlating with one another. So that means there's debris being lofted in the air, and that's possibly from a tornado. So Lone Star is right there on your screen. Hugh Springs is very close to Lone Star, and it would appear that this area of rotation, which is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado, is going to move very close to Lone Star within the next couple of minutes, and then about 5 minutes after that, probably moving into the Hugh Springs area. So let's go ahead. We're going to put a storm track on this. This is now moving into Morris County, and from there, it is going to move into probably Red River in Bowie County after that. So we're going to track this up to the northeast, and here are some of the locations that could be affected. So Lone Star, the arrival time of this potential large and extremely dangerous tornado is going to be 5:35, 5:38 for Jenkins. Love is 5:43, Dangerfield's 5:43, Hugh Springs 5:44, Crossroads Community Centauri 5:52, Rocky Branch 5:52, and then
Very well, almost in that, there's a lumber yard. That's why I remember that. There's a lumber yard at that location. So it's going to get close to that location along I-40 just behind the banner. But that's the rotation right there. That's the wall cloud in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. So if there's a tornado with this, you're going to be able to see that. There's the other one in Faulkner County. That's the southern storm that has a tornado warning on it. Joel's been tracking that other one moving up into Stone County. So just let me know when we have Jesse on the phone. And go ahead, Joel.
Storm on Highway 65 south of B Branch there that just crossed over into Van Buren County. Yeah, that looks pretty significant. There's no tornado warning on that right now, but southeastern Van Buren County, we need to be it's kind of broad, but it's strong winds at the very least. Todd, what are your thoughts on that? Again, that's on 65 between Damascus and Choctaw. Again,
that we have live right now.
Okay.
Isn't that correct? In Faulkner County, he's looking up towards the north.
Probably looking north from Greenbrier.
So if we could take the middle box full, I don't see anything coming out of it yet.
Your county. So please, please take this warning seriously. If you are in the path of this warning and you have kids at home, infants, put them in their infant car seat and strap them in. Young kids, put on their bicycle helmets. Even just grab a pillow and use that to cover their heads. Go to your safe room and stay there until the storm has passed. I will do my best to tell you when you can come out of your safe room. If you're in Pittsburgh, if you're in Betty, if you're in Ore City, you can come out of your safe room now. This rotation has moved past you, though the storm is still very intense in those areas. The rotation itself is lifting up to the north and east from Ore City. It has crossed over 259. It is north of 155. It looks to move directly over Hugh Springs in the next 5 minutes, and that'll be crossing over Highway 11 at Hugh Springs. It looks like the rotation will stay north of Linden and north of Atlanta if you happen to be watching me in Cass County. This storm is going to be heading toward Marietta and Bryan's Mill after 6 o'clock. So in the next 30 minutes, it'll get as far north as Highway 77. And then it'll be crossing out of our East Texas area, at least those counties that watch KLTV. So Hugh Springs, please be in your tornado safe room at this time. You've got a rotating thunderstorm moving towards your area that has a history of producing a tornado. It could produce another tornado at any moment. There could be a tornado on the ground at any moment. It is moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour, so very slowly toward the Hughes Springs area. It'll be in Hughes Springs in less than 5 minutes. The rotation will be right over you in less than 5 minutes in Hughes Springs, and then it will continue up to the north toward Marietta and Bryan's Mill, crossing over Highway 77 right at Marietta.
Want to go, and Zach's stream is there in the middle box. Between the two boxes there, and he is in Faulkner County. We've got Jesse Hayes in Perry County, and we've also got Scott Hollinger in White County, soon to be close to Cleveland County. But Todd, wanted to show you that wall cloud again from one of our storm chasers, Zach Hardcastle, about 10 minutes ago over from the Faulkner County area. Todd?
All right. Thank you. Go ahead. I think we have meteorologist Joel Young with some new information. We're going to go over to Joel. Let's go.
Yeah, this is a brand new storm track on that storm in southeastern sections of Van Buren County. Places like Morganton there in the track of that storm. Fairfield Bay 548, Greer's Ferry 553, Brewer at 559.
And we'll go ahead, we'll zoom in and we'll show you where the rotation is. We'll read off some of the street names. So there is Main Street in Lone Star, Industrial Boulevard. A little further off to the north, Farm to Market Road 3421, Farm to Market Road 250. And then Hughes Springs is on the corner of your screen, and it looks like it's going to move directly over Hughes Springs, either very strong winds or a possible tornado. Any other notes from the National Weather Service, guys?
They said it does appear that the circulation there in the Lone Star area is kind of relocating to the west-southwest of the city, so kind of back to where it was originally, but it's relocated now a little bit farther to the west there near Lone Star. So that could be moving a lot closer to the city than we previously thought, and then that would eventually head up towards the Hughes Springs area as well. And then also with regards to flash flooding in Upshur and portions of Smith counties and Wood counties, they have now issued a PDS flash flood warning for that. So lots of reports of pretty significant flash flooding, rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour. Already 4 to 5 inches of rain have fallen, and an additional up to 2 inches is expected. So lots of really bad flooding issues around portions of Smith, Upshur, and into Wood counties.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what we've been mentioning, right? You know, we've had, just kind of a line of storms that has moved very, very slowly off to the east, but the heaviest bands in those storms have been moving over the same location, over the course of 1, 2, maybe even up to 3 hours. And what Braden just mentioned with the rainfall rates, often that can result in 3, 4, 5 inches of rain in a very short amount of time, hence the flash flooding that you were seeing. But as Braden was talking about, you look at the track of this storm, and it's kind of wobbled a little bit, meaning it's kind of changed its track. So it was, directly to the south or southwest of Lone Star, but now you kind of see that circulation just to the west of Lone Star. So we're going to keep an eye on that.
I see something, an appendage to the ground on that wall cloud, kind of directly underneath. I'm assuming that's scud. That's not a funnel.
Yeah, just a lot of rapidly rising scud on the storm. Again, really well organized just a moment ago, and it's kind of fallen back apart, but it looks like it may be reorganizing as we speak.
Boy, that looks scary. You're sure nothing's down to the ground there?
Nothing that I can see, and I've got a pretty good view of it.
Yeah, I trust your observation here. It's tough to tell on TV, but it sure did look like we had something trying to get down to the ground, but that just might be rapidly rising scud. But that's definitely the lowering, and that's crossing over Interstate 40. Again, your location on that, where do you see this storm from your location? Where do you think it is exactly?
Well, so I'm looking due north. It looks like it may be right over the top of Menifee from what I'm looking at, Todd. I'm sure I'm a little behind on radar scans, but it looks like probably right over the top of Menifee as we're speaking.
Yeah, that's starting to weaken a little bit. In fact, let's take a look at that real fast, because I know folks up here are kind of wondering what's going on with this. Now, don't get me wrong. This is still an intense thunderstorm here, but at least based on the radar reflectivities, it looks like the circulation might have weakened a little bit. Let me get the very latest on that warning up here in Arkansas, and it looks like It's a Doppler indicated rotation, which means we don't have a confirmation at this time, but a warning for tornado and half-dollar size hail. Still a dangerous storm, though, nonetheless, and it's kind of turned into a big blob. We kind of have these cell mergers going on here in southwest Arkansas. So Little River County up into Sevier County and even up into Howard County here, this entire stretch. It is past DeQueen. So DeQueen, you're actually looking much better now. The worst is passed off to the east of you. Ashdown, though, you're going to be next in line. This part of the storm should pass.
I don't know if that's just one pixel or if that is something.
Okay.
I'll circle what I'm talking about, but there is one little pixel there.
Yeah, right on Highway 259 between Lone Star and Dangerfield.
Right where we.
And that's right where we see those bright, bright winds.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, another possible tornado on the ground near 259 between Dangerfield and Lone Star. Possibly crossing over 259. We could possibly have another tornado on the ground. This is going to be moving toward Dangerfield State Park. This is going to be moving toward the Hughes Springs area. It could very likely be wrapped in heavy rainfall. So it is possible that you will not see the storm coming. There's a very pronounced inflow notch with this right over the Hughes Springs area that you can see where that warm, moist air is just moving into the thunderstorm and giving it more and more energy. So that's why it is cycling and continuing to increase in intensity as it gets closer to Hughes Springs. So us being hopeful that it was weakening, it doesn't look like it anymore. It looks like it's now strengthening. This is a very, very strong thunderstorm.
What I've turned on here is shear tracks. It's the computer show.
Rotation is the one right there on the western edge of Greers Ferry Lake. I'm going to get a new track on that one because it does look like it's our strongest, and it's kind of moving right over the Fairfield Bay area. I'm going to loop it so you're able to kind of see that general track, and I might have drawn it wrong. I want to make sure that I've got it accurate as far as the direction it's going. It looks like it may be going more north-northeast rather than northeast. So Eglantine at 542, Fairfield Bay at 545, Shirley at 550, Brewer at 556, Parma at 6 o'clock, Turkey Creek at 6:03, Hanover 6:10, and East Richwoods at 6:13.
If you're in Lone Star, please be taking your tornado precautions. Please be in that interior room. Please don't leave that room until you know the storm is past you. I will try my best to let you know when it's okay to leave that small windowless interior room, but do not leave it now. Once again, if you know anybody in the Dangerfield State Park area, if anybody from Dangerfield Police Department or anything are listening to me, I'm very concerned about the people that might be camping at Dangerfield State Park. Hopefully they took the weather into account and they didn't go camping today, but if they did, we really need to make sure that anybody in Dangerfield State Park is in a shelter and not just a tent, as this area of rotation is going to track very, very close to Dangerfield State Park. Somewhere between Hughes Springs and Dangerfield State Park is likely where it will cross over Highway 11. So those of you in Hughes Springs listening to me, make sure you are in your tornado safe room as this storm tracks closer to the Hughes Springs area. It's moving so slowly.
Yeah, sometimes we talk about thunderstorms moving at highway speeds. I say it's moving as fast as you would drive down an interstate. This is about as fast as you would drive down your neighborhood street. It's 35 miles an hour. Quick update for parents or family or guardians of children in Hawkins ISD. All students are safe. They sheltered during the storm. The school district talking about the tornado that was north of Hawkins. They don't know the conditions of roads. They're saying for everyone's safety, parents to pick up their children at the elementary campus when it is safe to travel. Students will remain safe and supervised at the school until someone can pick them up. They have more information on their website and social media. Again, that is for Hawkins ISD.
Okay, so once again, Hawkins ISD, your students are safe. You need to pick them up at the elementary school when you can. They will be safe until you can get there.
folks as well. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a supercell in western Scott County that is now tornado warned. Rotation had been increasing over the last couple of minutes, quickly so. It's moving off towards the north at about 40 miles per hour. So with that in mind, I'm going to put a track from the area of concern directly towards the north. This would draw it into portions of southern Sebastian County should it maintain its current track. Raleigh at 547, Morgan Spring Church at 550, Oliver at 556 is when you would expect that area of rotation to be in your neck of the woods. What I want to do here for us is put on the last 30 minutes.
Brewer at 557, Parma at 601, Turkey Creek at 604. As well as Hanover there at 611. So that is a tornado warning for eastern sections of Van Buren County, western sections of Cleburne County, southern sections of Stone County, including the Turkey Creek area. So right now, that is our dominant rotation, our strongest rotation right there to the east of Clinton.
Now, if you are south of Lone Star, you are out of the area of rotation. You can come out of your safe room if you are south of Lone Star. If you are in Lone Star, I'd really like for you to stay in your safe rooms for a few more minutes to make sure this gets well out of the way before you come out of your safe room. If there's a tornado on the ground, it's likely somewhere between Lone Star, Dangerfield to Hugh Springs, right around the area of Dangerfield State Park is where we could possibly have a tornado on the ground. This storm itself does have a history of producing tornadoes. We know that there have been tornadoes on the ground with this storm. I'm going to zoom out to the entire area, and I'm going to show you exactly what we're dealing with. For those of you with storming.
But this would very well give us a good vantage point if we were able to see something. I'm hearing from the crew that's manning the storm chaser out there this evening that the lightning is on the increase, and I can see that on Doppler radar as well. Back to live Doppler radar we go. Tornado warning is going to be in effect until 6:15 for western Scott County. Mansfield's not currently in the warning. We're kind of in an interesting situation here where you cross the county line. It's the Tulsa Weather Service that's responsible for your warnings. I guarantee you they're watching this cell and they're going to be considering whether or not they need to issue a downstream warning there as well. When that happens
over the county line, Leach Drive, Sandiff Road, Pole Ranch Road, Dave Creek Parkway, Petite Drive, and Old Brewer Road South and Lakeshore Drive. Those are some of those locations in the path of that circulation. I was telling you just a couple of nights ago during the Wednesday tornadoes that because of the digital, the buffering, the streaming, and all that, what I'm saying to the time, what I'm saying and what you're seeing may be delayed from what you see at home by about 2 minutes. So that's, I want to track the areas just to the north of where we're seeing that circulation there for you. So it's near Mountain Park Road, moving towards the northeast. It was just a couple of minutes ago. It appears to be organizing. We have Scott Hollinger, who is live on that one coming up in Cleburne County. You can see the base of that thunderstorm. That's from the south end of it, from Zach Hardcastle and Jesse monitoring what appears not to be an imminent situation, but I want to back out and make sure that we're not missing anything. The tornado warning has been...
Sky cam that we have right now in Texarkana, because that sky's looking pretty ominous. You can see behind me, we have it pointed here off to the west, and you can see that that's, or actually to the southwest, you can see that storm is starting to kind of intensify right now. And we're going to be watching this camera because this whole line of severe storms is getting closer and closer to Texarkana. So if you're watching in Texarkana, you got just about an hour, maybe even less, to get into your tornado shelters right now. Also, just heard from our producer that we do have some video, I believe, coming from DeQueen, so we'll take a look at that. And certainly there, that was where we did have a tornado warning not too long ago. And you can see from that video, that looks very ominous. You can see the lightning there. That, at least from what I'm seeing there, could be a wall cloud, more likely a shelf cloud, which is just some rain-cooled air, indicating that, you know, there's some strong, maybe damaging winds in that. I don't really see any sort of, I'm trying to look at that video as closely as I can. But again, if there was a tornado, maybe back in the rain. But that definitely looks very ominous. Certainly don't want to mess around with these storms today. Maybe a shelf cloud there from DeQueen, but appreciate all the viewers that are, you know, submitting these photos and taking videos for us. It's, oh, there you go. That's a good shot there. So that would be a shelf cloud. So you can see how that's kind of racing towards the camera. You don't really see any circulation in those clouds, at least on that video. So I'm pretty confident that's a shelf cloud or, you know, a gust front coming through. So that'd be indicating some very strong winds and some rain-cooled air pushing forward. But that cloud in particular that we're seeing there would not indicate a tornado, at least from that video that we're seeing. But of course, we did have, you know, that tornado warning around DeQueen. So certainly possible, but at least from that video, not seeing too much. So great. Thank you guys for pulling that up. Appreciate it. Let's go back to our radar picture. I kind of want to show a wider picture of what's going on once again, kind of resetting ourselves. And I was just reading the Storm Prediction Center's latest outlook, and they're saying that this area here, basically from Longview through Ida through Texarkana.
It's moving away from you now. If you were in Hughes Springs and Dangerfield, it's kind of right on top of you where that rotation is between Dangerfield and Hughes Springs on Highway 11. It's moving northeast very, very slowly. As Andrew mentioned, this is moving at about 30, 35 miles per hour. Keep in mind, that's about the speed limit within neighborhoods. So that's how slowly this storm is moving. So it's going to take another good 30 minutes before it's completely out of this area. If you were in the Lone Star area, I think it's past you, so you can come out of your safe room. But if you were in Dangerfield, if you were in Hughes Springs, please stay in your safe room for a little while longer until this storm can continue to move past you. Everything else that we're seeing from the National Weather Service.
They're going to continue the tornado warning, but they did drop the tag.
Okay.
So they're no longer calling this a radar confirmed tornado.
Okay, so the rotation is still there, but we are not confirming anything on the ground. The rotation looks like it has now moved right along Highway 11 and will be lifted.
It's difficult to know how far north the warm front tornado potential will continue. As warm front can lift in the light shaded area, but concern.
Lidalisk at about 6 o'clock, or Lidalisk. Turkey Creek, 6:04, Timbo, 6:13, Mountain View at 6:17, Gaylor at 6:20, and Sillamore at 6:24. You need to be in the lowest floor of your home, away from windows, in a hallway or closet, maybe a basement. Again, if your bathroom has windows, it's not a safe place. You want to cover up with blankets, pillows, perhaps wear a helmet, and wait until you've been given the all clear. Places you don't want to be, you don't want to be in a car or a truck driving through this. Those are easily mobile, just like a mobile home. You don't want to be in a mobile home. You want to be in a site-built home, not in a large open room, and you don't want to be in a room with windows. So again, that is a tornado warning, brand new tornado warning that's been issued for northeastern Van Buren County, much of Stone County, and northwestern sections of Cleburne County. And that, I believe that new warning actually goes until 6:15. So they've drawn that one up to include the same expiration time, Todd. That rotation.
Minutes. As this continues to lift up to the north and east. Once again, a few counties have been dropped from the warning, but Bowie, Cass, and Morris counties are going to continue to be under this warning until 6:30 this evening. The possibility of 1-inch sized hail, but we haven't heard any reports of hail. So I'm thinking that the hail isn't actually verifying, even though we know it's strong enough to produce the hail.
I'll zoom things out here. We're no longer on the air on KTRE.
Okay.
So we're just the northern half of the market right now.
Okay.
The largest hail report that I have seen is dimes.
Okay.
Sometimes the radar overestimates the size of hail. And so that might be what probably is what we're seeing here, because none of these hail sizes have verified.
Okay. I'm thinking we may start the 6 o'clock news on time.
I am thinking the same thing. For those that live in Cass County that do watch us, we do know that there are some of you.
As far as any tornadic circulation, I do still see some sort of a circulation in there. This is going to be in far northern sections of Howard County. So this is, well, first of all, we'll look at Little River County in southwest.
Take that for granted. If you live in Oliver, we're getting closer and closer to the Mansfield community. You might want to be mindful of this storm tracking your direction.
And it looks like the community of Huntington is sounding off their sirens, even though they're not technically in that warning yet. So if you're hearing sirens going off for that community, not technically in this warning, it's good to be keeping a close eye on it. So some communities are sounding their sirens. So just wanted to give that little update here real quick.
Yeah, that information coming from Travis Cooper, Sebastian County Emergency Manager, letting us know that Huntington is sounding their sirens, not technically in the warning yet. So if you are hearing that, but your NOAA weather radio didn't go off, it is working again after being down almost all day. That's why. Warning trimmed up just a little bit as they continue to analyze where this storm is going. That's why it's flashing. They've canceled portions of southern and southwestern Scott County out of the warning. We still don't have Waldron in it. That's some good news. It's a little too close for comfort, right?
Rock 625, Turkey Creek, which is just across the county line, coming up at 6:02. You've got just less than 10 minutes if you're in the Turkey Creek area. That's the strongest rotation that we're watching, and there's even some rotation on the leading edge of this line here. Coming into Pope County, but this is really a lot of high winds along this line that's coming into the Pope County area. We're likely to see some high wind damage with that, and looks like they are, I don't know if they're going to continue the tornado warnings down in southwest Arkansas, but those are a couple of storms. I've checked the environment, and all day we've been saying, we don't know which storms are going to produce tornadoes until you get storms out there, but we do know the atmosphere that is in place right along I-30, Arkadelphia Hospital.
We're actually sitting on the bridge over the lake. I've got a ground scraping wall cloud right now with serious rotation on it. It's still kind of behind the mountain, but yes, a very, very low hanging wall cloud, and it is a large wall cloud.
Okay, but you can't see anything out of that wall cloud extending to the ground, can you?
Not at this time. This is the best view we've had here sitting on the bridge. But I wanted to get you this view and call in before we went further and tried to intercept it.
All right, I want to get his location from Christopher on Analyst here in just a second. But is that going to pass directly over your location?
No, sir. We're actually sitting on the bridge over the lake in Greers Ferry, and it's going to pass to our just to the northwest. Probably actually tied closer to Shirley. All right, let's go ahead and go. I need to turn around, unless you want to get that under there for a second. Yeah, that's fine, because we're going to lose it. You can see the striations on it.
I can't hear him.
Can you hear me, Todd? Are you there?
Yeah, Scott, are you able to hear me right now? Hey, Scott, I believe if I'm understanding your location right, you're just north of Greers Ferry. You just crossed the lake, right? You're looking northwest toward that cell?
Yes, I'm looking northwest toward Shirley, toward that cell.
Okay, so that cell is moving away from you. Friends at home, that cell right there is right where Stone, Van Buren, and Cleburne counties come together. That's moving north and northeast toward Turkey Creek. You're looking at this from Greers Ferry. If we have that video there, if we can take it full, you can actually see up toward that cell. So you're looking north and west. He just crossed over Greers Ferry Lake from the town of Greers Ferry, and that storm is moving north toward Turkey Creek. You're not going to be able to see this, friends. If you're looking for a tornado on the ground, it's all beyond those trees. If it's on the ground, you're not going to be able to see it. So I encourage you to get inside, lowest floor, away from windows. Don't try to go outside and look at this because, again, you're not going to be able to see it very easily. You can see what our storm chasers here are having trouble being able to get a clear viewpoint, and they're turning around to try to get a better viewpoint, probably looking across the lake, they're probably able to get a better view of that. So let's come back over here and get a look at radar. Again, just to give you some perspective, here's Greers Ferry. They're just north of there, looking north into that. And Todd, that has intensified a bit more as it gets ready to cross over into Stone County. I'm going to get a quick storm track on that because I believe they've got it moving faster now at about 60 miles per hour. So moving very quickly to the north and northeast. That's heading toward Mountain View, friends. Hanover, Turkey Creek at 6:01, so in just a couple of minutes. Hanover at 6:06, East Richwoods. You need to be in the lowest floor, away from windows. Mountain View at 6:10. 6:10 in Mountain View, lowest floor, away from window.
We will continue to see heavy rainfall and lots of lightning with the other thunderstorms. But remember, nothing else is severe. We have the one
north and east of Hughes Springs, and likely has been for at least a little bit. We're seeing that rotation isn't as strong as it once was, but it is still there. It is still present. And though they took the PDS tag, they took the observed tag off the warning, this storm has produced those two things already, and there isn't much saying that it won't do it again. So we're going to continue to treat this storm very seriously as it moves north and east. And just to show real quick, as we approach the top of the 6 o'clock hour, this is what we're looking at in terms of the tornado watch in effect until 9 o'clock for a large portion of the Arklatex. And thankfully, it does look like the Shreveport and Bossier City metropolitan area is dodging a bullet once again today.
And they're arguably some of the strongest rotation we've seen so far. Todd, what do you got?
Okay, we're going to get Scott's location here, so you're doing a great job. So that's Scott's live stream. We've been working on watching that. It's very grainy. The cell coverage is not all that great there in that portion of the state, but this does look like it's tightening up. Let's go back to the radar, and I'm going to look and see what the circulation is doing. Okay, we got Scott still on the phone. Scott, we're watching your feed, and there's Turkey Creek moving up towards Mountain View. As Joel has been saying, it looks like it's really starting to get stronger. It's riding right along Highway 9, and this is very curvy, hilly terrain, and it's very difficult to navigate. And Cleburne County up there towards Mountain View and Stone County. Scott, what do you see? It's very difficult for us to see anything on your stream, but tell us what's going on. Oh, okay. They're, again, moving across Highway 9 to Mountain View. Let's look at his location on this, Christopher. What we're seeing here from his location there in in Stone County. Go ahead.
Right there, and down just a little bit. Okay, a little bit of a delay. I'm going to wait for her to hear my voice. We're going to lower that camera down just a little bit. We're on 28 West, looking into it. I think, okay, thank you. If we can zoom in straight ahead, that may very well be the lowering that we were looking at. Lauren, that's perfect. Let's keep it there. Can you put me in front of this? It looks like we're having a little bit of some cell coverage issues out there. Okay, that picture's coming a little bit clear. Okay, let's keep an eye on that. I think that might very well be the lowering that we're looking at as that rotation continues to cross north on 28. I don't want them to go too far west because they're going to need to get back to 71 and hit back up north to intercept that again. If you're just now joining us, we have a tornado warning for Scott County. Runs till 6:15. We have the 5 new storm chaser positioned in a location that we are actually looking at the base of that storm. Rotation is going to be to the north of Oliver right now. Here's Hahn, so here's pretty much where we have the storm chaser, and it's looking directly into that area of concern right there. Soon, that rotation will probably cross, and that's going to be 378. So if you live anywhere along 378 west of
that moves into the Shreveport-Bossier metros. Look at that. That is quite ominous. That's right around 7:30, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And again, that's if this forecast model is accurate, but it is doing a pretty good job. So that would impact Shreveport-Bossier by that time up towards Texas.
Focused on is what's headed up into Stone County, very close to the boundary between the warm and humid air.
From the live images and from the radar, I don't think it's that level that we saw back in 2008. That was an EF4, but we could see a tornado out of this, and if it's even a 0, 1, 2, or 3, it can do a whole lot of damage and injure people. Debris? No, I don't see anything that shows debris. If we did see debris this far out, you would know you'd have a huge tornado if you could see it this far away from the radar, because we're shooting up several thousand feet into the atmosphere. That's the rotation embedded in here just to the north of Turkey Creek, moving towards the north. So Mountain View, please take your tornado precautions immediately. Let's go over to Christopher Pipkin with some new information.
Yeah, Todd, I wanted to show you on that or the Storm Analyst tool. If you get a second to switch over, I'm going to do a little quick analysis on that as well, showing you the NROT values in that area, and you see how they've really, here we go. So this is right now I'm going to back it up just a few scans. You notice we got some yellows in there showing that strong rotation. But I believe, Todd, that the boundary is somewhere within this area because I was looking at some weather stations in this area.
Around to see if we can see anything moving in towards Texarkana, and if not, no worries at all. But again, that's that look, kind of a hazy look at what's going on in Texarkana, and we don't really see much, at least from this vantage point. But I'm going to, once we toss back over to Austin, I'm going to mess around with the camera back there and try to pan it a different direction to get a different viewpoint of what's going on. Here's a look at the current radar right now. And you can see how this line of storms is getting ever closer to Texarkana. And it's this storm right here, the one that's moving through Cass County. You can kind of see that hook on it. That's the one that's had the tornado warning, and that's getting closer and closer to Texarkana. It has temporarily weak. Are they still saying it's weakened at this point, Austin? I haven't looked in a bit.
Let's see here. There hasn't been any updates associated with this particular warning. Of course, we did get the information that they took the PDS off of it, they took the observed tag off of it. They are canceling the tornado warning for Morris County and continuing it for Bowie and Cass County, obviously. So let's take a look at the new polygon just real quick to show you where it is. So Morris County is now in the clear in terms of the tornadic situation. But still Marietta under this tornado warning, Douglasville practically under it. Hughes Springs, the storm has now passed over you. You are in the clear for now. I don't want to call that for the rest of the...
This is the area that will affect central Arkansas a little bit later on, but I am yet, and I'll check with the National Weather Service once again, I'm yet to see any reports of damage. I'm yet to see any reports of a tornado. Correct me if I'm wrong, I haven't seen that. But I want everybody in southwest Arkansas to stay weather aware because that's going to be our next round. There's also extreme winds with this severe thunderstorm warning. That's Russellville, Dover, on up Highway 7. Deer's getting it up there towards Jasper. Heavy rain and wind punching out of this, moving towards the east. You will not only only see the high winds and the severe thunderstorm, but you will also, on top of that, get flooding rainfall in a very hilly area where the valleys will collect with the rain and flash flooding. We already have flash flood warnings now in effect for Van Buren County as well as Conway and Polk County. Back into Mountain Home to check in on that storm. Hopefully that this is beginning to diminish, but I want to give you an overall perspective. It's coming up now in Mountain View. There's still something there. It's obvious. And it may get close to Mountain View. I'm seeing if we'll back this up and see maybe it misses it. If it misses Mountain View, it would be just to the southeast. But I think it's going to go into town. Very close or just southeast of Mountain View.
And again, just got a new update. Just heard the alert alarm go off here, so we see anything new. It looks like a severe thunderstorm warning for Hempstead, Little River, Sevier, and Howard counties there in Arkansas. So I believe, Austin, we might be down to one tornado warning at this point.
Yeah, that tornado warning is still there for actually a lot of those same counties. I'm wondering if they've issued that downstream.
Okay, let's take a look.
So I'm wondering if that's probably starting to weaken. And I was taking a look at it when it got issued, and things are pretty messy right now associated with this storm in terms of trying to find a rotation in it. But them issuing a downstream severe thunderstorm warning might be an indicator that the storm is trying to tear itself apart, which, you know, things are starting to get busy in this area anyway, so that might be the direction that we're going in. It's still something you need to take considerable caution with. Ben Lomond, we do have a lot of heavy rain, Locksburg as well, Blue Bayou, Nashville, Arkansas, Mineral Springs. We're dealing with still a tornado warning in effect right now, but what it was just issued downstream, a severe thunderstorm warning that's in the yellow color, which does include a Tolette and Saratoga, along with McCaskill, Ozanne, Arkansas, and whatever WAL that word finishes, that would be Wallaceburg under that warning too. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning just issued by the National Weather Service in Shreveport. Not seeing anything out of the tornado debris signature up in the northern Arklatex, nor are we really seeing anything out of this storm in Cass County. Still watching this one, though the rotation isn't quite as strong as it used to be. This is still a storm capable of producing a dangerous tornado as it has already in the past. So We'll be continuing to monitor this, and again, lots of heavy rain associated with this. But taking a look at the greater picture just real quick, I want to see something. And, you know, taking all the storms off, we have this tornado warning. That is the one that has a history of producing a dangerous tornado. We have this tornado warning still in effect and associated with also some severe thunderstorm warnings in southwestern Arkansas. And other than that, we don't have any more warnings, despite there still being quite a bit of activity on the radar. So that may work in our favor. You know, Longview getting a lot of rain right now, but nothing particularly rotating or tornadic. And if it continues to move over these areas, you know, just over and over and over again, eventually something's going to have to break, and we're going to...
If they continue that, and then the other one, as we back out, would be down into Howard County and Sevier County and Little River County on down to the southwest. And so we'll watch those as they emerge out into our primary viewing area here at Channel 7. But for right now, I think it's going to be a while, and we're going to have to watch this area immediately in advance of it, because I think it is, it's so warm, it's so humid, and there's such a big wind field coming into this area.
Yeah.
It's just, at any time, I think if one of these kind of breaks out away from, I think it could be one that produces a tornado, maybe a sizable one, James.
Yeah, I think it's a short-term threat, but it's a significant threat. Over the next 3 hours, these two storms that move northeast towards central Arkansas and along the I-30 corridor, I think that is really where the main severe weather threat is. I do want to talk to you, though, about the flash flood threat tonight, because it is nothing to sneeze at. I think it could be life-threatening, and in some cases, I think it could be catastrophic if enough rain happens. This model doesn't have it exactly right, but I think the general idea is something that we can follow along with. You got these storms in southwest Arkansas. They're going to move towards the northeast. Here in a couple hours, they're knocking on the door of central Arkansas. If they stay more isolated, there's a good chance that we could see tornadoes with those as they move into our direction. Past 8 o'clock, and really as you get towards 9.
On radar, but we are going to continue to watch that. And even someone in the NWS chat says that things look like it's firing up again, and they're from Bowie County. So keeping an eye on everything. Still got that camera up that I'm watching. He's in Red Hill right now. If anything jumps out on that, I'll let you know. And again, this is that storm that was producing a dangerous tornado, has in the past. A plant in Hawkins got hit by a tornado and suffered significant damage. So we'll continue to monitor this storm as it moves through. And then zooming out, other than that one, we have the one in the northern Arklatex that we've been keeping an eye on. This also at one point did have something on the ground in Sevier County. Not necessarily the case anymore. Things are starting to get a little messy in terms of the wind velocity. Of course, we are about as far away from the radar side as we can be and still be in the Arklatex. So we're going to continue to watch this storm. It did get issued a severe thunderstorm warning downstream of that tornado warning. Matt?
Yeah, thank you so much, Austin. And again, we're watching this storm as it approaches Texas.
Right, they're able to rotate a little bit more. It enhances the circulation, and so I think it's on that boundary. And that's why this thing is ramped up tremendously. In Cleveland County, that's the base of it. Scott is up there. He says what he's seeing from his location looks like it may be gusting out and looks like, as he quote said, a big bag of wind. That's a new one, but that's Scott. So east of Mountain View Highway 5, it's crossing there now. Let's look at those. That's the newest one. Did that just come in? I think that just came in, that newest scan. Again, normalized rotation is what that is. So everybody in St. James, even though St. James is not technically in the tornado warning, but Guion, now is the time to put your tornado precautions into place. You put as many walls between you and the outside. Stay away from windows lowest level. You know the drill. You lived here in Arkansas for a couple days. You know what you're supposed to do during these tornado situations like this. Rest easy, though. Even though this is directly on top of Mountain View, we have not had a single report of a tornado so far in Arkansas. That can always change in a moment's notice, but I just trying to put your mind at ease right now as this goes over Mountain View. Meteorologist Joel Young. Go ahead, Joel.
Yeah, Todd, I just want to show you again where this storm is. Again, this is a tornado warning for Mountain View and Sycamore. Wouldn't be shocked if they tried to issue a new tornado warning a little farther north, but let's zoom in a little closer and get some street names here. This is mostly on the southeast side of Mountain View, but we've got some tight rotation there near Maple Drive, Anderson Drive, Mill Pond Road, South Riggsville Drive, east of North Bayou Drive. Most of this is probably going to be east of Mountain View, and it's taking it north-northeast. So places like Herpel Road, River Ridge Road, North Ridgeview Drive, and then taking you a little farther north. You're getting closer to the White River here. Round Bottom Road, Twin Creek, County Road 188. This is getting into Izard County there. Greasy Bottom Road, County Road 182, and then taking it a little bit farther north of Twin Creek there, we have Nasco, Twin Creek Road. Notice here, that's the end of the polygon, so it's getting closer to the end of the tornado warning up into Izard County, and at some point, the National Weather Service might have to issue a new warning. But you'll notice it's broad rotation, but there are maybe a couple of spots here where you might have different areas of rotation. There are different possible tornadoes trying to develop there. So it's not incredibly organized, but as Scott said there, Todd, a big bag of wind. I would hope it's just that, but again, hopefully this is mostly aloft and not touching down. But we are.
Tornado warning does not include Texarkana at this time. It is just off to the southwest. We will see if they issue that warning eastward into Texarkana. We'll see how that goes. But again, that's making its way to the northeast. And we still do have this larger tornado warning up here in Arkansas. So we're not going to forget about you folks up here into Howard County in Arkansas, Nashville, Dierks, Umpire, Tolette, just north of you. So we're still keeping a close eye on southwestern Arkansas. In fact, let's go back to the radar picture and see what we got going on. It is messy. It's, you know, you're probably not going to maybe see a tornado in this region. There's a lot of rain falling around this area, and it just looks like a messy storm. But as we look at let's see if we can pull up that velocity here. And again, yeah, there are a few areas of rotation, but it's really tough to make out. This is getting pretty far away from the radar site. But nonetheless, if you're up in Howard County in Arkansas, be in your tornado shelters right now. Because again, these storms still have that potential to produce a tornado. What I've noticed here in the last 20 to 30 minutes is that this whole thing is turning kind of messy. So notice how it's turning into more of a big line at this point. And that actually could be a good thing, because a lot of times to get the big tornadoes, we'll often see these storms kind of all on their own. We call supercells. And there could be some embedded supercells in here, but as this starts to turn into more of a big line, hopefully that means our tornado threat will slowly decrease as we head into the evening hours. But again, the environment out here out ahead of all this is still quite unstable. I want to show you this here real fast. Showing you a few different things right now, just because temporarily that tornado threat has decreased just a bit. Take a look at the temperatures real fast. We do see very warm air out ahead of this, so these storms are moving into this. Temperatures still in the 80s. We got high humidity, so still a lot of energy for these storms to work with as we head through the next several hours. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Austin?
Yeah, I got another scan in from the radar site, and actually this is the best this couplet has looked for a while, and and I'm saying that because it has cycled down to the point where we've gotten rid of some of the brighter colors popping up. And again, this is that same warning that we've been discussing in Cass County right now. It's just to the south and west of Douglasville, Texas, and just to the east of Marietta. And I'm pretty confident in saying that this is not producing a tornado at this time. The National Weather Service was keeping an eye on this one as well, showing that the rotation has been kind of broadened. And I wanted to kind of bounce off what Matt was saying, and the fact that maybe all these storms are beginning to form a line, and they're going to start competing with each other and getting rid of all the instability that's out there. Of course, though, this is moving northeastward, generally towards Texarkana. We can't say for a fact that it's going to hit Texarkana right now, but the tornado threat, at least right now for the first time in about 2.5 hours, has at least calmed down a little bit. And now we still got a very favorable environment. Like I said earlier, some ridiculously high levels of CAPE and whatnot showing up. That's fuel for the storm. But it does appear that we might be seeing a bit of a lull in the significant tornado situation. We are taking a look here at some messages from the National Weather Service, and we're about to get some information on if they're going to issue a downstream tornado warning or not. Now, I would expect that they're going to take that decision very, very seriously because, again, this storm has a history of producing dangerous tornadoes. It has a history of causing significant damage. So they're going to take that decision very, very seriously. If there was a downstream warning issued, I bet New Boston would be included. Domino might be included, and Texarkana, if a downstream warning was issued, you would probably be just on the tail end of that warning. But we're going to...
US 60 at 67, the north junction right here. So the heaviest storm is right over them right now. Another big storm. Is there a hail marker on that storm near Piedmont?
Yes, it's close to Nickel.
Okay, so again, some hail in here. There's a little bit of rotation, as I would expect, because this is an elevated supercell right over the Piedmont area. But I'm not there's not going to be a tornado with that storm because it's just too cool. Again, it's protected by that inversion. But this is a different story down to the south where we're seeing the possibility of a tornado. So far, so good. We're not seeing any, and they just did a new severe thunderstorm warning, so they may be about to drop this tornado warning here shortly, just to give you an FYI. So if they do, that'd be definitely some good news. I know we're still in the time period of the 6 o'clock, so we're going to stay with this until there's absolutely no danger. And probably what will happen, I'm talking to the folks in the booth, if this does get canceled, we could toss to a break and then come back to me, and so I can do the full weather forecast to show everybody what's going to happen later tonight and tomorrow. But until this weekend significantly, we're going to stay with it. So just kind of communicating with everybody here, you at home and the folks in the booth and the anchors as well. So again, we're not seeing any new look to the rotation. It continues to be just west of Poplar Bluff, but I'm sure it's closer to Poplar Bluff now. So let's zoom into a couple of areas and get you an idea of where this possible tornado is. So radar showing it right here. I'm sure it's closer to the Poplar Bluff area. This is 67. I think the high school's located right there. You know, the stadium is right to the west of 67. That's where this rotation is headed. It's headed right towards that area. So if you know where the football stadium is for Poplar Bluff, that is where this rotation is headed right now. It's at that area where 67 branches off and goes north towards the areas of Wayne County.
So this storm here that we've been tracking for a while had that tornado, a potential tornado on it. As it approaches Texarkana, you can see that that tornado warning has been replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning. So let me take off the radar and show you the latest update with our warnings.
While he's situating with that, the National Weather Service did mention that storm could cycle back up and start rotating again at a tornadic level.
Right.
So don't be thinking you're out of the woods yet. And I got the northern Arkadelphia in behind me, but don't be, if you're in where that other storm was, and especially if you're in Texarkana, where that storm is still on the way towards, and a severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for Douglasville, Maud, Texas, just to the south of New Boston. And yeah, we'll consider Texarkana part of that polygon too. Just bear in mind that storm can begin rotating again. Matt?
Yeah, and so I want to show you the tornado warning again. You were just talking about, that other storm west of Texarkana. That now has a severe thunderstorm warning. This is the new tornado warning that has now been issued here for Howard County, and this is for portions of southwest Arkansas. So let me get the latest on that. Hempstead County, Howard counties. This storm is moving northeast at 40. It's a radar indicated tornado, which means that we don't have any confirmation of a tornado here on the ground or anything, but nonetheless they are.
It was humid. Now that is not the case. Very cool, very windy out here now. And again, we are hearing those rumbles of thunder. I'm not sure if the mic is picking it up or not, but again, we'll make sure we keep you updated on everything going on in Hot Springs and the surrounding areas. Reporting in Hot Springs, I'm Talisa Hampton. Back to you.
All right, Talisa, thank you very much. Yeah. And this is going to be an ever-changing situation, whether you're in Hot Springs, anywhere in the state, because these storms are going to be moving throughout the evening.
And you could hear that thunder, yes, Talisa, definitely picking up on the mic. And Bob, you were looking at power outages too.
even with these winds right now, we're not seeing many, but that line still has to move through, and that could change things quite a bit.
Keep your fingers crossed at this point, because it's going to be a long night.
Yes. Neil Zarang is in Conway, and we talked earlier
I've got another source here that I can look at to kind of judge where this warm front is right around the Poplar Bluff area is what I'm trying to find out. Yes, ma'am.
Real quick from Robbie Myers, the EMA director, Butler County. He says our spotters have eyes on it crossing PP Highway, not on the ground. Not on the ground.
PP Highway, and I'm wondering if that's what he's got, because it looks like I'm seeing something on, and I think he controls the tower cam that I'm looking at. And the one tower cam, there's another tower cam that just went down.
It doesn't happen again.
All right, Neil, thank you very much.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. And we saw a lot of different cities around, especially around the metro area, handing out sandbags and things like that, so everyone can get ready for this.
And this is good. You know, a lot of people do get kind of panicky when we talk about these things days out, but this is why we do, especially with this flooding event. People are getting the sandbags.
Here, you see Nashville at 627, and if there any way you guys could pull this full screen back there, if not, that's fine. I was hoping people might be able to see these town names a little better. So Nashville at about 627, looking at Murfreesboro at 640, Wallaceburg at 652. Guess not. That's okay. So that storm continues to lift its way to the north and east, and again, we're going to watch those areas that you see on the list there for that potential tornado heading your direction. And again, this is not like the storm that we had. Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate that. So that kind of allows you to see a little bit better. So Nashville 627, we're talking Murfreesboro at 640 and Wallaceburg 652. And again, this is eventually going to move out of the KSLA viewing area. But again, if you are in Nashville, Arkansas, please take shelter right now. And again, this storm is making its way into your area. A lot of blobs showing up on the radar. It's a very confusing looking velocity picture, so we're just going to stick with the regular radar right now to keep it less confusing. But if there is going to be a tornado, it's going to be somewhere between Mineral Springs and Blue Bayou here, and it's going to be just off to the west of Nashville. So let me kind of...
and reports of funnels. But as we were saying over the past few minutes, there's been no reports of damage.
Wow, that's great.
All right, so there's something, we all talk about the ingredients in the atmosphere. There is nothing, there's something missing.
Yeah.
So the ingredients have not fully come together for tornadoes to form.
Because in watching the maps, that warm air and the cool air, looks like there was going to be a collision there and things were going to go off to the races. Is that cool air holding on a little bit?
I think there are issues above our heads with a warm layer of air aloft. You got to have warm air and cold air, and I think there's a layer that's kind of what we call capping the atmosphere to an extent. It's been broken in some portions of the state. But I think that might be a limiting factor, and I don't want to give you the feeling that we're done with, because we could still have tornado warnings. We got them in southwest Arkansas. But as far as the time being, I think that may be the limiting factor with all this, because there are still ingredients out there. Severe thunderstorms are likely, and flash flooding is likely.
Yeah, and we're looking at 625, so official sunset not too far away.
That's
going to help.
Yeah.
It will help.
We have eyes on a funnel cloud, but we're not seeing any touchdown that we know of yet. Just checking a couple of more sources, and everybody's kind of talking about this, that it is right on that boundary, and because it's right on that boundary, that adds to the spin. And I'm looking at stuff. I'm getting people sending me stuff from Poplar Bluff just to see if I can see it again. Do me a favor. I've got Madeline Parker here. I've got Cassie Campbell. I want you to make sure you're following both of their pages and start sending them reports, because I'm not going to be able to be checking all the reports during this if this gets to be another crazy night. And then, again, I mentioned this last time, they're not going to be able to answer every one of your questions. We're all tracking storms, but at least they'll be able to check to see if we get reports. So, again, they're not ignoring you if they're not getting back with you. I want to make sure you realize that, and it will help us out greatly to help track what's going through the heart.
And moving right in there here by about 6:56. So if you're in Texarkana, still keep a close eye on this 6:56 arrival time for you. And again, Right now, the tornado threat has diminished, but you still might want to consider getting into your safe space just in case this cycles up again and produces a tornado. But Texarkana, about 656, town of Domino, that'll be about 641. Ogden at 707 as it moves off to the northeast. The town of Beck at 713. Keeping a close eye on you in Texarkana because, again, you know, it's not tornadic, but it does have that history of producing a tornado. Let's go back to our Texarkana sky cam here and take a look at what's going on there. And again, it is getting quite ominous now. We're kind of starting to see the edge of that storm getting closer to Texarkana. So we kind of pan this camera around just a bit. And you can see that's kind of looking off to the southwest and looking for some sort of a wall cloud or something like that. I don't really see that, but certainly some ominous looking skies there. Again, looking off to the southwest. We'll keep a close eye on that radar, or we'll keep a close eye on this camera viewpoint because that would be where that storm is coming in from. So again, very ominous looking skies in Texarkana. Certainly going to see some severe weather there. And potentially we'll kind of watch the far left hand of your side of your screen right on the horizon. There might be something lowering there, but nothing super concerning. And again, if there were to be a tornado, it would happen here as the storm gets closer to Texarkana, but I just don't really see anything at this point that stands out all that much. Hey, Austin, do we have anything?
It is producing large hail, and we are going to have to watch for damaging winds as well. The storm further towards the south is the one that has the tornado warning near Nashville. Both very mature storms that are moving northeast at about 60 miles per hour, 50 miles per hour, I'm sorry. And the one near Nashville, I think it's got the tornado warning just because of the environment that it sits in. You've got an inflow notch there. And it would be, if they continue the warning, it's going to be heading up towards Delight and Murfreesboro and Pike City. That's going to be up into Pike County. The storm that's moving towards Garland County, and I know right now we haven't had much happen, tornadic weather. Guys, it's all out by itself. And I believe it's in an environment where it will be able to possibly rotate here as it approaches the Little Rock metro area, the west side of the metro area, or the I-30 corridor, one or the other. So that is kind of the prime, our prime directive that we're going to watch here over the next little bit. We're looking at the rotation on multiple sources, and you know, right now I don't think it's rotating just a ton, but it certainly is producing very high winds. In fact, coming up on Glenwood, the radar is measuring almost 70-mile-per-hour winds well up above the surface. So there's a good chance that we are seeing at least high winds.
Northern Cass County. So we'll continue to watch that. Of course, the storm, on top of it having a history of being tornadic, has a history of creating some pretty decent-sized hail with it that could also cause damage. So we'll continue to take this storm very seriously, even if it isn't immediately tornadic. It could be, but there is the there is the case of the fact that we're starting to see temperatures cooling in Cass County, which are likely working to our advantage. And yes, Texarkana, it is still very warm there and likely very humid. That environment is very susceptible to severe weather. But if the storm continues to move in the direction that it is, it may be moving into that cooler area just barely to the north. And
very favorable for tornadic development. So, and a lot of our new models that we look at, we're picking up on this storm, doing a long track, moving across the area. Now I can see some very, very heavy rainfall on that tower cam. Can't really tell if it's hail, but I think there's some hail bouncing off that road as well. It's really kind of hard to tell when I look at it because the screen is so small, but there's definitely got to be some hail right at that intersection because the strongest part of the storm, the updraft, is going right over the northern parts of Poplar Bluff, right where that intersection is. So we have a new tornado warning, and it is still for Butler County. And now we're talking about Ash Hill, the airport that's just east of Poplar Bluff. This is headed your way, and areas north of Poplar Bluff. Let's kind of zoom into a couple of areas that see if some more roads can pop up. Wapapello, right now you're on the cool side of the warm front. So if this storm were to head your way, I would expect a severe thunderstorm warning with hail and high winds. But if the warm front makes it a little farther north, then the southern end of Wapapello would be under the gun as well. Highway W, you need to be seeking shelter. County Highway 372, Highway T, this is all in northeastern Butler County. You need to be seeking shelter. we need to be headed to our basement if we have one. If we don't have a basement, again, like I always say, we go to the lowest level of our home. We find that center interior room and we take shelter there. Now, we've got a new cell that's trying to develop near Doniphan. Again, that's right on the warm front where we're seeing these storms. You're looking at me, Kathy, you must have
just
something.
Just quickly, the sirens went off in Bluff about a minute ago. In downtown Bluff, our friend Bill Allen tells us no rain, minimal wind, so calm in the downtown area, but the sirens are going off. Robbie Myers just sent still no indication of anything that has touched the ground in Butler County, so very good news there.
Okay, I did see the hail marker though, and it is much larger.
Yeah.
So this is a very fast growing storm, and it's entering a very favorable environment for tornadic development. So let's talk about this. We're gonna look at it. We know we're talking about Poplar Bluff. The rotation is going to be just east. As a matter of fact, that original circulation, I imagine, is being occluded right now. That's what happened with the tornado in Cape Girardeau. As the tornado left Delta, it occluded and then touched down again near Dalhousie and came right to the station. That may be happening now because I think this is the old circulation, and we've got a stout updraft now, and I'm worried that a new circulation may be forming over the south side of Poplar Bluff. See, there's our old circulation, and I'm worried right here we're going to get a new circulation, basically right where that Skycam is that we have, or that MoDOT that we had at the junction, the north junction of 60 and 67. So right there, it looks like the precipitation is calmed down a little bit, which would tell me there's probably an updraft right there. And based on what I'm seeing on reflectivity, I would say that was probably the case. What I'm talking about is the old tornadoes right here. You kind of make out this orange that swirls like that. This is where that circulation is. We still could be seeing some wind damage, and there could be something on the ground here that's rain wrapped. But what I'm worried about is on the
45 miles per hour and gradually has slowed down from that. So if it continues to move at this slow of a speed into the area that it might be moving into, where the temperatures are maybe a little bit cooler than necessarily what our Texarkana station is saying, and it's that, well, they just issued another severe thunderstorm warning associated with areas south of what we're talking about. I'll discuss that in a moment. But if this formerly tornadic area moves in to the slightly cooler area, there's the potential that it wouldn't become tornadic again. However, there is a now rather significant hail threat associated with this, and just ludicrously heavy rain. Just to the east of Maud, I saw it on there. And again, hail threat just to the east of Douglasville. And right here is probably where that hail is now, waiting for that updated scan. But on top of hail, very, very heavy rain, buckets of rain falling right now. And let's take a look real quick at that severe thunderstorm warning, a rather long warning issued. I can get the list of areas affected. Marion County, Texas, Lafayette, Arkansas, Cass County, Texas, and Miller County, Arkansas, all in this
warning. Is this still the circulation while we have the tornado warning is located right here. You see that void. This is in northeastern Butler County. It is north of Highway 60. This is what I'm concerned with. It looks like we have a new hook forming, and there's definitely a new updraft because you can see it growing on the Poplar Bluff, right? Do we have any, what's the hail marker on it, Cassie?
The hail marker is 1.25, so,
okay, so
close to a little over a quarter.
Yeah, between $1 and $50. Just a little while ago, it was about golf ball. At least it was showing that, which made me a little curious. But you kind of see how now we've got a new formation where it's wrapping around, right where I was saying we're going to be seeing the possibility of this occlusion taking place and a new circulation trying to develop. The old circulation, again, that has the tornado warning is in northeastern Butler County. You can see it right there. It's crossing Highway T. That's north and east of Poplar Bluff. It's very, very noisy. So what I'm going to do, I want to check out this new updraft, and I'm going to have to do it from Memphis. So I'm going to have to automatically change things here. And we're on reflectivity.
I'm looking at Memphis now, Grant, and it's still pretty noisy right in between that layer. But The only thing that I can really make out is that north of Poplar Bluff, where they're talking about that funnel still being located. But
Gotcha.
Location is at. You can see people out there just kind of watching to see those storms move through. So we'll monitor his stream as well as some other storm chasers in and out of the region that are also chasing additional storms. We'll keep an eye on power outages as well, a good indicator if there's damaging winds, lightning, anything that could pull out power outages. So far, just under 7,000 customers out in the state of Arkansas, kind of sporadic with the most of them down in Sevier and southwest Arkansas there. Looking at Polk County, Pike County, not seeing really, or Montgomery County as well, not any power outages right now, which is some good news, but we'll continue to monitor them. There's that severe storm that we've been watching here the last 20, 25 minutes moving into southeastern Montgomery County, just based on reflectivity there and velocity, looking at velocity, mainly a wind threat moving up Highway 70. That should be near the Bonnerdale area right now. Large hail, possibly quarter size, maybe slightly larger than that, off towards the north and east or northwest of the storm. Could see some of those large hail reports there. So that will slide off towards the north and east quickly, towards areas of Piercy in between 270 there, Crystal Springs, down Sunshine. Those locations could see this storm here.
Area. Our first circulation that caused that tornado warning has moved up to the north a bit, and now we've got a new circulation that is
completely blocked off. There's nowhere for that incoming lane to go, right? It just bleeds, it overflows. That's what's happening to these rivers and creeks as you get widespread 7-8 inches of rain. You'll see how quickly all of this comes down. This isn't
can kind of reset. We are constantly watching all of these storms, I will tell you, moving into Searcy and Van Buren County, moving into Garland County, western part of Hot Spring County, and up into Pike County. But for now, there are no tornado warnings on this, and the one that has moved up into Pike County, that's a severe thunderstorm warning. We're going to take a break, and we actually are going to return to Wheel of Fortune. Now, let me tell you, we could break in at any moment, but we'll get you to that. Stay tuned right here all through the evening. And until that tornado threat goes away, we're going to be here.
To give you your first alert, you're going to have some very heavy rain, some hail, and some high winds. But the tornado threat with this is fairly low right now. And the tornado threat is fairly low from Reynolds County up towards Madison County and Perry County in Missouri. Also Perry County, Illinois, Jefferson County, Illinois. I don't think the warm front's going to make it that far north. Now, we do have flash flood warnings out for western Kentucky. No more heavy rain there right now, but much more heavy rain coming there tonight. And since I have this on the big map, I want to pan down and just see if we have any new development in that corridor that I'm concerned with. And thankfully we don't. Right here is what I'm concerned with. But, you know, we've got a lot that's headed towards Little Rock, and this is going to be moving into our area much later tonight. So right now, tornado warning out for Butler County, and that is for a radar indicated tornado, but it is in a very favorable position area to produce a tornado. The wind fields are very favorable. The energy level is very favorable. And this area is in that tornado watch as well. And as a matter of fact, this is where we have that threat level 4 out of 5 for tornadoes based on the way the atmosphere is set up. So I'm going to pan things up to the north so I can get to where that new circulation is. And again, it is still there. We've got this, you can easily make out this hook shape right over Poplar Bluff. So it's like we've got this storm that continues to wrap around Poplar Bluff, and the first circulation is in this purple area. And all right, here it is right here now. This is a brand new update. So it would be north and east of Poplar Bluff now, just right near the airport is where we would be seeing this possible tornado if we've got another one forming. Anything being discussed in the chat from the Weather Service yet about it?
Not yet, no. Just that there were some sightings of funnels, but we haven't heard anything touching the ground in quite a few minutes.
Well, good. And I'm hoping this is still just right on that cool side. So what happens is you need the air to be rising from the ground into the storm to get the tornado down to the ground. If the air is rising just off the ground, which happens on the north side of a warm front, then you can't get it down to the ground. So hopefully that's what this storm is located. The warm front kind of was right about here. So I'm really starting to think now that it is going to kind of ride north of the front. I think it was spinning up because it was on that warm front. And that's what happened with the storm in Arkansas earlier when it crossed the warm front. So that new circulation we were looking at looks a lot weaker now from Paducah. And there's the original circulation. It looks a lot weaker as well. So again, we're tracking a possible tornado in northeastern Butler County. It is now moving north and east of Poplar Bluff. If you live southwest of Poplar Bluff, this storm is now out of your area, and there's no concern for the tornado right now with this storm. There's other storms that we will be watching later on tonight. We, again, have severe storms out to the west that are going to be moving in here shortly, and we have numerous flash flood warnings out because of very heavy rainfall, not only today, but over the past few days. Is there a hail marker? I'm looking at Madison County in Missouri, Fredericktown area, just south of Fredericktown.
Yes, it is roughly nickel to quarter.
Okay, so this storm is close to being severe right here. That is in southern Madison County, and it is headed towards the Marquand area. Again, this is in the cool side of our atmosphere, so I'm not expecting any tornadoes with this storm based on what's happening in the atmosphere, but this has a hail core, and there's going to be some hail, and that could also bring down some gusty winds, because the hail, if it's strong enough, could definitely do that. But you see that tight circulation? That is rotating significantly over Highway 67 right now, but it is elevated more than likely, so we're not really concerned that a tornado could touch down here because of how cool the atmosphere is. But we'll continue to monitor that in case that changes. And again, if this storm were to encounter the warm front, then that would change the scenario of our thinking. But I am worried about hail and high winds moving into parts of southern Madison County towards the Marquand area. But our biggest concern, of course, right now is Poplar Bluff, excuse me, where we have that tornado warning out. And we'll take a look at the shear in there again. You can see there is the first circulation. There's that other circulation that we were watching, but it looks much, much weaker. What's the hail core on the Poplar Bluff storm, Cassie?
It actually just went up, so now it's at 2.27, so close to egg on here.
So yeah, so according to, and that's in the far northeastern part of the county, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Yeah, so let's zoom in. So again, while we've got you here, because we have the tornado warning, we can give people their first alert on other things as well. And that does include the large hail, because we have had, earlier today, we had some hail reports up to softball size. So again, this is where the very large hail is falling, and this is going to go right into Lake Wapapello. So I know we don't have a severe thunderstorm warning out for Lake Wapapello yet. I would expect one here any second, because this hail core is about to cross into Wayne County, and that is some big hail right there. That is moving into the Lake Wapapello area. Here's Highway T that crosses, I'm not sure the name of the highway that crosses the actual Wapapello Dam, but I'll zoom in a little more and see if it pops up. It may be Highway T. I think it is Highway T, but here's the Wapapello Dam. Highway KK south of Wapapello, that's where the hail core is right now. More than likely golf ball size hail that's going to move right over Lake Wapapello. So Lake Wapapello, get ready, because you're going to see some very large hail, gusty winds. We could see some sporadic power outages around Lake Wapapello as well due to this severe storm that's headed your way. All right, let's get back down to where the possible tornado could be. And again, we're talking about that in this little area right here in northeastern Butler County is where we're seeing that possible tornado. And here's Poplar Bluff. There's Highway 60. It's on the north side of Highway 60 right now. If we do have anything, let's see what the shear looks like. See if we have anything to be concerned with here. There's that first circulation, again, right there. Kind of follow down, see if that new circulation is still there, and it is not. It looks like something maybe trying to form in that, but it's very, very messy and very weak. So it looks like our tornado threat, at least for a few minutes from this storm that's moving through the Poplar Bluff area, has gone downhill just a bit. Yes, sir.
Robbie's texting us and saying that everything northeast is northeast of Bluff now.
Right. Okay, good. Thanks. So, yeah, it's definitely. And Lake Wapapello, Puxico in northwestern Stoddard County, the hail core is headed your way as well. If this were me, I'd be drawing a severe thunderstorm warning like this right here to cover Puxico and Lake Wapapello, because we still got a good hail marker on that?
Yeah, it's still over 2 inches.
Okay, so we got a significant hail marker right here. So we've got a severe thunderstorm over Lake Wapapello right now that's dropping very large hail. How long does the tornado warning go out till? Did you say 6:45 or 7?
Until 7.
Till 7. Okay, I would imagine it gets dropped early. I'm not 100% sure it will, but based on what we're seeing, I'm not expecting it to be hanging around much longer unless we see something spin up again. And I'm just seeing real gusty winds back there, but I want to take a look at something on here to get an idea of what the hail size could be with moving into Wapapello. Yeah, there's definitely a drop right there. Yeah, there's some big hail right over Lake Wapapello, and that's moving in towards the Puxico area. So again, no severe thunderstorm warning officially with this, but there's some very large hail over Lake Wapapello. It's moving towards Puxico. I got to say, our algorithm we used to do the hail size did very well with that Murray storm just a little while ago in Callaway County. So if it says I got 2-inch diameter hail, I got to believe it. It's got 2-inch diameter hail. And so once you think that, go in your fridge, pull out an egg. That's the size of the hail that is likely falling over Wapapello right now, headed towards Puxico. And that will definitely do some damage to cars and rooftops. So, and could also drag down some very strong winds, because that hail is so heavy, it's going to try and drag down those gusty winds, and we can see some tree damage and some power outages. So along Wapapello towards Puxico, I would definitely get those devices charged if we could. And they didn't issue, I want to ask a question. Do you see a warning issued on GR? Because
no, I don't.
That problem we had 3 weeks ago when we were, okay. I just want to make sure we're not missing data. So
there's no new warnings in the chat either.
Is anybody asking about that? I guess they're not. All right. Well, I'm going to give you your first alert, Wapapello and Puxico. There's some large hail that's headed your way right now, but the tornadic circulation looks like it's weakening pretty good. Let me check it again here. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything in there. I'm going to give it a couple of more scans, and if we continue to see the scans show no tornadic activity, I'm going to throw things back to regular scheduled programming, because in our eyes, the circulation has weakened significantly. However, in our eyes also, there's a severe storm in eastern Wayne County, moving into northwestern Stoddard County and southern Bullinger County. This is a big, big storm.
6 p.m. we still are tracking some of those strong storms across the region. And then as we get deeper into the evening, this is 8 o'clock, that same area is still getting impacted by those strong to severe storms along the I-30 corridor. I do think Shreveport and Bossier, we stay relatively quiet through most of the evening, and then hopefully by about midnight or so, we quiet down that severe threat. We get a little bit of a break overnight tonight, and then a major squall line comes in tomorrow morning. I am very concerned about this. I think we could see widespread damaging wind. I think we could see tornadoes along this line, and that's going to happen early tomorrow morning. We're talking 6, 7 o'clock, even maybe 5 a.m. tomorrow as that line comes through the area. That races in. You can see continuing to push through, and then we see more strong to severe storms pretty much throughout the day on your Saturday. Saturday's going to be a very rough day for us, and then we finally move all this out, and finally starting to quiet down after such an active stretch. Sunday starts the beginning of a much quieter forecast. Additional rainfall amounts over the next 7 days. Could see as much as 2 to 3 inches of rain across southwest Arkansas, northern Louisiana, and northeast Texas. So that could still cause some flooding issues there. Quickly looking at the forecast here as we head through the next few hours. This is the forecast for Shreveport and Bossier. I want to show you this to show you that overall, not a lot of storm threat here. So again, if you're along the I-20 corridor in northwest Louisiana watching from Shreveport and Bossier, not going to see too much out there this evening, but then tomorrow is when things really start to get pretty active. So let's take a quick look at that forecast here for tomorrow. And here is when we're going to see widespread storms. Look at that storm chance throughout the day, but cooler air is eventually going to start to move in here, and that should end that severe threat hopefully later in the afternoon.
What is the movement on this storm?
It's moving northeast at 55 miles an hour.
55.
45.
They've been watching this storm located near Crocker, or 12 miles east of Mountain View.
Okay, so there's the times of arrival on it. Marcella at 6:53, Cushman at 7:02, Cave City, it is 6:51 now. You have about 25 minutes. That is 7:15 time of arrival into Cave City. Strawberry at 7:29. Lynn at 7:34. This is radar indicated. We do not have a confirmation on this one yet. However, we are going to continue to watch it, and we're going to stick with you through the duration of this tornado warning until the threat goes away, until the warning is expired, and hopefully it just starts weakening is what we're hoping here. All right, let me clear the path, the times of arrival off of here. This thing also has a really big hail core that we'll take a look at here in a minute. But let me zoom in on this area. We'll take you down in here, and there it is right here. You can clearly see the rotation sitting right there on the county line. New scan just coming in. Let me give you an idea of where this is in relationship to Batesville. So here is Batesville right here. This is crossing across the river right now. We'll zoom in a little bit more and just kind of go along the path that we just gave you the times of arrival for. So this is very close to Marcella. It's crossing over Lily Lane right now. It just crossed over Highway 5 just a little bit ago. You continue on. This is Cushman. Cushman was hit back on March 14th. So if you notice, the rotation is extremely close to the Cushman community right now.
It's also right on top of Bethesda right now as well.
Right on top of Bethesda. So once again, we'll widen out. Not sure why Cushman isn't showing up on there, but it's right here. We'll have to work on the city names on this. And then there's Cave City. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back down into here so you can get some of these street names on here. It's going to be coming very close to Bethesda. It's going to be crossing very close to Medlock Road, Punch Lane, very close to the Limedale community, as well as Spring Mill. Here is Cushman here, the highway going down to Spring Mill. This is going to be crossing somewhere between there and the Limedale area. I'm going to continue on down the path here. Cave Creek Road should come just to the north of the Pfeiffer community, cross over Sandtown Road, Hickory Valley area, Sandtown. This is hitting a lot of very close to the areas that were hit on March 14th. We need everybody from Cave City down to Cushman, down to Bethesda, and then continuing on past Cave City, you start getting into all the way up to the Calamine area. Shelbyville is down to the south here. Grange Road is here also. So let me widen back out. Still a decent look at rotation down to the southwest of Cave City, almost due south of Cushman. Are they saying much on it right now?
No, I haven't really seen much, just that they were issuing the warning and then the warning came out.
Okay, so this is right through here. Probably until it gets closer to some populated areas, we probably won't get a ton of reports. If we could move the camera around its south side, that's a pretty good distance away. But we'll take a look at this. We'll be able to see the storm at least because this thing has a huge hail core with it. If you notice here, see the purple magenta color? This thing is putting down some hail. Whoops.
Yeah, with this, they've made obviously the main threat the tornado. They've not mentioned the hail, but it is obviously there.
Yeah,
so this is a very, very violent, or I don't want, that's a strong word. It's a very strong storm moving through into Izard County and just clipping in Independence County right now.
So at the very least, this is putting down hail in Izard County. It's coming into Sharp County here shortly. It's kind of clipping the northwestern parts of Batesville. I'll check something out real fast. Here's meteorologist Jace Passmore's out in the George Kell Storm Tracker, and it looks like he is on the move once again, probably might be heading west. Jace, what's your plan? Where are you heading right now?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to head back up towards the Strawberry area and kind of let this pass.
just to our west or just to our north. We're about 25 minutes from Strawberry, so we'll get there before that tornado warning expires. But looking at it, this looks to be kind of right there on that boundary. That's kind of goes from northwest and south, or towards the northwest. So it's kind of oriented right there on that boundary. So this will be an interesting storm to watch, because earlier we've had storms cross the boundary and kind of fizzle out. This one's kind of right there on it, and it looks like it's going to kind of ride that boundary up into parts up towards the Strawberry, Smithville area, and also the Cave City area as well.
All right, once again, that's meteorologist Jace Passmore and Matt Bowman. They are out in this storm right now, catching up with the one that is passing just to the northwest of Batesville right now. You got anything new on it?
No, I'm not really seeing anything new. I will say
I think your microphone's off. Or
is
there we
it
go.
okay?
Yep.
Can you hear me? Okay,
Yep.
so we're looking right now at the rotation of the storm, and in the last scan, it looks like it's tried to weaken maybe just a touch. Still not going to let our guard down, though. We could still visibly see
that there could be, it may not be there now, but it was potentially. We were just told that up there that it was on the ground, and that's from a friend of mine who's a fairly reliable source. So yeah, it is into Cushman. He may be on it. So if we have any cameras around there, just yell at me. But
or is it
yeah,
still riding
it may
the boundary?
be Cushman. So I'm just told by friend Josh that it is on the ground. So
all right,
my goodness.
Cushman.
So he said, let's look at the debris detector. Let me look at the debris detector. I don't see debris yet, but it's coming into Cushman. This is just horrible. Cushman, take your tornado precautions. It is confirmed on the ground. They're going to send it over to meteorologist Christopher Pipkin for some new information on that. Go ahead, Christopher.
We can go ahead and keep Todd pulled up here. I just wanted to tell y'all real fast some of these temperatures in that area real quick. On top of the mountain in Batesville, temperatures are sitting at 78 degrees. At the bottom of the mountain, it's at 64 degrees, so a 10-degree difference on the bottom and top. So right there's
a little bit delayed. So 6:59 is the time right now. 3 minutes, 7:02 in Cushman, 7:15 in Cave City, 7:29 in Strawberry, 7:34 Lynn, 7:40 in Annieville. Officially, this warning is going to expire at 7:30. Lawrence County, you are not in this warning yet, but it is approaching you rapidly at 55 miles an hour. In the last scan, this storm has started to strengthen again, so we're going to keep our eyes on this as it's getting very close to areas that were already impacted. I'm going to clear this off and go ahead and zoom down at where the storm is and kind of talk about what I'm seeing around the storm, like street names and maybe a couple of communities as well. So Cushman, very close to you. Colleytown is right on top of you as well, looking at Big Spring Mill, Oak Hill Loop, Claxton Loop, Colleytown Road, Punch Lane, Weber Chapel Road, continuing to move to the northeast, Sandtown Road, a lot of people are familiar with this, Arrowhead Lane, Hickory Valley, Thunder Hill Lane. If any of this rings a bell, if any of this is near you, also Highway 167 between Batesville and Cave City, you guys are in the path of this as well, and Cave City is in the path here as well. We're not really seeing this in Batesville proper, you guys are fine. But if you have a Batesville address and live on the north side of town, even near Pfeiffer, probably not officially in this warning. Well, you're clipping the warning actually. So Pfeiffer, go ahead and get in your safe space as well. If you're on 167 between Pfeiffer and Cave City, you are in this tornado warning, and also areas outside of that as well. Continuing to move through to the northeast, also getting a new scan, and that rotation is still tightening. Also seeing Grange Road in this evening shade officially in this warning as well. So we're watching this storm moving into Independence County and crossing over into Sharp County in the next few minutes. Still seeing that rotation continuing to tighten with new scans. Going ahead, and it's like right on top of Bethesda if we switch over and just look at the radar for this. So we're going to...
Hey, we're getting an unconfirmed report that this is on the ground now.
Okay, so we have an unconfirmed report that this is a tornado on the ground, an area very similar to what was hit just 3 weeks ago. So if you are in this tornado warning polygon, if your phone went off saying that there was a tornado warning for you in Independence County and in Sharp County. You need to be in your safe space right now.
Let's go again. Did we have anything on the south side camera at all?
We just seen the backside of the storm move through, but you can kind of tell it's a nasty storm. Kind of see the striations of the south side of this storm, so it does look like it's a pretty mean rotating storm just looking at the camera.
All right, so once again, this is an unconfirmed report of this being on the ground. Let's go back to radar real fast. I want to take a closer look down in. This is the tail end of this storm. So Cave City, we need you in your tornado safe spot. This, if this is there, it is just to the northwest of Batesville. It looks very, very strong there on radar. It's very convincing right now on radar.
Yeah, so we're still going to watch this storm very closely, especially since we have an unconfirmed report that it's on the ground right now. Still seeing very tight rotation with the storm. We have no reason to believe that it's weakening at this time. And
what was the speed on it?
55 to the northeast.
Right, sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're good. You're fine. We're going to keep watching this storm closely because this environment just a little bit better than what we were seeing earlier. So Ryan's got that storm track pulled up. Time right now is just about 7:03. At 7:06, it's in Big Spring Mill. 7:18, Cave City. 7:28, Calamine. 7:35, Lynn. 7:46 in Black Rock. Now, Lawrence.
10,000 plus feet. I don't have a debris signature on radar here, so hopefully that continues. I want everybody to take this seriously, though. Strong rotation continues. This is just to the south of Cushman. And the bottom end of this storm where you would have the tornado is right here off 106, coming up on 69, moving towards the northeast. This is going to stay towards the north of Batesville and eventually take it up towards Cave City, again crossing 167, where we had that storm cross just a couple of weeks ago. Looks like, and I'm going to pull up, I've got a chaser feed here. I don't have it for on air, but I'm going to look at the chaser feed to, looks like, and I've got a friend in the area as well, a storm chaser that's in the area, and we are looking
Austin, you're getting some information.
For confirmation, yeah.
Yeah, I saw a picture on social media from a storm chaser that did have a picture of a tornado just outside of the Batesville area. So with that Cushman storm there, around.
Once it gets to the north of
Do not have any visual on it. We are starting to see a lot of cloud to ground lightning strikes, but I was in this area earlier and we should come up to an intersection where we may be able to see it if it's still on the ground, or if this storm holds together probably in the next I would say 5 to 10 minutes we should be able to see it. But getting back in here, we are starting to get into the trees, and it's also going to start getting dark, so we'll also start losing daylight here soon as well. But we should have visual on it if it's still on the ground, probably within the next 10 minutes or so.
Okay, we're going to check back in with you in just a bit. Once again, this is passing very close to the Bethesda area right now. This thing doesn't look to be moving too fast.
No, I'm kind of questioning the 55. We got a new scan in. It's still continuing to tighten. It's getting closer and closer to Big Spring Mill and Cushman at this time.
debris detector right now, I don't see that. So giving everybody there a little bit of comfort in the northern Independence County going into southern areas of Sharp County. Let's put this still. Still monitoring the live feed out of Cave City. I don't even see the trees moving at all.
Todd.
So, and Cherokee Village too, heavy rain. But we have meteorologist Christopher Pipkin. Let's stay with this. Go ahead, Christopher. What do you have?
Todd, I was just going to say real fast over. I was looking towards the storms in the southwest, and I was looking at Murfreesboro. There's a bit of a signature that's popping up just a bit, and I know we're far away from the radar, but may also be something of interest in that area, at least with my scan that I saw. Let's see if I can pull up.
It looks like a lot of wind for sure.
If y'all wouldn't mind pulling up, let's see. I'm going to throw up.
I'm going to pull up. I've got storm scan behind me.
There we go. All right, and I'm going to go down here towards the Murfreesboro area.
Yep.
So it was right in.
Time to do that again.
Yeah, so we're still tracking this area of road.
There it was.
And now it started to diminish. So
Pike
maybe
City.
a quick spin up, but.
Yeah, but they have a severe thunderstorm warning on that storm. So, severe thunderstorms can and occasionally produce tornadoes. Let's hope.
Right now, the storm is going north of you. Some of your phones might have gone off, but Batesville proper, not in this tornado warning. We're going to continue to track this storm moving to the northeast, potentially at 55 miles an hour. It looks like it's going a little bit slower than that, but still seeing this area of rotation, essentially right on top of Cushman and Big Spring Mill, seeing that a couple of road names, looking at Claxton Loop, Allen Road, Sandtown Road, High Rock Road, Pine Hill Road.
Let's go to Max too while she's calling those out.
If you are seeing your name on the screen once they get my computer pulled up, or if you're hearing me say your name, you are in the direct path of this tornado, and if it's not already on top of you, it is extremely close. So we're going to be watching this continuing to move toward Arrowhead Lane, Hickory Valley, Cold Creek Road, West Center Street in Cave City. Still watching areas in Cave City that were just hit 3 weeks ago. Still looking at Maxville, North Ridge Road, Grange Road, Dusty Lane, Shelbyville and Shelbyville Road, South Wilson Wells Road. All of you need to be in your safe space at this time. Dogwood Circle, Duncan Lane, Powell's Chapel Road, Silver Springs Road. If you're in evening shade, this area of rotation.
North of Murfreesboro.
Yeah, there are those two storms down there that we're watching, and I'm going to go down to those. Just the leading edge of those. That's why we said, hey, they're coming into an environment that's very conducive to possible tornado development, and so we'll watch with the velocity product on both of those storms. A lot of wind in the Pike County one there east of Murfreesboro. And then the storm that's coming into Hot Springs. Little appendage hanging down there. No obvious sign of rotation, but maybe trying. It's certainly windy and it's rainy,
especially since these are folks that are still having to deal with the aftermath of the storms from 3 weeks ago. So we're keeping our eyes on this very closely. Going ahead and switching to radar really quickly. I'm not seeing as impressive of a hail core that we were seeing earlier, but still a strong storm capable of producing a tornado heading toward Cave City right now. It's still in Independence County. We want to keep our eyes on the storm as it continues to move toward the northeast. Cushman getting in on some heavy rain right now, but that rotation is also very close to you as well. So if you are in this red box that you're seeing on your screen right now, it is time for you to get into your safe space at this time. We have a tornado warning in effect for you. We've had reports, unconfirmed albeit, but reports that there was a tornado at least briefly on the ground. The storm continues to rotate. So if you're in evening shade in the southern areas of Ash Flat, if you're in Cave City, if you're in Pfeiffer, you want to be in your safe space right now. We do have a tornado warning for you guys that we are continuing to watch very closely, Ryan.
Yeah, so Cave City, as Christina was saying, we need you in your tornado safe spot for this rotation that is coming in right now. I tell you what, if we can, let's take a live look from our south side Batesville camera. The picture that was taken of the tornado was actually from south side and then from a very long distance away. But look at those clouds, just some nasty looking clouds on the back side of this storm. This is the storm right now that has the tornado warning with it, looking out from Mark Martin Ford and Kia there in Southside. So you can see the storm clouds there in the distance. Let's go back to radar. And it looks like the rotation might be tightening up once again. I'm going to play this so we can get an idea of the movement on it. And I'm not comfortable enough giving anybody the all clear at all. This one might be going a little bit west of Cave City. If you notice it.
This is a repeat of that storm because that was an EF3. But this one, it's still trying to hang in there. It's riding a boundary. And it looks like maybe with this last.
Pretty intense on radar now. This is it. This does include southwestern Cape Girardeau County, southern Bollinger County, and northern Stoddard County. This, unfortunately, and I hate to say this, is headed right kind of close to the Delta area. So we're going to stay with this pretty for a while, even if the circulation dies down, because the folks in Delta, I need to make sure they know that there's some large hail that is headed their way. So this is an intense hail core. The tornado would be located right in this general area, headed towards Advance. I know Advance got hit the other night as well, and unfortunately, this has taken almost the exact same track as the last storm we had that hit the station, so or hit just south of the station. So we're going to be staying with this. If this continues to move in its same direction, it'll be moving into the Cape Girardeau-Jackson area. The hail core would likely hit the Jackson area, with the hook moving just south of Jackson into Cape Girardeau. So let us go ahead and scope this, kind of get an idea of where the, I hit the wrong button there. We're going to see, there you can see the circulation right there. That's where that possible tornado is developing as we speak. Again, it's large hail is a very big concern with this storm as well. So we've got very, very large hail likely with this storm. And this is the same storm that was over Lake Wapapello. The tower cam that you see behind me, I have it zoomed in on the storm. So you'll see some lightning every once in a while. As it gets closer, we may be able to make out some structure on this storm. So let's kind of scope this and we'll talk about what we're seeing. And you can see we've got a possible tornado right here that is to the west of Advance. This is about to go right into Zalma. So let's zoom in. So we've got baseball-sized hail falling near Zalma, and then we've got a possible tornado moving into Zalma right now. Again, this is in southern parts of Bollinger County. So the baseball-sized hail moving right into the Zalma area. The tornado is going to be right here. Let me kind of get a look at what that State Highway P just to the south of Zalma at the intersection of State Highway P and 51. That's where that tornado is. This is the Castor River that goes through the Zalma area. This tornado is going to go right across the Castor River and go towards State Highway C.
Well, Poughkeepsie, you are in this warning as well. Nelsonville and Calamine officially outside of this warning, but it is so close to you guys. This is still a violent storm. It still would not hurt to get into your safe space at this time. This area of rotation is getting closer and closer to the county line. Officially, it still looks like it's in Independence County, but again, once you get this far away from the radar, that beam is hitting the storm several hundred feet up in the air, and storms like this are tilted a little bit, so it's going to be hard to know exactly where this is, but it's very close to the Independence and Sharp County line. Still watching that storm. We just got a new scan in. Still looks like it's trying to stay in Independence County, but it's going to continue to move to the northeast in the next few minutes. Right now, they're reporting that it's moving at 55 miles an hour. We'll go ahead and try to get a storm track on this. When you zoom out, you're noticing I'm getting that different color because it's picking up from a different radar site at this time. That also makes it a little bit.
I believe it's at 40.
40 now, yes.
40. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to put a track on this because this does go into Cape Girardeau County. It's just west of Cape Girardeau itself.
A funnel cloud has been reported dropping and retracting on C Highway west of Advance.
Okay, thank you very much. So funnel cloud with this circulation. Again, you can see the image behind me. Let's see, it is 7:15 right now, and this is once again headed right towards where we don't want it to be going towards. So I know I've got a couple of very nervous folks at home right now. So Mom, you've got a little while. I'm going to track it for you. I think it's going to miss that exact area. It looks like it's going to go just north of the last track. I know a lot of people have been asking the tornado that hit Delta, how close was it to my house? I measured it. It was 2,000 feet from hitting the house. So we're all fine, but other folks were much worse off, and we're thinking about them right now because we've got a giant storm moving that way that has the possibility of producing another tornado in the area that was just impacted 2 days ago, unfortunately. So I want to put a track on this. You said 40 miles per hour out, right?
Yes.
All right, so 40 miles per hour. And we're going to track the circulation. I'm not tracking the hail core. I'm tracking right where the tornado is. And you can see as we go off to the north and east, I'm going to go 40 miles per hour. Let's Let's do that again because it didn't stop when I wanted it to.
Severe thunderstorm warning. But we are seeing this now coming into Cave City. This is coming into places like Poughkeepsie and back towards Calamine, some of the same areas that were hit just a couple of weeks ago. So better safe than sorry with this storm. Go ahead and get in your tornado safe spot. And like Christina was saying, probably seeing that this is our best area of rotation, I think, right now. This is just to a few miles to the south and to the west of Cave City, moving in that general direction. So, Cave City being your tornado safe spot. How fast was this moving, Christina? You said 55?
I'm not convinced it's moving that fast, but again, I'd rather go a little bit faster, give people more notice than slow down and it catch up.
Exactly. So, if there's not a tornado here, you'll be in your tornado safe spot for just a few minutes, and then you'll be able to come out. But I want everybody, as this moves off towards the north and west, let's zoom, clear this and zoom out just a little bit more. This is moving through Sharp County and not officially in parts of Lawrence County, but I want people in Lawrence County, especially back towards Raventon and Imboden, to go ahead and start thinking about their tornado safe spot as this moves off towards the northeast at 55 miles per hour.
There's Highway 70. So it's going to be moving through the Seeger area, 723, Mazarn at 731, Myers at 737, Chandler at 742, Bear at 747, Rockwell 751, and Mountain Pine at 755. So that strong rotation. There's Glenwood right here. There's a rotation just south here. We're still in Pike County. This is going to clip that far northwestern tip of, this is Clark County, and it's probably going to cross over into Hot Spring County very briefly, just to the west of Bismarck, and then take it right up, maybe crossing Highway 70, somewhere just north and east of the Hot Spring Garland County line, and then take it perhaps west of Hot Springs. So the city of Hot Springs, you're just outside of that tornado warning. So there
is between Glenwood and Amity, that has really tightened up in just the last few frames. There's Highway 182, here's Highway 70, so it's going to be kind of paralleling it off to the northeast and eventually moving up into Garland County and Montgomery County and Garland County. This is where all these counties.
The hail, large hail, State Highway, I think that's AB, that is east of Zalma. Also Highway 51, just getting crushed with large hail right now.
We have a report of a tornado on the ground.
We've got a report of a tornado on the ground. So we have a tornado on the ground. Is this from Storm Spotters?
It is from, in the weather chat, from Cape Girardeau.
Okay, so we may see this turn purple here shortly then.
We may see it turn purple.
So where was the tornado reported?
It says at Junction 91.
Junction 91. I'm not exactly quite sure where. Did they give you
in Advance, Missouri.
So it's in Advance. So we've got a tornado that is forming right in Advance. So again, unfortunately, here's the tornado. It's hitting Advance right now, and it's following the exact same track, Highway 25, as it moves off to the north and east. So Advance, again, you need to be seeking shelter right now. Delta, you need to be seeking shelter right now. Whitewater, more than likely it'll go to your south. Get in your safe spot anyway. As tornadoes occlude, they take sharp turns to the left. And so if this tornado decided to occlude and weaken, before it weakens, it would take a sharp turn and go right into Whitewater. So I need Whitewater in their safe spot. I need Delta in their safe spot. I need Advance in your safe spot. According to Storm Spotters, we have a tornado on the ground. I'm going to kind of take a different look at some things and see what we can find here. And Cassie, if you see anything, you be sure to shout. Yeah, there it is right there. So it's moving right into Advance. Again, this is a little old. Are you on the Cape Girardeau? I mean, not Cape Girardeau, the Paducah site?
Yeah, I'm on the Paducah site.
Where's the velocity showing up on that?
It is in between McGee and Advance.
Okay, so it's kind of the same spot as I am. So I'm not seeing a debris signature, but again, this is a little old, so this tornado would be right here, moving right into Advance as we speak. So a tornado has been reported moving into Advance as we speak, and then it's going to kind of move up towards Highway 25. And again, unfortunately, Delta's right here, and if it holds together, it goes right into the western part of Cape Girardeau. Here's 74 right here. Dalhousie's located right here. Again, this possible tornado is headed in the same direction as we saw on Wednesday night. So let me pan on out.
We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay,
And
yeah, that's for Carter and
Ripley.
Carter and Ripley counties. Thank you.
Yes.
So we have a severe thunderstorm warning. We talked about that earlier.
Coming from the Arkansas Storm Team Weather Center.
Thank you very much, Joel. And if y'all wouldn't mind pulling up our storm computer right here in front of me, I want to show you.
It's smart, Christina, because if we had, it seems like it's dropped a couple tornadoes. It seems like we've seen a picture of a tornado when it was to the west of Cushman, near kind of west of Southside, and then we had that other area where they said the tornado touchdown. We're getting those damage reports near the Clacton Loop area that's east of Cushman. This is now coming into Cave City.
Area of that storm. So you've got that shelf cloud, you've got that inflow pulling into the storm, but where you see it curve into that area where I've got it zoomed in just a bit, that's where you
area of rotation still there. It shows that it's north and west of Cave City, but this is far away from the radar. Storms tilt. That tornado could be closer to Cave City than away from Cave City. So you need to be in that tornado safe spot in Cave City.
Well, minutes, but just a minute ago, you can see how kind of it really tightened up quickly here, just near Amity in the last 15 to 20 minutes as it approached Amity, and then quickly it kind of winded itself out. So we're still watching maybe some high wind potential and maybe a tornado potential as well, moving up closer towards the Bonnerdale area around.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we've got a tornado on the ground. What's the hail marker now with the storm just north of Advance, Cassie?
It's close to 4 inches.
So
it's still at the 3, but it's very
okay,
close.
so we're talking close to softball size hail now. Close to softball size hail with this storm, if our marker is correct. And our marker was correct on the last storm that was showing softball size hail. Was it not, Cassie?
Yes.
Yeah, so with that said, the hail core is moving into the Whitewater area. The hail core is going to move to the Gordonville area. The hail core will move into southern Jackson, and it will go across just about all of Cape Girardeau. So if you have time, well, you do have time, you got a few minutes, get your car in a garage, because this is some big ice that's falling out of this storm right now. Very large hail between Marble.
The correlation coefficient, we call it, to kind of separate the rain and the debris there. Just didn't really see any evidence that this was a tornado on the ground, but still doesn't mean you need to treat it as such. So I think more wind driven right now with this storm, but it's still sliding off towards the kind of the middle part there of western Hot Spring.
A little bit of time in Pocahontas if this holds together. So our biggest worry right now is in Cave City, southern Sharp County. Have a confirmed tornado warning with this storm. It doesn't look as strong, but the area of rotation continues just south of Highway 167. And what is the road that it takes you back out going for people who take the road back over towards Melbourne?
I think that's an extension of Highway 69, or I'm thinking of seeing the signs there heading toward Melbourne, but that's heading towards Sydney nonetheless. Yeah. So the road between Maxville and Sydney.
For this extremely large hail, there's a couple of communities along, a couple of housing developments that are south of Jackson along Highway 25 there. This hail core is headed your way. But the tornado is tracking right along Highway 25. We've got a tornado on the ground in Advance moving towards Delta. Tornado on the ground moving towards Delta. Right along the Highway 25 corridor. Again, this is taking the exact same location. There it is, a very, very tight circulation. And let's see, I don't have a debris signature, but we've got word from storm spotters that the tornado is on the ground, and the shear marker would verify that is very strong winds going away from the radar and very strong winds going towards the radar. So we have a tornado on the ground on the north side of Advance. It is basically on the county line of Stoddard County and
to the north and east of Evening Shade. There's Nelsonville community back towards Poughkeepsie. That's where we're going to see this area of rotation, this possible tornado. It's already produced a couple of tornadoes down to the south as it moved out of Independence County into Sharp County. This is coming now from Cave City to the north back to Highway 58 as you head back.
Raining as hard anymore, but the wind is still picking up.
Okay, thank you very much.
And then we have a lot of, I don't know if you just saw that right now, but there was little lightning in the clouds.
Right. Okay. Stay safe. You're in a car, which is a good thing, but then you got the winds and the tornado threat too. We're going to find out if they're going to continue this tornado warning. I've got a storm chaser that I'm monitoring too in Cave City. He's right underneath the circulation up there, and I don't see anything extending to the ground. That doesn't mean it's not happening. It's just from one picture of that. In the metro, we've got heavy rain that will be, it's very slow to get in here. And that's a bad thing because it will be very, very slow to get out of here, and it will be here all night long.
It was leaving Delta, if you remember, we could see the wide tornado. Jeff Cunningham actually was helping us out, and he got that really kind of zoomed in on it and helped us get that. So we're all here. Jeff's here helping us out. Everybody, we're going to be here all night to keep you safe throughout this event. So again, we got a tornado on the ground in advance. It's headed towards Cape Girardeau County. It's headed towards the Delta area. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings out for southeastern Carter County and Ripley counties. And then there's another tornado warning we're watching west of Jonesboro. If that holds together, that's going to be headed towards Neelyville and Culin in a little bit. And then just copious amounts of rain. I'm telling you, folks, this is not good news. We're going to start seeing some significant flash flooding through all those rivers and creeks. So the St. Francis River, the Black River, the Castor River, the Current River, the Jacks Fork River, Saline Creek, Apple Creek, there's nowhere for the water to go. And so the tributaries fill up. So these low water bridge crossings are going to be very susceptible to very fast moving water. And again, with fast moving water, I don't care what you're driving, you're probably not going to get through it. The little white water is going to start flooding here as well in a little bit with all these storms training over, and eventually that's going to be moving into southern Illinois. But our main concern is the storm that's moving into Cape Girardeau County right now. A confirmed tornado earlier in advance. So it looks like we did just get an update. So let's kind of zoom into it and see what we got here. And again, Cassie and Madeline, if you guys hear anything, just shout it out. So we've got a possible tornado right here. Earlier it was on the ground in advance, so we need to assume that it is still on the ground and it is headed towards the Delta area right now. Let's kind of see what the shear markers look like here.
Whitewater, Delta, Chaffee in the path of another possible tornado as the storm is trying to regenerate.
Yep, I see it right here. I see it right there. Let's zoom on in. Let me give you, I want to give everybody a, I want to give Delta a pretty good heads up here because it's like knocking on Delta's door right now. Hopefully it will cycle before hitting. So Delta is going to be, if there is a tornado,
okay. But still at least 1 or 2 power outages near Cave City at this time.
All right, Jace, you're pretty close to that storm. What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, so we saw it wrap up briefly, but no touchdowns. We're just a few miles outside of Cave City. You can see the lightning production is ramping up, but as I said, I haven't seen anything touch the ground, but it's also getting very hard to see because it's starting to get dark, and some of it is obscured by trees, but we do have visual on it. I can't confirm right now. I don't see anything on the ground.
All right, what's your game plan from there? Yeah. We've heard just, I mean, literally just a couple of minutes ago of some power flashes. Not sure if that is from tornado or just wind or what, or are you going to be able to keep a good eye on it?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're probably, so we're currently sitting just south of Cave City, just south of, let's see here. So, yeah, so we're just south of Cave City, sitting on, I've lost service on Highway 230, looking back off towards the north.
Okay. Your mic's off, or can y'all turn, well, we may not be able to do that right now. Go ahead.
So we are going to watch it right here for just a second and then probably head back east down Highway 230 and then probably head north out of Strawberry. The road network out here is not really that conducive for us to keep up with it, but we're going to try our best.
Okay, I appreciate that, Jace. Just getting word. Let's see.
There's still an area of rotation there, even though they've officially dropped the tornado warning. We're still going to stick with it.
It will be in Zulu time on the GR for your latest velocity. Click on the storm relative velocity.
Yes.
And then give me the Zulu time, if you will.
0027.
27. Okay. Okay. So where does it look like? Does it look very similar to what I'm showing? Let me put.
Can you zoom? It looks like it's just west of Delta, knocking on Delta's door.
So this is 4. So it looks the same area. Does that look the same?
Pretty close. Yeah.
Okay. So we're getting. So the data's coming in at regular time now. So we're getting a good data feed. So that was 4 minutes ago, and again, it should update here any minute now. So the circulation is over Delta right now. So Delta, a tornado, if it is on the ground, is in Delta right now, moving right along Highway 25, and it continues to move off to the northeast. And so Delta, we've been talking about, and it's great that they got those folks out. I'm so glad they got the warning. They got them in a safe spot right now, because there's some spots that, they may be at the house trying to clean things up. They don't have a roof. It's just, I can't even think about this right now, how horrible this is that they're getting hit in 2 days. And I can just pray and hope that this dissipates right over Delta. Very large hail again coming out of Whitewater. This hail core looks like it may be a little smaller, Cassie. Is it under 2 inches now?
Yes. Yeah, it's 1.36.
Okay, so we're
not sure if it's a tornado on the ground, but in that corridor right there, let's go ahead and get into that safe spot.
Any sort of severe thunderstorm or tornado warning. They are now canceling the tornado warning. So the tornado warning has been dropped. Hot Springs, I want you to stay inside, and I want you to stay away from windows. Let's let Lisa know that too, if we can, back there in the back. Just let her know there's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Take that just as seriously. And before we send that back to programming, my team is absolutely extraordinary. Proud to be associated with Christopher and Joel. If you have anything that you want to add before we toss back to regular programming, just...
Thank you so much, Todd. Yeah, hey, one thing's for sure, I'm learning from the best here, from both of you, Joel and Todd, and all the crew in the background trying to make this possible. We're so grateful, and we're so grateful for you two at home.
Now, Halen's at home tonight. You hear me. Get to the basement. Make sure everybody gets down there. We've got another tornado that is headed in the same path that we had on Wednesday. All right, folks, I'm going to pan on out and get everybody caught up to date. Numerous flash flood warnings, and these are going to be turned into our biggest concern later tonight. Severe thunderstorm warnings still for Carter, Ripley counties. And again, these storms, as they move farther east, are going to ingest some of that warmer air that's out there, and that will definitely cause a tornado threat. It looks as though the warm front has stalled just north of Cape Girardeau. So I'm thinking for the folks in Mount Vernon, in Tamaroa, DuQuoin, in Carbondale, in Carterville, Marion, Perryville, north of Marble Hill, Fredericktown, Marquand, you're probably going to be safe from tornadoes tonight. Probably. There's still a chance it could edge a little farther north, but we need that warmer air to get tornadoes to the ground. But south of that line, the atmosphere is ripe for tornadoes to develop, and it appears as though we have had a tornado touchdown in advance and is headed towards the Delta area, and hopefully it has weakened before coming into Delta. I did, hang on, I'm looking, I see, I need it to get backlit. It looked like I saw a funnel. It looked like I saw the wall cloud with a funnel. I can't see it right now because it's all being front lit. I'm going to get back to the radar. Again, we've got a possibility of a tornado now. It actually looks like it's weakening just a bit. What's it look like on GR?
Same thing.
Okay, so please.
There's still a little bit of what looks like a couplet over the Delta area as we speak, but it doesn't look as tight as what it was.
Yeah, I have no doubt there was a tornado touchdown in Advance. I just hope it weakened before. Yeah, there it is. It's right in Delta. And again, what's the, give me the last two numbers on that Zulu time on the timestamp at GR.
3-4.
3-4. So this is 2 minutes old. So this possible tornado is a little farther off to the north and east. So let's zoom back in. So when I communicate with Cassie about the timing, I'm trying to get when this exact image came in so I know how old it is, so I know where this tornado is. So this tornado, if it is still with us, is about right here. It is now east of Delta. It is now east of Delta. It'll be moving on the northern side of Chaffee, moving towards the, again, I said this Wednesday, you know where the big traffic loop is there, where everything splits off. That's where this is headed right now. It's headed towards that, pretty close to that traffic loop. So if you live anywhere near there, you definitely need to get in your basement if you have one. If you don't have a basement, we're going to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So again, very large hail. Thankfully, the hail core has come down a little bit. We're seeing hail maybe quarter, maybe a little larger than quarters right now. A couple of things I like to do is I want to, take a look again at the shear to see where this possible tornado is. And you can see it's right there. That green right next to the fuchsia there and the orange. And then I like to look to see if there's any signature for debris, and we don't have it. Remember, Wednesday we had a good debris signature with this. So this is a good sign that things could be weakening. And then I like to look at this to see if there's a new updraft forming. And there's definitely a new updraft forming right over Chaffee. So we're trying to get a new storm to develop here and move off to the northeast. So we could be cycling. We could be seeing a new storm trying to develop between Chaffee and Oran. Are there two hail markers by chance on it? Or
No,
just one still?
There's just one.
Near Whitewater, right?
Yes, just south of Whitewater.
Okay, so now I can definitely see, I don't see a funnel, but I did see the wall cloud, so I could see the circular discs of the bottom of it. So it's still rotating. So I've got that low-level rotation in here, but when we haven't heard anything from Delta, have we?
No,
so,
we have not.
So the last report we got was debris east of Advance on Highway 25. Yes. So it looks like that parts are just to the north side of Advance may have taken a hit from this tornado, and hopefully it weakened right as it was moving into the Delta area. So again, if you're just joining us, we've got a tornado warning out, and it is for the exact same area that was hit hard on Wednesday. Numerous flash flood warnings. That's going to be the big problem later on the night. There's going to be too many counties to name later tonight. We've got a severe thunderstorm that we're going to be watching closely in Ripley County. Matter of fact, I'm going to zoom in on that because it looks like it is moving more to the east as well, and it has nothing in front of it other than warm, moist air now, which could be because it looks pretty strong. Is there a hail marker? It's west of Poplar Bluff, what I'm looking at.
There is. It's just a
right
little over an inch.
Right over Donovan, a little over an inch?
Yes.
Okay.
1.07.
Let's see. Yes, Jeff?
In addition to the people that are taking shelter in Delta, which, as you mentioned, just took a hit a couple days ago, there were almost the same population of people in Delta helping restore power and stuff, and those people are included in the folks that are seeking shelter.
Fantastic. It's amazing, all the folks helping everybody out. You don't think about that because Delta's a small community, a little over 200 people. There's probably 200 or more people helping them clean up and try to get power back on and everything. Now all these folks are having to stop what they're doing because possibly getting hit again. And I'm thinking that the circulation became aloft right before moving in. I can't be 100% sure because we haven't heard anything, and no news right now is definitely good news when it comes to the situation in Delta. It's bad news though when we start thinking about the poor folks that may have been hit in Advance with this tornado. So the possible tornado now is just to the north of Chaffee. Let's see if we've gotten a velocity update. Let's see. Let me change this over to shear. And I have not gotten. Do you have a velocity update? Because I have not gotten a new one. It's still right at Highway P.
It's about to update. Hang on. Downloading. Okay.
It seems like it's just heading into Dutchtown, so in between Gordonville and Chaffee. The strongest.
Okay, so this circulation is right here now, right here. So again, my new tornado warning, it does include Cape Girardeau. You're probably going to hear our phones go off here in a second. There you go. New tornado warning, that is for Cape Girardeau. That is for Scott City. That's for the airport area. It's for this tornado that hit the Advance area, was headed towards the Delta area. Looks as though it has become aloft briefly. And again, we've got our tower cam kind of pointed into the storm. I don't know if we're going to be able to see this or not. It's a little darker now than it was the last time because it's later at night, and so we don't have the sunlight to kind of help us light things up. But the lightning's lighting it up, but that kind of messes with things. All right, so now I just got a brand new reflectivity. So based on what Cassie told me, this possible tornado is right here at the intersection of 25 and 74, basically. So yeah, that's right at Dutchtown. So that's moving right into Dalhousie right now. So it'll be in the Dalhousie area in about 2 minutes. It'll be in my neighborhood in 4 minutes. So mom, family, get back, make sure you're in the basement. This possible tornado is going to be in our neighborhood in about 4 minutes. And then it's going to be getting into the Cape Girardeau, the city area here pretty quickly. Are they still tracking it at 40 or are they 35 or what's the new speed on it?
The new speed is at 40.
40 miles per hour.
40. Okay, thanks. So I'm going to put a track on it so we can kind of get an idea. Again, it's right over Dutchtown right now. That's where this tornado is. If we have one on the ground, it's right over Dutchtown.
Hey, Grant, I know you mentioned your mom there and that she's gone through this before. Just let her know that we're thinking about her.
All righty, yeah. And I also want to put my mom's watching and she's going to be nervous. I want to put her mind at ease that this is nothing compared to what she went through in Alabama. This is nothing. House isn't going to blow away with this. At least our house won't. Your house won't either. But could take the roof off and could take part of the upper level off. That's why you need to be in the basement. All right, here are the communities. So Cape Girardeau at 749. So we're talking about our area here again. But this, I'm going to kind of talk to the folks here in the station. This is kind of headed our way in about 5 minutes. Now, with that said, it doesn't look quite as strong as what we saw last time. I'm going to zoom in because I had the angle of the tower cam towards Delta. We may need to change the tower cam. So I'm going to zoom in to kind of get an idea if somebody can move the tower cam just a bit. We can look at this. I want to kind of get an idea of where this circulation is in proximity to where the station is. Because I want to be able to make sure that I keep the station safe as well and get people into the basement. Again, it's unbelievable that we're going to have to go through this in 2 days. I think Kathy said she didn't do it in 30 years here. And we've got a tornado that's taken the exact same track.
We're getting pictures in from the Advance area, and it looks like a pretty strong funnel. I can't see the ground because of trees, so I don't know if I can say tornado, but
that was earlier. It was going through the Advance area. Okay.
Yeah. Circulation heading toward Dutchtown and I-55 as per this latest scan in the NWS chat.
I keep hitting the wrong button. I've been doing this for too long over the past week. And to be thinking that I got another tornado going right towards my house is a little frustrating. So there it is. Okay. So what was the timestamp? The last two numbers on your timestamp for
40.
40.
So
yeah, it is. It's east of Dutchtown. So it's moving right in my neighborhood right now. It's moving right in my neighborhood right now. It's going to be moving over towards Menards. Again, close to the Cape High School. You folks need to be in your safe spot. I'm trying to think where we are, where the camera needs to be pointed. I can't really. Oh, that's the courthouse. That's the courthouse that I see lit. So if somebody could put the courthouse on the far right edge of the frame. So we need to move the camera slightly to the left, just slightly to the left. If somebody can get in, and if not, I can do it. But again, we've got a tornado moving in towards Cape. Okay, I think I see the funnel.
The latest scan on storm relative velocity grant shows a pretty tight signature just north of Dutchtown.
Right, and I think I see the tornado on the tower cam. I think I see it. So we need to get a lot of people in the safe spot again. Two days ago. So yeah, I see a tornado. Well, I see a funnel. I can't tell if it's on the ground or not. But I see a funnel that is moving into Cape Girardeau right now. Again, I'm getting old data. I'm going to walk up. Do me a favor, if you can, put the tower cam full on the screen for me real quick. I need to check another source here real quick.
The latest scan is, again, just northeast of Dutchtown.
Yeah, so that is moving into, all right, I want to make sure that is on, that's my ZDR. I need to make sure that's on ZDR, that's on CC. So what I'm looking at here, folks, and it's hard to tell, but we're looking right into that mesocyclone, and it's hard to tell because it won't get backlit, but it looks like there's a funnel of some sort right here. It's really hard to tell, so I really don't want to say that's it, to be honest with you. But all right, let's go ahead and put Max 1 behind me if we can. Again, I appreciate you guys. The booth is working so hard. So this tornado is moving through the Dalhousie area. It's probably right over Menards right now. If it is on the ground, we're going to take another look at the shear marker. And again, I'm still getting some old data. I'm going to see if we got a debris signature here. I do not see it. That's the good news. I do not see a debris signature. So definitely some good news. But we're getting some folks in our safe spot here in the building. And I'm probably going to do the same thing here in just a second. Matter of fact, I want to get one more look at it because I just got an update and to see what's going on. Jeff, are you going to say something?
Oh, I'm just saying we're heading to the basement again for the second time since I've worked here, 22 years, and the second time in
2 days.
3 days, 2 days, yeah. I'm gonna let my daughter know. She's texting me. I'm okay, bud. I'm gonna head to the basement.
Right. So again, there's the tornado, and it's, according to this, it's in my neighborhood at this time, but this is going to be old, so it's probably crossing Interstate 55 right now. And here is the Shawnee Parkway. Again, this is Bloomfield, and this is William. So this is going to be going right, the same exits I called last time, 95 and 96. This is exit 99. Jackson, you're probably getting some large hail, but the possible tornado is moving in towards the Cape Girardeau area. It appears to be about 5 minutes from the station right now based on this. 5 minutes from the station if it is on the ground. So far, this has not turned purple, which is a good sign. I haven't seen any CC drop, which is how we look for debris. And I don't see the debris, which is good. But I do see a very, very tight circulation with this storm. Hopefully the storm is elevated and we're not seeing any tornadic development. But again, we've got based on this time, I want to see the timestamp over here on the latest one. I think we got about 4 minutes.
I just downloaded a new one.
All right, let me see this one real quick. I'm looking at the timestamp to see where it is. And it is, let's see, it is, okay, that was 49 and it's 50. This is great. So this is going to give me an exact timing. Okay, I'll go right where the station is. This storm is the tornado is 6 nautical miles from the station. 6 nautical miles from the station, moving at 30 miles per hour. It'll be here in just a few minutes. So, folks, we're going to do this again like we did. I'm going to bring the radar up full so you can see it. I'm going to take my phone. We're going to leave the microphone on so I can kind of keep up with what's going on. But we've got another tornado that is headed right towards I need to find my phone so I can have radar. We have another tornado that is headed right towards our building as we speak. So we got Max. We've got everything up here loaded. We've got about 4 minutes until this possible tornado hits right where our station is once again, and it continues to take the exact same track as the last one. I'm gonna let somebody mute the TV so we don't get the mix minus on the air.
On the chat, Grant, on the chat, I don't know if you can hear it. I don't know if they can hear it. On the chat, it's saying a trained mobile spotter confirmed tornado on the ground between Dutchtown headed towards Gordonville. Now it's at 7:50.
Okay. So at 7:50, a tornado on the ground. It has moved east of Gordonville. So that is, here I'm going to let you guys go on down. I need to be kind of halfway up so I don't get that echo. I'm good, thank you. So here's what we're doing, folks. Hopefully you can still hear me. There's a chance we lose power because we may take a pretty direct hit here. We had a tornado hit us or come right next to us on Wednesday, and here we are having to do the same thing again. So I've got radar. I've got me located on the radar so I can see exactly where this possible tornado is in conjunction to us. And yeah, it is about 3 minutes away. 3 minutes away from downtown Cape Girardeau. If this is on the ground, I'm seeing what could be a debris signature just based on reflectivity, not a total debris signature that we would normally see. So once again, a tornado headed into downtown Cape Girardeau. It is crossing the interstate. We've got another severe thunderstorm warning that is moving in towards the Poplar Bluff area. This is for hail and high winds. And there's another storm I'm watching closely east of Doniphan that is about to move into Butler County. We'll probably see another severe thunderstorm warning issued for that storm. And so we're going to continue to monitor this. But the worst thing we can see right now is headed right into downtown Cape Girardeau again.
A train spotter is falling behind the tornado.
Okay, there's a spotter that's chasing this tornado and keeping us informed. He's on the back side of it. So I guess we've got a tornado. I haven't seen, of course, I can't tell if it's confirmed or not by the warning on this. Here, would you put that on the table for me up there? Thanks.
Northbound on Highway 25.
Northbound on Highway 25. Okay, so the tornado is east of Highway 25, so it takes a minute for it to get there. So we've got, this looks as though it may be, okay, so this looks as though it may be occluding and taking a left turn. So this may be taking a left turn, and if that does happen, it's going to it's going to cross Kings Highway, the north part of Kings Highway, north of William in about 2 minutes, and it's going to head towards the JC's golf course area if it's occluding. If it doesn't occlude, it's going to go towards downtown Cape Girardeau, right where we are. But it looks as though it's trying to occlude right now. I see reflectivity and everything is turning to the north. So it looks like it may miss the downtown area.
You're losing your audio a little bit, Grant. You want to try my mic?
All right, I'm going to keep coming up. I'm going to come up a little bit more. All right, so it looks like it's moving a little bit off to the north, and we may catch a break here. Mobile spotter observed tree damage on the side of the road. Yep. So we've got very strong winds, to say the least. This is going to be very gusty winds from exit 99 all the way down, looping, basically following Kings Highway throughout the entire city. We're going to see some very strong gusty winds. It looks like the couplet is going to be just north of the station now. So I'm going to give it one more loop, and then I'm going to go back into the studio if this is going to be the case. If it looks like it's going to miss us. It was so close. It's just, I can't imagine doing this twice in 1 week. We've got very strong winds, a very strong circulation. Any other reports from the spotters there, Cassie?
No, not that. A train spotter on Julian Lane Cape reported wind picking up, and they're taking a mobile spotter confirmed tornado on ground. Downtown Gordonville is getting extreme rear flank.
Rear flank downdraft
yes.
in Gordonville? Okay. So we're getting a lot of rear flank. So that's the strong winds. And what a rear flank downdraft is, folks, is it is the winds on the backside of a supercell, and it will be powerful. And that's what I'm seeing on Doppler radar that's moving right into downtown. So we may get winds gusting 60 to 80 miles per hour across the whole downtown area. That's going to do some tree damage and cause some issues. But the circulation itself looks to be right where, well, that was old, so that's going to be, it's looking just south of highway or exit 99. So this is going to be going right through Lexington, I think, over Lexington, all those houses in Lexington. This is where this new spin up is headed. There's a roundabout at Lexington and W. This is going to be moving east of there. Malden Park it looks to be okay, Madeline, but it is right there. It's real close to Malden Park. I know I said Lexington, and some folks that know some folks that live there. We want to make sure that everybody's safe. So we've got some very strong winds moving in, and a possible tornado moving through Cape Girardeau. Looks like it's already done some damage to the west of Cape Girardeau, and other storms we continue to watch. We've got a supercell that's moving in towards Poplar Bluff right now. Right now it looks like mainly hail and high winds with that. Hail up to quarter-size hail. And we're getting lots of reports of flooding, folks. Lots of reports of flooding. This is going to be a nasty flooding night. Let's see. I just got a report of...
I'm trying to keep up with the chat.
This is tightening up just north of the station. It is just north of the station. So the northern parts of Cape Girardeau, I know we kept saying the southern parts, but when it occludes, it takes that left turn, and that's why these warnings are issued so wide, and it was headed right for us again, and it looks as though it is occluding, and we're getting that circulation on the north side of town. So if you live near the golf course, it's the JC's golf course, I think, close to that pilot house on the north side. That's right. That's JC's, right, Jeff?
Yeah. Right
okay,
there.
so that's where this is. So this is right there. This is right where that tornadic circulation is. And I know there's some friends of mine that are listening right now. I'm talking to you. It is headed right towards your house. So please be in your safe spot. It's going to be there in less than 2 minutes. It may already be there. But we've
That's
got
a strong drop on CC.
Yeah, it is a drop. It's a little noisy, but man, it kind of adds up. So what it looks like we're happening is it's occluding. I don't know if we're going to get a new circulation, but it is definitely to the north of the station.
Winds are picking up outside. Right?
Yeah, we're going to get nailed with very strong winds here at the station. So because we're going to get that gust front. The gust front, the rear flank downdraft, is moving right through downtown.
I'm trying to keep up with the chat, but...
So we've got, there's a very tight circulation right near the golf course. And so I'm going to be headed back into the studio because I need to get some roads to be calling out because this thing is tightening up significantly tightening up. We've got strong rotation. It is going to the north side of downtown. It's going to be probably very close to the casino, maybe just north of the casino in Cape Girardeau. It's going to be just northwest of the casino, but it's going to be... I'm going to get in here and kind of zoom in because I know a lot of folks in this area, and I know a lot of folks are in harm's way right now, so I want to make sure that they are okay.
Everybody or just us? Okay.
So again, we've got
set.
So the station's right here. We're getting hit with the rear flank downdraft. The tornado is actually right here now on the north. Here's Lexington. It's on the north side of Lexington. It is crossing Perryville Road as we speak. If it is on the ground, the circulation continues to tighten up right in Cape Girardeau on the north side. This is what I'm talking about right here. This tornado is located in this general area right here. So Cape Rock Road, you need to be seeking shelter. We're talking about the golf course I was talking about is right up here. So the circulation looks like it's going to be just south. That's why I needed to get in here to see the roads because the source I have, I can kind of guesstimate where it is. But here's our tornado. So the station is right here. The tornado's right here, and it's moving off to the northeast. So it's going to go towards North Sprigg Street. We've got southeast Missouri, where the softball field is at southeast Missouri. If you know where that is, that's where this circulation is moving right now. I know there's a lot of folks that live in the apartment complex right there on Lexington. This is going to be very, very close. There's a few apartment complexes that the students go to. Please be in your safe spot. Get in a basement if you have it. If you don't have it, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So I'm going to zoom out just a bit because we've got this possible tornado. No, it's confirmed. They've got, I'm losing my mic, so.
Yeah, confirmed tornado. They have it moving at about 45 miles per hour.
So I've got two confirmations. I've got one that's going up northeast of Jackson. I got one that's in the north side of Cape Girardeau. So let's kind of see. We just got an update here. So again, everybody in eastern Cape Girardeau County, you need to be in your safe spot. Even if you don't get the tornado, these rear flank downdraft winds are very, very strong. There's the tornado right there. It's more than likely a little farther north and east now. Let's see if we got, yeah, and that's what I think they're doing. I think they're saying, Cassie, what you were showing me, that CC drop.
Yeah.
So, all right, so we've gone from the purple shading on this tornado warning that was going through Cape Girardeau, and now we've got this new storm that's coming off to the, not yet, but thank you, off to the north and east of the Jackson area. So, Mom, Anita, Halen, the storm's gone for you right now. Just want to set your mind at ease. Thank you very much.
What about the folks in Jackson?
And Jackson, it's close because I don't know where people consider Jackson. In the eastern part of Jackson, they're not safe. They're still in harm's way in eastern Jackson. And the eastern part of Cape Girardeau. If you live west of Interstate 55, the tornado threat is over for the time being. It's not over for the night, but it's over for the time being. Notice numerous severe thunderstorms off to the west that are headed our way. The good news, that big tornadic signature we had with this storm, that really weakened. So hopefully that will be the trend, and we'll just get this line of storms that brings us a lot of rain, a lot of wind. But right now we've got a tornado warning, a confirmed tornado that has been moving through the Cape Girardeau area and unfortunately kind of taking the same path. It did occlude and move to the north. You can even watch, I'll zoom in a little bit, and you can watch this. Well, no, I got to stop it to zoom in. So, but the whole storm turned to the north. So it was moving left, and what I think happened is it interacted with the warm front, touched down, and now it's north of the warm front. But you can see for folks in Jackson, I think most folks consider Jackson to be west of the interstate, but I don't know about some of these communities north and east. I know they still go to the Jackson school. So I definitely, yeah, Fruitland's under the gun right now. Jackson, the eastern parts of Jackson, this is where this possible tornado is right now. Near the Trail of Tears Park, headed towards Procter & Gamble. Those areas are under the gun for this tornado. And again, what did they say on the confirmation? Did they say anything about the confirmation? Is Storm Spotter, or did they get a TDS on it?
I'm trying to.
Yeah, there it is right
radar
there.
indicated from the second one. Let me look at the one that's going into Jackson. That one, weather spotter confirmed tornado.
Okay, so we got a weather spotter still following it. And so what happened, and there it is, and again, it turned significantly north because it was headed right here. So again, as these storms weaken slightly, or we call it occluding, they take a sharp turn to the left. Doesn't mean the ground circulation is going to weaken like that. It's not like turning off a light. It takes a long time due to, I'm not going to get into the physics of it, but anyway, that just takes a long time. And you can see that inflow notch right there. So that's our tornado, and it's headed kind of towards that Procter & Gamble area. Let's kind of zoom in. We did get a new severe thunderstorm warning, a large severe thunderstorm warning that's been tagged possible tornado, and we'll continue to monitor that as well. But so here's Jackson. This is Fruitland right here, and Procter & Gamble is located right in here. That's right where this tornado is. It's right near the Procter & Gamble area and County Road 525, between State Highway Y, and I think it's Indian Creek that runs along this highway. So if you live near Indian Creek, east of Fruitland. This is where the tornado is headed right now. You need to be in your basement if you've got one. If you don't have a basement, I need you to find the lowest level of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside. For you folks in Pocahontas and Oak Ridge, I know it's noisy right now. This circulation is going to be staying to your southeast. So this tornado will not be impacting you. And we've got again, another tornado warning out for this storm, and that's where that tornado is. It's a very tight circulation, and again, it started near the Advance area and just kind of followed the same path, and you can see it right there. That's our possible tornado, and according to storm spotters, it is periodically on the ground doing damage. We've gotten reports, of some debris and stuff flying from the air, so we definitely want to take this seriously as it moves off towards Procter & Gamble, Highway 177 out of Fruitland towards Procter & Gamble. That's where this tornado is. So Jackson, like uptown Jackson, you're fine. This is out of here, even though it's very noisy, very stormy. I wouldn't go outside or anything, but the tornado is past that area as well as Cape Girardeau, the city itself. I know we still have a tornado warning, but the actual circulation is now north of the city of Cape Girardeau.
Grant, we might want to give them a heads up. Advance, Delta, into the Cape Girardeau area. Again, that severe thunderstorm warning that they just issued with the tornado possible. These people that were just hit could potentially be getting hit with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and about quarter-sized hail with that tornado possible tag.
So here's what she's talking about, this storm right here. And this is going to be more of a type of a bookend vortex type. If a tornado forms, it's probably going to be south of Marble Hill. But yeah, Jackson, you got hail moving in. Not Jackson, sorry. Advance and Delta, like she said, the cleanup continues. And I know Advance just got hit by a tornado. And you've got very strong winds moving in and the likelihood of large hail. What's our hail marker on that storm moving towards Advance?
Close to 2.
Wow. Okay, so the hail core itself looks like it's going to just miss Advance to the north. But so we're talking about golf ball size hail. Every once in a while the storm can spit it out, which means it would fall farther away from the hail core than normal. But this is what I'm talking about right here. So remember where I said if a tornado forms, it's going to be just south of Marble Hill? That's what I'm watching right there. That kink right there could possibly turn into a tornado. Very strong winds moving into Advance right now. A very strong gust front, and that's going to move right up 65. And then that's going to move into my neighborhood, and we've got roof damage. And I tell you what, this has just been just a rough week, has it not, folks? But you know what? We're going to get everybody through it. So again, a possible tornado trying to form south of Marble Hill. We'll continue to monitor that, but I want to get back to the actual tornado that is on the ground, and this is near the Procter & Gamble area in Cape Girardeau County as it heads off to the north and east. This is it right here, and it's about to cross the river here shortly and go into Union County. It's about to go into the Union County area. Let's take a look see if I've got a sheer update on it.
Hey, Grant?
Yes, sir.
We're in reports of a Task Force 1, which is the flooding rescue team heading to Van Buren. I know you've talked about the flooding risk that we're all going to see.
Right,
we don't have any more information than that. I don't want to overstate it, but we just know that the task force is headed there.
So it sounds like to me, if that's what's the case, is that there could possibly be somebody stuck in water.
Let's hope not.
And let's hope not. Please, this is not the night to go driving around, to go look at anything. This flood water is going to be serious. The amount of force we're going to be seeing with the flood water is intense. Speaking of intense, the tornado is right over the Procter & Gamble area right now, and is probably actually crossing the river into Union County. Looks like it's headed towards the Wolf Lake community. Wolf Lake is under the gun for this tornado that is headed your way. Again, it's moving off to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. I don't know exactly where the warm front is. Matter of fact, I'm going to step aside because this helps me decide on my decision making. I need to see where this warm front is, so I'm going to kind of take a look here real quick at some surface data to see where it is. Again, we've got a possible tornado right near Procter & Gamble right now. Actually, you know what? It'll be easier for me to look at this.
I was just going to say, it looks like right along Cape Girardeau and then into southern Illinois.
So
south of
Chester's knocked out, 56 there. Carbondale, oh yeah, 53. Okay, once this storm moves across the Mississippi River, it should weaken rapidly. Okay, that helps out. What's Cape's dew point now? 62 still. Poplar Bluff is still 59. Yeah, we don't need to see those 70s. That's bad in Kentucky. All right, so we've got a tornado possibly on the ground right near Procter & Gamble. It's crossing the Mississippi River, and it's headed towards Carbondale. With that said, what did I say Carbondale was? 53 the dew point?
Yeah, it's in the 50s.
So Carbondale's, I know there's folks watching me right now in Carbondale. Probably the roommates of my daughter. The Carbondale is 53, so it's going to be very hard to get a tornado to hit Carbondale with a 53-degree dew point today. But this storm is headed that way. This storm is headed towards Carbondale, but it's located right here. And again, it's got to have crossed the river by now based on the speed that it's moving. So let's back things out. If you're just tuning in, of course, we've got another tornado that just almost took another direct hit into downtown Cape Girardeau. And as it was doing so, it quickly veered to the left, and that's what's headed towards Procter & Gamble now. I've got another circulation that's trying to develop south and east of Marble Hill, but it extends a very strong storm with 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, moving into Advance and Delta right now. So yes, Delta, that tornado has moved out of your area. I need everybody to still be in that safe spot where they took everybody because you're about to get hit by some very strong winds and the possibility of some hail. Another very intense storm. The warning was just canceled. It's right over Poplar Bluff. I kind of expect another severe thunderstorm warning at least to be issued. And based on this storm, the way it's moving, it's going to be moving into a very favorable environment. And this storm near Thayer, Missouri, is going to be moving into a very favorable environment once it moves into the Boot Heel. We've got a little isolated storm near Weakley County. We'll watch that because that's headed towards Murray, Kentucky, and that is in a very prime area. Thankfully, we don't have a lot of lift here because if we had scattered storms in this area right now, they'd all be producing tornadoes more than likely because that is a very ripe environment when it comes to tornadoes. And again, Van Buren seeing some serious flooding concerns. Look at all these, everybody in our western counties, all the Ozark counties are under flood warnings. Bullinger County is under a flood warning. Cape Girardeau County is under a flood warning. This is going to be the event. There's going to be a significant flooding event tonight through the first half of tomorrow. It is going to be dangerous to drive across low water bridge crossings. I cannot emphasize that enough. So please take heed to the warning. It's your first alert. Get to high level if you live in lower areas, and do not drive across flooded roadways because the way this flooding will be, you can't tell if
this system is. Some of this also goes into northern Caddo and Bossier parishes that is outside of Shreveport and Bossier. Let me stress that out first and foremost as well. Severe thunderstorm warnings also go into areas like in eastern Texas as well, out towards Linden. Currently right now, I know I don't have the radar out right now, but I just want to focus on the watches and warnings in and of themselves around Atlanta. Jefferson still under severe thunderstorm warning. And then right behind the system, I think where we're really
Could be the hail marker. The hail marker.
Okay, so so this is where, let's see if I get an update.
Nothing is
finally
really...
got a reflectivity update. Oh yeah, no. That's a concern right there. I don't have a I can't let me look at that over here. That looks like a tiny debris ball that is just west of where we may have a tornado on the ground again.
Grant, we are,
yes, sir.
We're in touch with Poplar Bluff. So far, no damage there to report, and Kathy is at home, but she is trying to get some information out of Delta.
Okay, good. All right, thanks. All right, no, that doesn't line up with the CC drop, so, but that would be where the tornado is if there is a tornado. It looks like this is becoming outflow dominant, and the outflow is winning. And again, it's about to cross into much cooler air, but right there, you see that little purple dot? That's what has me concerned about a possible tornado. And you can see the velocity is spinning pretty close to that. And they don't match up perfectly because we got them at slightly different times. But it would be crossing right where Cassie said where is right here. Wolf Lake is right here. So it's going to go between Ware and Wolf Lake, right on Highway 3 in Union County. Again, this is where they closed the, if you know where they closed the road for the Snake Road, that is right there where they closed down for the snake migration. So if you live near that area, you need to be seeking shelter. Get in your basement if you have a basement. If you don't have one, get the lowest level of your home, put as many walls between you and the outside. And a good thing, they just updated the warning. It's no longer a tornado confirmed, it's a tornado warning. But again, once it moves out of this, I think we're okay. Alto Pass, this is going to be getting close to you, but it should.
We're starting to see where the instability, these storms, especially up here around, north of a line from, say, Cape to Vienna, there's just not a ton of instability up here. So these storms, I'm not saying that they're not going to be able to hold together, but they're moving into an environment that's just not quite as favorable when it comes to supercells and tornadoes. Now, what is concerning, you see here, this line that's moving just to the west of Cape Girardeau is not perfectly straight. There may be some little smaller spin-ups that occur within that line. That's going to be kind of the big concern over the next maybe hour or so, don't you think?
Yeah, to be honest with you, the best example of this line being pushed like that is like when a paddle goes through the water. Eventually, all that energy is being pushed right through the middle.
Update with that same tornado that you're looking at right there. Okay. And then I believe, let me just read this out here for you because they always help us out. And we always work in partnership, obviously, with the National Weather Service, who issues these tornado watchings here, tornado warnings here in the Arkadelphia. While I do that, let me get you the latest on that velocity scan there. And again, we're watching out for this path, this cell right in here. Right, if I can get there we go. Right there, that's the circulation that's continuing to move up north and east. So, kind of reading this off directly on my phone, a confirmed tornado was located 8 miles southeast of Fulton, 11 miles southwest of Hope, and it's moving again north and east. So moving up, hopefully again, as Matt, as you mentioned earlier, just off to the southern end of Hope. Hopefully this moves off to the northern end of Patmos, but if you know anybody in between Hope and Patmos, it's time to get in your safe spot and get into your safe place here for today. Again, that's always the most
tornado threats for the rest of tonight.
Yeah, that thing's really, it's speeding up, and you can see some of the arrival times here. Cape Girardeau, that's going to be roaring in here in about the next 5 minutes. It's going to cross I-55 and then the Mississippi River. It's going to head toward Olive Branch. Should be on at least the southern flank of that storm at around 8:40. Anna at around 8:49. Dongola at around 8:54. And then over toward Vienna perhaps at 9:15. Of course, you draw a line down south of Vienna. You're talking about possibly Karnak as well.
Yeah, and one thing that we are going to be watching for all up and down this line is the possibility of a small spin-up tornado. So even though we have severe
helping out Delta, I sure hope you're still in your safe spot right now because here's Delta right here. Very large hail over Whitewater. There could be some hail into the Delta area as well, and very strong gusty winds. You can kind of see this bow echo right here. That's moving right into Dalhousie right now. So for my family, it's not gonna blow the house away or anything, but stay away from the windows just in case, because we've got about 60 to 70 mile per hour winds on the apex of this bow that is going to be moving in towards the
where this thing is headed here. As this will eventually head into areas like Prescott, a little bit before 9 o'clock. Colère, I hope I'm saying that right, 8:25. Perrytown, 8:37. Emmett, 8:42. First of all, if your town pops up in this whole rundown for a tornado warning, I think it's safe to say for you to get in your safe space here for tonight. And just settle in for tonight, because not only are you dealing with the tornadic threat, again, you're dealing with that hail threat, that flash flooding threat. It's just not a good time to be out right now. In fact, I've already seen some issues on I-30 driving around traffic-wise. But again, we continue to keep you tracking with this tornadic threat here. Thankfully, not too much is showing up on the shear tracker. It looks like it's a weak tornado, which I guess is a little better to kind of mention here with that system. Let me get
Evan, they're actually saying on the chat that it's a fairly strong circulation they're seeing right now. You have very strong circulation there. And so it's still a pretty dangerous situation here, and it looks like it's just moving just off to the north and west of Patmos. So again, that's going to cross right over Arkansas 29, and that's actually going to move here closer to looks like County Road 8, and then we got a couple county roads here, but this should pass just to the north of Patmos. And again, strong circulation, confirmed tornado now from the National Weather Service on this one. And it is interesting how we saw that circulation kind of weaken briefly, and now it is re-strengthened. So that's kind of what we've been seeing. These storms kind of will cycle, and so we're seeing that right now. And again, if you're worried about Hope, Arkansas, I do think this is going to stay just south and east of Hope, and it should stay south of Interstate 30. But let's just do another track on this, because again, this is a pretty dangerous little circulation.
It's going to be moving towards the Neelyville area. So this storm, in our eyes, over Poplar Bluff right now is probably severe. It's probably producing at least quarter-size hail. This storm, there you go. There's the severe thunderstorm warning for Poplar Bluff over towards the Dexter area. Probably at least quarter-size. But Cassie was telling me our marker is showing golf ball size, and it's been doing pretty good today. So how do we know that? Well, it ingests data of the atmosphere to let us know. Jeff, you got something else?
I was just going to let you know some folks in Perryville a little nervous, as you can imagine, and I just was going to let you know that in case you had any information. I know we talked about that possible funnel cloud or tornado headed toward mile marker 102 and 105 there, which is just outside of Jackson.
Right. Perryville, folks, you're okay. It's noisy, and I understand the anxiety after what you've been through, but again, we're not seeing anything that is of overly concern in Perryville, other than some very...
A little bit of a notch right there. That is where we do have that tornado that is going on right now, right near Hope, Arkansas. So let's get back into the velocity here, and you can see that embedded more in the rainfall, and that's where it is. We're kind of waiting on a new radar scan. Sometimes as that scan comes across, it'll update, that circulation will change a little bit. So we're waiting on that new radar scan to see if we see any updates there. Checking on my radar on my phone, it's kind of matching up with exactly where that area is. So again, that's the spot we're watching, and I don't really see any other areas of concerning circulation. So we'll just kind of focus in on this one here, because again, that's the main reason why the National Weather Service issued that tornado warning. That happened just a few minutes ago, and that was after a nice little break from those tornado warnings that we had. Yeah, go ahead, Evan.
I was just going to mention, the National Weather Service continues to give us reports. New flash flood warning has actually just been issued for, I know that's away from our tornado warning that we continue to keep first alert about, but new flash flood warning has been issued for Upshur, Wood, and Smith counties. There's been reports of flash flooding over roadways on an exit off of I-30. I believe it was exit 220 in East Texas there. So overall, again, not a good idea to get out in these roadways. Let's get you the latest on some of these warnings again that continue to auto-populate, and keep in mind that is all on I-30. A whole lot of flash flood warnings all the way from Mount Pleasant through Texarkana. Again, water's being reported over roadways on the interstate even. I mean, I always consider the interstate to be one of the safest spots to drive rather than local roads for flash flooding threats, but overall it is.
Thinking on the east side of Poplar Bluff or just north of Poplar Bluff, at least what we're seeing on radar, the storm's definitely holding some hail in the air. Hopefully it's not dropped yet, but eventually it has to drop. So so this is a big storm. What did they say in the warning for Butler County and Stoddard County with the hail and the winds? Are they saying quarter and 60?
They're saying quarter and 70 mile per hour wind gusts.
Quarter and 70.
And it's moving about 50 miles per hour.
And so this is headed towards the Dexter area. And again, this is moving into a very favorable tornadic environment. So we'll have to watch this storm closely, because none of the energy has been taken here. So once you get to Dexter and over towards Sykeston, the atmosphere is very conducive. Now you can see behind me there,
55 at this hour and over Patmos Road soon. This is again rolling just along this is directly on the southern end of Hope here, and this is continuing to move north and east. Hopefully this moves enough east to where this doesn't cross directly through Hope. I'm expecting this to kind of go in this kind of pattern here, where Kohler, you need to be in your safe spot now. It's pretty much right on top of you at this time. Meanwhile, Shelver Springs, Centerville, Perrytown, it's going to be rolling into you guys next year in the next 10 to 15 minutes if this circulation can hang on, which I believe we've seen it hang on. There's been some, as we've kind of been on with this tornado warning, there's been some signs of it weakening, but then it's been re-strengthening again. So this is a circulation that continues to prove itself right as it continues to move north and east, thankfully out of the Arklatex, but we're mainly keeping you first alert about areas of hope. Thankfully, hopefully, this should probably move just off to the south. Let's get a little bit of a loop here. That's a little too long of a loop. Let me decrease the loop here for you and get you what we've been seeing here just in the past 30 minutes. There we go. So you're seeing the circulation. It's a little quick here for you, but essentially this is going straight from here straight over here. So if I'm drawing a direct line from where it's been in the past, I can kind of project where it's going in the future, which should be hopefully just, if you point my finger just to the southern end of Hope here, is where I'm hoping for this spot to go here for in the Arklatex. All right. Again, this is the area of rotation. It's just off to the southwest or southern end of Hope. This is, again, a tornado warning in progress here as this continues to move up north and east, essentially parallel with I-30 pretty much, just on the southern end of I-30. Regardless, not a great time to drive. As I've mentioned, there are several flash flood warning concerns across several areas of northeastern Texas, and as it slowly but surely slips into southwestern Arkansas, that's going to be a threat here for later on today. And I believe the National Weather Service...
let's go ahead and check out that new warning that just got issued here. So this one is for, it's going to include more of Nevada County here as that circulation continues to lift off to the north and east. And the new update here, this warning has now been extended until 9:30, and there's an important part of this new warning that came in, and that is now radar indicated. So this is no longer confirmed. This is a radar indicated tornado, which indicates that it might have lifted, and that would make sense. This tornado has been cycling. It's been a tricky one because it'll tighten up and then it weakens and it tightens up again, and we're kind of in a little bit of a weakening phase, it looks like right now, because based on the new scan that came in, that rotation is not quite as tight. But nonetheless, just based on the way this thing has been tightening up very quickly, you still need to take this seriously, and it looks like that movement is still off to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. So let's take a look at that. We'll do another track, and this is going to move into Nevada County. So again, not quite out of our viewing area yet. It's got to get through Nevada County, then we can finally be in the clear, at least in our area. So as it moves out of Hempstead County into Nevada, we're going to be tracking areas like Azor. That'll be about 8:43, so we got about 15 minutes till that arrives for you. This is going to be just south of Prescott, so I think it's going to stay along and south of Interstate 30, as Evan was mentioning. And then this should begin to move eastward and out of the Arklatex, but it's still going to be with us probably for a good another half an hour to 45 minutes here. And again, the way we've been seeing these storms today is they've been kind of tightening up as they often do, and then they sort of broaden out once again. But let me zoom in just a little bit tighter here and show you that area of circulation. You can kind of see that right there, but if we go back just like a half an hour or so, and this is very interesting because you can see just that last scan there, look how different that is. And then you get one more radar scan and you can see it kind of loosening up. So that's kind of how these storms have been. You'll see that circulation tighten and then loosen, and we'll see what the next scan shows. It'll be interesting to see what that next scan shows and to see if that actually does tighten up. But some roadways in the path here, Hempstead 3, looking at County Road 8 right there. And again, this is eventually going to cross over here. This is Arkansas 32 right there. And then it will cross over the county line and into Nevada County fairly shortly. So let's do another track on that. And again, movement has been
go away when they're expired, but they're no longer valid, let's just say. So we officially have no tornado warnings out. We have a strong storm that's producing gusty winds in the Jackson area and pea-sized hail. We've got some strong storms moving into downtown Cape Girardeau right now. This severe storms go back to the Advance and Delta area.
WPSDlocal6.com and search for that.
That warning just popped up, by the way, for
okay, yep, there it is.
Just west of Poplar Bluff. So that's tornado warning until 9:15. Quarter-size hail. It's located 7 miles northwest of Doniphan. It's moving east at 40. The individual cell itself is moving east-northeast while the line is moving easterly. So we're going to see these pop up from time to time, and still nothing really blocking the feed and inflow to these thunderstorms out ahead of that line.
Okay, so yeah, we got 2 new warnings to pass along here, so let me get to this one first. And again, this is out.
Pop up, because I was about to throw things back, and the last time I saw it, it was pretty tight. So Donovan, you're under a tornado warning. Yeah, there's the tornado. So we've got a tornado warning out now. This does include the Donovan area. It goes into the Poplar Bluff area as well. So we have a new tornado warning. Again, I'm not seeing any tornadoes with the activity going through Cape Girardeau. Didn't see anything with this line that's between Cape Girardeau and this storm at Poplar Bluff, but it's in a very favorable environment for a tornado. And I remember looking at this last time, I was like, I think this one's probably going to spin up. And so we've got a possible tornado forming right here in Donovan, and it's headed towards Poplar Bluff. But yeah, there it is. It's right in Donovan. So possible tornado in Donovan right now. It's going to be moving along Highway 160 in northeastern Ripley County, so you need to be seeking shelter. If you are in along Highway 160, if you are along Highway, it's that one that goes north of there, 21, you need to be seeking shelter right now, as a tornado could be headed into your direction right now. Again, this is on the north side of Donovan. The tornado is crossing the Current River as we speak. I know there's a lot of campgrounds there, there's a lot of cabins. So that's where the tornado is. If you are on the Current River near Donovan, you need to be seeking shelter right now. Possible tornado in northeastern Ripley County. It's going to clip extreme southeastern Carter County and then move into northwestern Butler County. This does include the polygon stops right at the high school in Poplar Bluff. So the warning goes officially all the way to the high school. Yes, Madeline.
We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for Cape Girardeau County, Alexander County in Illinois, Union County in Illinois, Pulaski County in Illinois, and Scott County in Missouri for a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag.
What are they saying wind speeds on that, please?
The wind speeds for that are 60 miles per hour.
And quarter size hail?
No hail tag
hail
on it, but it is moving east at 50 miles per hour. So, moving
so I'll get to that in just a second. So here's our possible tornado right here. And again, it's crossing the Current River. Let me see if I can get it to, wow, that's definitely, I want to see if we can get it. I just want to see what it looks like from Paducah, because it's definitely there. You can see right where it is from Memphis. Yeah. So Paducah is still lagging behind. So let me take a look at Memphis again. I'll get it to switch to Memphis, and there it is. So what we're talking about is...
Stop this and kind of maybe query that and see if we can get a ballpark idea of some of these. At least 60 miles per hour here outside of Cape. Yeah, 63 miles per hour with some of those brighter pixels. So where is that headed next? That's going to be coming into northern Alexander County. You've got Olive Branch and Tams just to the north of that is Olin, and then over toward Grand Chain and Karnak. So these are areas that got hit by a tornado just a few nights ago. And again, here we are with some very strong straight line winds coming in that direction. All right, let's zoom this out here. We continue to monitor a couple of different parts of the storm. There's also some very strong storms up here coming into Carbondale and Anna. The velocity is, we've got some pretty strong outflow winds here around Carbondale right now. And we'll look at the lightning on these as well.
Area. So let's get you the latest again, latest on the tornadic warning storm there, and see if we have the newest outline on the wind velocity there for you. Again, it looks like, thankfully, this is popping off just to the south end of Hope here for the time being. This is the circulating we're watching out here for, right in there. Southern end of Hope. Again, this is continuing to move eastward, just at a slow pace, which is unfortunate, but this is mainly moving northward. So this is moving, looks like up towards maybe Perrytown, maybe just on the edge of that, edge of Hope. I don't think this is going to go through downtown Hope, which is good, but I'd still stay weather-aware, stay in your safe space just in case.
Got some strong straight line winds here in Poplar Bluff, and then there's the tornado warned storm that's out near Donovan. We put a track on it just so that we're kind of out ahead of the game there, moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. That puts it up pretty close to Poplar Bluff, near or just north of town, around 8:58, Lake Wapapello at 9:09, Puxico at 9:16, and then Dexter at 9:26.
Because you're not going to be able to stop yourself. If you get into that, the car gets in the water, the car's gone. I always say flooding is very easy to survive. You have to stay out of the water. And I'm not being funny, I'm being serious, because people continue to drive in that flooding water. And roads are now being eroded. So you don't know if the road's there. So if you come to a float,
overall is going to start to decrease. That's kind of what they're saying here. It says so once we get this storm out of southwest Arkansas, hopefully that tornado threat starts to go down through the rest of the evening. But now they're talking about the training of these storms, and as Evan was talking about, it's because when you say training, it just means that the storms are moving over the same area over and over again, and so that's going to cause a serious flash flood threat as we head into tonight. And they're also watching rotation developing on a storm south of Tyler, Texas. So I know it's not technically in our viewing area, but I want to show you kind of a wider picture of what's going on. So we got this whole stationary line of storms right here. We got that one tornado warning into Nevada County in our far northeastern sections of the Arklatex, but on the tail end here, the very last storm that you see off to the south still has access to all that very warm and humid air. There's a little bit of...
Look over towards where my finger is pointing in the middle of the box. That is over there towards southwestern Arkansas along I-30. Very heavy rain coming down. It's been doing it for about 30 minutes to an hour now. Going to continue to do it as we go in for the next 2 to 3 hours. Let's go ahead and take Max 3 full, and I'll show you some of the rainfall totals, at least over the last 48 hours. Almost 7 inches into Hot Springs. It's becoming a...
Just north of Donovan right now, continuing to move near Flatwoods, as well as State Highway K, County Road K5, County Road 56, and County Road 411.
This is going to be over a rural area of Ripley County, but this is still pretty good rotation. This is between Donovan and Grandin. There is the Ripley County, Carter County line, so this is north of Donovan. The warning does include the city of Donovan, so you still need to be in your tornado safe spot if you're in Donovan, but if you're from
to Upshur County again, which is areas that were harder hit right around 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon, that's that cell just off to the south and west of Tyler. So let me put the current radar picture up, and we will see what that looks like. And yes, that is definitely a little concerning there south of Tyler, Texas. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because it's not in our viewing area. We don't really have a lot of viewers out here to even watch us, but I just want to give you a heads up that if you're in Upshur County, this could start to make its way into your area shortly. So keep an eye on that. But again, that's the area that the National Weather Service is watching south of Tyler. You can kind of see that inflow notch right there. This is a little bit different character of a storm versus the ones in Arkansas. This is kind of one of these isolated supercells all out on its own. And when you look at the velocity there, again, we're kind of far away from the radar site, but there definitely is some sort of a circulation there off to the south of Tyler, Texas. It's going to cross over Interstate 20 too, so a heavily populated area and a heavily traveled roadway there. And again, that's going to make its way eventually here into the Arklatex. So we'll keep an eye on that one. That's off to the southwest. Let's hope that weakens as it gets into some rain-cooled air. So again, that's off to the southwest there. That's that new tornado warning. And then we take it back off to the north and east, and we still have this tornado warning here to deal with in Nevada County in Arkansas, southwest Arkansas. This has now moved out of Hempstead County. So Hope, you're in the clear. You're just dealing with a lot of heavy rain. If there is any tornado threat, it's going to be east of Hope, Arkansas at this time. And we'll take a look at that velocity again. And again, it looks fairly broad at this point. If there is something still in this, it's going to be somewhere in this area, maybe near Bodka. It's going to be into western sections of Nevada County there. So let's do another track on that. And again, as that moves off to the northeast, it's going to impact the central and northern portions of Nevada County. So there you go, town of Cale. That'll be in the next 10 to 20 minutes or so. Bluff City at about 9:12, Red Hill at 9:23, moving through central and northern sections of Nevada County there in Arkansas. So kind of that's what we're dealing with right now, Evan, but we got those 2 tornado warnings now on kind of on either end of that big line of storms. Yep. So we're going to keep an eye on all of this, but again, we're not quite out of the woods yet, although you know, this could continue this tornado threat at least for a little bit longer.
Yes, and not only that, we're dealing with our other major threat, again, that I've been talking about consistently, which has been the flash flooding threat. I want to go back to that because that is certainly happening here in the Arklatex. Look at this vast swath of flash flood warnings that we have ongoing here across the Arklatex. Look at this. All the way from areas of Howard and Sevier counties through Texarkana, and this includes most of our East Texas counties all the way down through Longview as well. A huge area of flash flood warnings, which, again, as Matt's been talking about, training, meaning these storms are happening on the same areas. They're stuck in the same place, continuing to wrap up the rainfall totals. We just mentioned earlier, we have about 4 to 6 inches of rain already recorded in the past 24 hours or so in northeast.
Next few minutes.
This warning goes all the way up to, it looks like, Grande in Tyler. It goes even north of Grande. It's all the way to 4th and 5th Street in Tyler. The area of concern is going to be south of toll 49. But Stonegate off of Paluxy would be included in this. And then I can't think of the name of the subdivision, but it's right off of 49 in Paluxy behind the Cumberland Village. Again, I can't think of the name of the subdivision, but there are a lot of subdivisions in this area.
Okay, so we are also talking about anyone around the Cumberland area, Cumberland Road, the Cherokee Trail, and the Cumberland Estates area. You are under this tornado warning as well. This is going to include areas like Chisholm Trail, Old Hickory Road, Cumberland Road, Canyon Road, Santa Fe Trail, Trail Ridge, Willow Bend, Cimarron Trail. If you're hearing your streets listed, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. This is going to include Wilder Way all the way up 69. This will include the area, I call them the college streets. So Clemson Drive, Oxford Drive, Cambridge Road, all of those areas there, Purdue, Columbia, Yale Drive. You guys are under this tornado warning. Jeff Davis Drive between Cambridge Road over to around Paluxy. This is going to include Paluxy and the Grande Boulevard. So the Graymont area, you are also included in this tornado warning.
We just got a new scan. It looks like the area of rotation is going to be near toll 49 and Highway 110.
Okay.
The Woods subdivision is going to be just to the north of this.
Okay.
This is going to be south of UT Tyler on the northwest side of Lake Tyler. This is not far from where I live. So there's a Super Walmart at 110 and Shiloh. The Super Walmart is right about there. The Woods subdivision is right here. Have a lot of friends in the Woods subdivision at this moment. If y'all are watching, you need to be taking shelter in the Woods subdivision. Charleston Park. Is it Charleston Park?
Yes, Charleston Park across from UT Tyler. Okay, so the rotation itself looks like it is just barely off to the west of 110. This is going to be near the Gwynn Farms area. If you guys are in Gwynn Farms, please be sheltering in place. Once again, you want to go to the lowest floor of your home. You want to go to an interior room. Put as many walls between you and the outside of your house as possible. This rotation is going to be crossing over 110 on the north side of White House. So this is going to be on the north side of White House where it crosses over 110. The rotation is just barely south of where Grande meets 110. You can see where that red and green meet. Okay, so here's Copeland area, here's Roan's Quarter, and you can see right here, here's 110, and here's Grande right here. You can see where it splits right there. That's Grande at the intersection of 110. So we're talking Train is just up to the north of here, and then you head south into White House. So this is going to be the north side of White House. If you are on the south side of White House, closer to the high school, you're probably okay. The rotation's going to stay up to the north of you, but that's going to be crossing over 110 in the next few minutes. That rotation right over 2964 there, and once again, it's kind of moving now to the east of 69. So all of those places that I mentioned at the beginning of this live coverage coverage that are along 69 near the Cumberland Village area. You're okay now. The rotation is moving past you now. It's crossed over FM 756, and now the rotation is between FM 766 and 110. Right where you see this red and this green together, this is going to be moving on the north side of White House. If you are north of Main Street in White House, please get to that small windowless interior room. This is moving over you as we speak. You do not have much time to get there. Don't worry about grabbing helmets or pillows or anything like that. Just get to that center room in your house. A hallway, close all the doors, a pantry, a bathroom, anything like that. This is going to ride on the north side of Main Street in the White House area is where this rotation is. We do not have confirmation of a tornado on the ground with this, but we do know that these storms all day long have been producing tornadoes. We know that there have been confirmed tornadoes in East Texas earlier today, so we want to make sure that everyone in the path of this storm is going to be taking shelter. Once again, if you are on Highway 69 at 346 up to Loop 49, this rotation has now moved past you. You can get out of your safe spots, but this rotation will continue to push into the northern portions of White House. If you live north of Main Street in White House, you need to be taking your tornado precautions at this time. This could likely be wrapped in very heavy rainfall, so it's not likely that you would see this tornado except for the possibility of lightning flashes and power flashes if it were to hit anything. Once again, the circulation is on the north side of 346 in White House. It's going to be crossing over 110 in the next few minutes. It looks like the rotation itself is going to stay right between 346 and Grande. Here's Grande right here that comes into 110. And then here's the rotation just to the south.
Grande's a little further north.
Okay, so that's 49, excuse me. I've been calling it Grande. That's 49 that comes into 110, and that's exactly what I was thinking. Thank you, Andrew. So here's toll 49 where it comes in. Here is Grande right here. You can see Andrew's labeled it as well. So this is just south of that area, and you can see that 49 comes in here. Remember, it splits right there so that you can go north or south on 110. So right there at 49, south into White House, here's where the circulation is right now, FM 2964 and just north of 346. So here's 346 right here that goes into the center of White House, Main Street right there that goes over toward the high school. The rotation is just barely on the north side of 346. If you were in White House, please be in your small windowless interior room for the next several minutes until this rotation can pass through your area. Once again, the tornado warning is effective until 9:15, I believe, for the Smith County area. 9:15. Yes, yeah. 9:15 for the Smith County area. If this holds together, it'll be moving up toward Gregg County and Upshur County as well. The circulation is in the north side of White House, near 110, right?
Now we're looking at
okay, it's crossed over 110 now with this new update.
So this is going to be near Spur 246 and Highway 64, not too far from the Chapel Hill High School.
Okay.
This is going to be near, there's a, it's not a state park, but it's a state wildlife center that's off of, I believe it's Bascom Road that goes from the Spur down to Lake Tyler.
Okay, Chapel Hill, this is headed towards you. If you are in the Chapel Hill area, you need to be taking your tornado precautions at this time. I would give it another 5 minutes in White House before you come out of that safe room just to be on your safest side. But it looks like it's moving out of the White House area now and closer to 64. The rotation is just south of 64, moving toward the new Chapel Hill area. You can see Old Omen Road on there. And then that blue line that you see in the middle, that is the edge of a flash flood warning that's in effect for the area. And this rotation right now is right around County Road 285 and FM 848. It'll be moving into the Chapel Hill area momentarily. I expect to see this rotation move over to 64 with that next scan from our radar. Remember, it takes a couple minutes for it to get all the data in, but we've got areas of rotation moving from White House to Chapel Hill, moving up to the north and east. If you guys are anywhere between Tyler and Kilgore on Highway 31, you need to be ready for this. This is going to be crossing over 64 in the next few minutes, and then it will cross over Highway 31. So in the Chapel Hill area now, and it will continue moving toward Browning by around 9 o'clock. So within 10 minutes, it will be crossing over Highway 31 and heading up toward the Browning area. It looks like this rotation could pass just to the west of Kilgore and just to the south of Winona and Owentown. Once again, that rotation that you see moving between White House and Chapel Hill is moving up to the north and east. So I'm going to get in front of the wall for just a minute so I can show you. Here's 110. If you live to the west of 110 in South Tyler, this rotation has moved past you. So you are not under that warning anymore. The rotation has moved on the other side of 110. If you were in Tyler and you live east of 110, you need to be taking your tornado precautions at this time. You need to get to the lowest floor of your home, and you need to go to an interior room with no windows, a closet, a bathroom, a pantry, a laundry room. Even if you just have to get into the hallway and close off all the doors, stay away from windows, get to the middle of your home, and stay there until the circulation has passed your area. If you are in South Tyler and you live west of 110, you can come out of your safe room now. The circulation has moved past you. If you were in Longview, this circulation is moving toward Gregg County. In fact, the tornado warning includes Gregg County as it moves off to the north and east. Have they said how fast this is moving?
30, 45.
Okay,
40.
so it picked up speed a little bit. When it first started moving into the southern portions of Smith County, it was only moving at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. So now it's moving more like 30 to 45 miles per hour. This is going to be crossing into Gregg County in the next few minutes. So if you were in Gregg County, you still have time to prepare. Make sure you know where that tornado safe room is so that as we see this rotation lift up closer to the Gladewater area, you can take cover when it gets there. Right now, the tornado warning, the circulation is in southern Smith County. It is on the east side of Tyler, closer to around UT Tyler, the Woods subdivision, and moving toward Chapel Hill. As it moves up to the north and east, Andrew's putting a track on it now. It's in Chapel Hill at the moment. It will be in the Browning area just after 9 o'clock, and Gladewater, it's headed your way. It's going to be in the Gladewater area sometime between 9:15 and 9:20. This is a circulation that we do not have confirmed a tornado on the ground, but keep in mind there's a lot of heavy rain with it, and it's very dark out there now, so it's going to be really hard to confirm if a tornado is on the ground with this at all. If you were in White House, you are now in the clear as the rotation has moved past you, but once again, South Tyler, west of 110, now all the way to the White House area, you are in the clear. You can come out of your safe room. This is going to be lifting through Chapel Hill. It is going to be crossing over the highway there and will continue to cross over 31. So it's going to cross over 64 in Chapel Hill near the high school there in Chapel Hill, and then it will continue on toward Highway 31 and into the Browning area within the next 10 minutes. So right now the circulation right over Chapel Hill, I expect to see another scan with the radar in just a minute or two, and I expect that circulation to have lifted across Highway 64 with this next scan. So right now, if you are in Chapel Hill along 64 near the high school in Chapel Hill, you need to be taking your tornado precaution. There's the new scan. It's now lifted. It's about to move over Highway 31, very close to the Browning area. So right now the circulation near County Road 26, County Road 2301, Highway 31 between Tyler and Kilgore near the Browning area. That's where the circulation is right now. It is crossing over 31 as we speak. So that means if you are in Chapel Hill, give it another 5 minutes. You can come out of your safe room as this continues to push away from you at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. Once again, Gregg County, you are in in this tornado warning because it is headed your way. You can see the circulation there right around, right between Tyler and Kilgore. That's going to be right on Highway 31 or barely just south of Highway 31. That is going to
hail associated with this system as well. Let's see if we can see anything on the shear tracker, and it looks like we can, which is indicating, again, something moving up to the north and east from Falk in Miller County, continuing to move up north and east up towards Garland at this rate. Again, Garland, please, cannot stress this enough, get into your safe space. And again, this is a system already containing a good amount of hail as well in for the day, in for right now. So let's go back to the radar picture and show you, actually before we show you the radar picture, go over again this new tornado warning. It's in effect for us until 9:30 Central Time. Garland, you're right in the center of that polygon. So you know it's time to go ahead and get into your safe spots. It could move farther south to Stamps, could move further up to north to Patmos. That's where our tornado warning is in effect for. Back in for southern Nevada County. Miller County, it's just about to reach the eastern edge of Miller County and move into Lafayette County. This is also in effect for Hempstead County as well, too. Again, this is we're going to have a long night with this, unfortunately. Let's look at the latest on the rotation again and see where it is. Again, it is right in there. It's going to be hard to see, again, because of how much rain we have along the setup. That is a thick line of heavy rain moving just to the east side of I-49 here for the time being. Garland, you got light rain.
East Texas until 4 a.m.
Okay.
Okay, so this circulation is crossing over 31 near the Browning area right now, lifting up to the north and east. It is headed toward the Gladewater area. If you are in Gladewater, if you are in Liberty City, you need to be watching this very, very carefully. This looks to cross over I-20 right near Liberty City, right near that exit there at 135, or just maybe possibly to the west of 135. It'll be in the Liberty City area in 10 minutes. Gladewater, it'll be in your area in about 15 minutes, and then 20 minutes until it hits the White Oak area, and then it'll be moving into the northern portion of Longview, crossing over Highway 80 there. So if this circulation holds together, it could be moving through the north part of Longview. If you were in Longview listening to me, you were not under the tornado warning yet, but if this circulation holds together, we will see it issued for all of Gregg County, or at least most of Gregg County, and it will include the Longview area if they are to issue this downstream. Have they said anything else?
They have not. I zoomed things out because we mentioned the watch, wanted to show the watch.
So here what you see here, the areas in blue are flash flood warnings. The areas in red are tornado warnings. The areas in orange are tornado watches, and the areas in green are flood watches. So
Garland, that's headed towards the Little Red River, or the Red River, I should say. There in Miller County, and that's going to cross US 82 west of Stamps and up towards Patmos. Those areas all under a tornado warning for a circulation that's it seems to be on the most strong part of the line. Back up towards the metro area, again, I think we're going to get storms. It's going to rain all night long, but that supercell tornado threat where you get those isolated storms out there that could plant big tornadoes, that window has come and gone, and our storms, though they tried, missed their window, thank goodness. So we're really talking about brief, isolated tornadoes tonight along this line, should any occur. But the rain...
But that circulation is still right over 31, going to be crossing over I-20 in the next few minutes.
So noting the circulation has gotten more broad, compared to what it was when the warning was issued, we are going to hold on to the warning just to watch the trend. If we, folks that were with us for the Upshur County Hawkins situation earlier, we saw that storm cycle. It produced the tighter rotation, then it looked like it was weakening, and then it would strengthen again. So I think that's what the Weather Service is planning to do here, is to watch the trend. But I'll back the radar up to a couple minutes ago when this storm was over the White House area, and I'll zoom things in. You can see we've got those greens and those reds that are tighter together here where I'm drawing the circle. And then we advance things to current time, move the map a little bit. You're not seeing those greens and red is tight together in that circle anymore.
That's good news. And hopefully, because we have seen sunset, we're not getting the heat of the day as much, so hopefully this will continue to weaken. It will not cycle. This warning is in effect until 9:15, so we're going to stick with it just to make sure it continues to weaken, and we'll watch this warning as it moves into Gregg County. This warning will include kind of the northwestern portion of Kilgore, but I think the rotation is probably going to cross I-20 around Liberty City. Still looks like that rotation, even with that latest scan, is pretty broad. Hopefully that means that it continues to weaken. That circulation is right now between 31 and I-20, just to the west of Liberty City, very close to where the 271 I-20 interchange is. It's going to be the circulation just south of that. And you can see right there where Andrew's circling. So this is going to stay on the south side of Winona, but if it holds together, it is going to be heading right along 271 toward the Gladewater area. So if you are in Gladewater, go ahead and get to your safe room just to be on the safest side. Make sure.
Looks like it is a little weaker than it was, so hopefully that will be the case and it will start to weaken a little bit more. But again, it's a busy night, Evan, and as you mentioned, this tornado watch, and you said this has been extended till 4 a.m.
Yes, I will say the National Weather Service has reshaped their tornado watch. I saw them in the chat kind of fandangling with some of the counties and parishes, it looks like here. And they've kind of reaffirmed it. The Soto Parish, by the way, is now out of the tornado watch. So is some of our counties in southwestern Arkansas, such as Little River and Sevier counties there. So they're kind of
trimming it away.
They're polishing it and trimming it away, which is good. So this is the target area for the tornadic threat and any of the storms here for the rest of tonight. Northeast Texas and southwestern Arkansas in particular, for our southwestern Arkansas counties, either along or south of I-30 here for the time being. Let's get you the latest on some of the reports that we've been getting in. Not only that, we've gotten a couple of damage reports as we're starting to filter in more of that from the earlier tornado warning that went through Upshur County. I don't know why.
Yeah, you got it.
That for a
Upshur
second.
County.
Upshur County, yes.
Yep.
We got unfortunately a reported residence has been had some significant damage in Upshur County. Also, water. Flash flooding is the other big risk here for the day today. We've received reports of some flash flooding over some roadways around Gilmer.
Is being pushed into the updraft of that thunderstorm, where you see kind of this little area here. That's where the rotation is in that thunderstorm. That's where the updraft is, what's fueling the thunderstorm. And so when you get warm, moist air moving in, that's just going to fuel that updraft and keep it going. So right now we have a tornado warning that's in effect for Smith County. The circulation is in Smith County at this time, but it will be crossing into Gregg County shortly. So if you were in the Gregg County area, especially from Kilgore to around Gladewater, although Gladewater might be in Upshur County, it's right on the county line. So if you are anywhere from Kilgore to Gladewater, southern portions of Upshur County and the western portions of Gregg County west of Longview, you need to be taking your tornado precautions, as this area of circulation is right now near just south of, maybe not even just south. It's moving up close to Owentown and just off to the east of Owentown. So it's lifting up kind of on the south side of 271. It'll be crossing I-20 just on the south side of 271, just past that 271 interchange where you see the exit to go into Tyler. That's where this circulation is, near the Browning area, lifting up to the north and east. It looks like the circulation is heading straight for Gladewater, and it'll be clipping the west and northern side of Liberty City. It does not look as strong as it did a few minutes ago, but we're going to keep this going because the tornado warning doesn't expire until 9:15.
Nothing since.
Okay. Okay, so they mentioned that the circulation is getting broad, but the tornado warning is going to be in effect until 9:15. So we'll be with you for another 10 to 12 minutes until either this warning expires or until they issue a new warning, and then we will keep going. If a new warning is issued, It's going to include Longview, or at least just north of Longview, maybe even like the White Oak area. So you guys just be prepared if you're in the north side of Longview, north of Highway 80 and near the White Oak area. Be prepared that if another warning is issued, it will likely include your area. Right now, that warning kind of cuts off once you get past Gladewater. But if they do reissue a tornado warning, it is going to include parts of Longview, and it's going to include White Oak and areas up to the north of Longview along 259 as well. So right now that circulation is right about I-20 and the 271 interchange there. It's going to be crossing over I-20 in just a few more minutes, and then it will continue.
The next couple minutes. Louisville, 916. Watch out for you there. Also Patmos. We're watching out here for you in the Arkadelphia, Texas. Thankfully, it looks like this tornado signature is weakening a little bit, especially because I'm not seeing any shades of green here in this area. That's good to see. Let's see if there's anything on the debris tracker. I haven't checked this out too much recently yet.
Yeah, and continues on to the north near Gladewater. Once again, this is heading straight towards Gladewater at this time if it doesn't weaken before it gets there. It has shown signs of weakening in the last few minutes as it's moved through Smith County, but there is still definitely some rotation within this thunderstorm as it crosses over I-20 in the next 5 minutes or so and continues on right along 271 into the Gladewater area. That means if you're listening to me in Tyler, your threat for this tornado is over. No part of Tyler is left in this warning. The circulation has lifted up to the north. So if you're in Tyler, you can come out of your safe rooms. If you're in Lindale, you're okay. Winona, this is going to be just barely down to the south of you in Winona. This is going to stay north of you in Overton. Gilmer, you've already had a tornado in your area earlier today. You want to watch this very carefully because this could possibly, if it holds together, move to the south side of Gilmer. 10 more minutes left on this, and so far the next update looks even more broad as far as the circulation goes. So I'm not sure that they're going to continue the tornado warning past what we see right now. Here's where the circulation is right now, just north of the Browning area. It's right on top of I-20 to 271, right kind of in that edge between the two highways. It's going to parallel 271 right into the Gladewater area. It does look like it's weakening, but keep in mind, even when these storms weaken, as far as the circulation goes, you're still likely going to be seeing 60, 70, possibly even 80 mile per hour winds. Even as the circulation starts to weaken some, we see those straight line winds. So it is possible that even if there is not a tornado with this storm, that there could likely be some straight line winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. That's going to be moving right along 271 into the Gladewater area, just on the west and north side of Liberty City. It is crossing I-20 now.
And up into Clark County, that'll be replaced with the severe thunderstorm warning. And our National Weather Service will continue to keep a close watch on that storm as it moves up here. An overview of the state shows that other thunderstorm in southwest most Arkansas, Miller County. And I just don't think that has quite the velocity signature that it had just a little bit ago. In fact, every step.
Yeah. So that kind of produced all those tornadoes. Highway 37, Tunnel Hill Road, Goreville Road, these areas you definitely want to be seeking shelter. Help me out, Madeline. I am not 100% sure. I want to make sure I don't call out the wrong lake. What is the lake that's near Goreville? Is that Lake of Egypt or is that?
I believe it's Lake of Egypt.
Yeah, well, it should be, I guess. That's Lake of Egypt Road, Creel Springs. You got hit by a tornado on Wednesday.
Yes, Lake of Egypt.
This is headed your way. So if you live around Lake of Egypt or Lake of Egypt Road, this tornado is headed your way. Again, this is in
Garland here. This says we had damage reported north of Garland City, but it might be.
That is in Miller County, though.
Yeah, Miller County. So I think it is this. It's making sure it's the same town.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm seeing that. We do have damage reports. I don't know if that's from a tornado or flooding or what, but it could be something going on up there. So
we have
soon, and then that tornado warning could possibly be continued if it doesn't show signs of continuous weakening. We'll be waiting to hear from the National Weather Service in the next few minutes to see if they're going to continue another tornado warning. The current tornado warning expires at 9:15. So in about 10 minutes, we'll know if this is weakened enough that they're not worried about it moving into Upshur County, or if they're going to issue a new tornado warning. So the tornado warning still in Smith County. It's in that very northern, northeastern corner of Smith County, and that's going to continue to push into the corner of Gregg County and the southern portion of Upshur County in the next few minutes, where that rotation is. If you were in the Tyler area, you can rest easy. The rotation is past you, and the tornado watch has been canceled for Smith County. No more severe weather is expected for Smith County, though we will see a flash flood warning continue through the evening because of the heavy rainfall. But once we get rid of this circulation, Smith County will be in the clear. Cherokee County is in the clear.
Farther north becomes less conducive for tornadoes. Do me a favor, Madeline. You're standing right by GR. Click on the, there should be a METAR at Harrisburg.
Harrisburg, yes.
Yeah.
That is, it says 57.4.
Okay.
57.
So once again, once this kind of moves farther north and east, it should begin to weaken because we need those dew points in the 60s really to get this activity down to the ground. But we've got a possible tornado in extreme northern Johnson County. It's about to move over into the Lake of Egypt as we speak. This is going to stay south of Marion. I know you've got the county that Marion is in.
Gladewater. Please be taking those tornado precautions. Please be in that safe room. It doesn't look like this is not near as strong as what we saw earlier today when we had confirmed tornadoes on the ground. I can say that. This never looked as strong as the confirmed tornadoes that we saw on the ground earlier today. However, it is rotating, and so we know it could produce a tornado at any time. However, I doubt we have seen one on the ground yet, just from what I'm seeing on radar.
And it moved through such a populated part of Smith County.
If there had been any damage, hopefully we would have heard by now. So hopefully this continues to weaken as it moves up to the north and east. Once again, Gladewater, stick with me for a few more minutes to see if this is going to weaken as it moves into your area. It will likely start moving into the southwestern corner of Gladewater in the next few minutes, right along 271. So if you live in Gladewater, south of 80 but along 271, this rotation is moving right along 271 into Gladewater. The tornado warning is still in effect until 9:15, or until this storm weakens enough that they would cancel the warning. I expect, because we are so close to 9:15 and we haven't heard anything, that we are possibly going to let this warning expire. Let me say this, even if the warning is allowed to expire at 9:15, we will go back to programming at that point. We will continue to keep you updated on our website and our social media pages. Please follow us there, because Gladewater, even if the warning is expired before this circulation gets to you, it's likely going to have some very, very strong winds as it moves into the Gladewater area. So I would expect maybe even a severe thunderstorm warning to be issued for this.
Circulation not strong.
Okay, so they're continuing to see it weakening. The circulation is right on 271, just barely to the south, almost 271 and 135. It hasn't quite made it to 135 yet, but it's very, very close. The circulation is very, very broad, which hopefully means that there is nothing on the ground. There still could be some straight line winds. The circulation is very close to 271 and the 135 interchange there, where 135 runs into 271 just outside of Gladewater. That's where the circulation is right now. Very, very broad. We're likely going to see this tornado warning expire at 9:15. So just a couple of more.
So noting, even if we're not dealing with the tornado here, there is potential for hail and high winds, as you've been mentioning, the wind with this.
To move into Upshur County. So that's what the Weather Service is saying as well. We may see them issue a severe thunderstorm warning that would include more of Upshur County with this area moving in. So you guys in Gladewater, the rotation is weakening quite a bit as it moves into Gladewater. Great news there. However, it's still going to be very, very loud as it moves through with very heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, and the possibility of some very strong winds of, say, 60 to 70 miles per hour. This is going to ride just on the north side of Longview, so expect high winds, the possibility of some small hail, and maybe even some flooding, possibly north of Longview. We've seen those flash flood warnings issued with a lot of these thunderstorms. So as this starts to move up north of Longview along 259, we could likely see some more flooding in that area.
The warning will expire in about 1 minute.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Okay, so the tornado warning is going to expire. It has moved out of Smith County. They're going to let the warning expire for Upshur and Gregg counties. In about the next 60 seconds or so, we'll see that drop off of our map. Let's widen things out just a little bit, Andrew, and show everybody where the thunderstorms are. If you are south of Tyler, you are fine for now. We've got a couple of thunderstorms that are trying to pop up in Panola County that we're going to be watching very carefully. Remember, they have reissued that tornado watch.
The storms here. Keep in mind the arrows in that rotation. That was right in here. That's all that warm air feeding into this system, which continues to almost drown us with heavy rain and a little bit of some chances of hail in that area. And that is also trying to circulate a little bit of rotation. Again, as we've kind of mentioned, we don't really see a tight-knit circulation that's forming a tornado along this line in and of itself, but we have very strong winds regardless along this line that's moving up north and east, up in the north side of Louisville. Should move in between Stamps and Patmos, but Patmos continues to get pounded with heavy rainfall. Stamps, you have...
I'll be full disclosure here. I just don't see it. It doesn't look like it's there now, but it is in a little bit of a bend of this main line, so this could be where it starts to reach down to the ground, and it doesn't show up as well on the radar. But again, when they're along a squall line like this, they usually don't last very long, and that's what happens is these spin up and then they spin themselves out very quickly because of all the energy and the push from the main thunderstorm line. So either way, for those of you up the line, especially around Harrisburg, this portion of the storm will likely swing through your area. And again, a little bit of a notch pushing out like that. This whole line is going to be pushing winds in excess of 70 miles per hour. But in this one little section there, you might get a little bit more of a burst or a little bit of a downburst on the front edge. That's not uncommon. And then we're looking at hail in here, about 3/4 of an inch, nothing real large. And that's encouraging, but right now there's just not much that is showing up as far as a potential tornado. So as we
possible tornado right over Lake of Egypt, and it's moving into Williamson County now. Again,
West, great news. That tornado warning that we had near Tyler has expired. So we're not worried about that, at least right now, but we'll keep an eye on that cell here to the south and west. You do see a lot of flash flood warnings there. That's going to be a big issue, though, going forward. But again, that tornado warned storm that we did have was here, and it's south and west of Gilmer near Longview. It's still a very intense storm. Still a little concerned about it. I do still see some broad rotation in there. We'll see if that tornado warning gets reissued. That's going to move through Upshur County once again. That was hard hit earlier, and kind of traveling along that same path up towards areas that have been inundated with tons of rainfall. So for now, though, the tornado warning there that was near the Tyler, Texas area, that has been allowed to expire. So that's great news. And again, as of now, let me kind of reset ourselves. As of now, we only have one tornado warning. That is the only one left right here into southwest Arkansas. Now the green, those are all flash flood warnings, and the kind of those kind of darker shades of orange, that's all the severe thunderstorm warnings. But the one tornado warning that we have right now is there in southwest Arkansas. And if we can get this to expire here at 9:30, we'll send us back to regular programming here, but we'll see in the next few minutes what happens with that. Go ahead.
That'd be great. One thing I'm watching out for, different sail compared to that tornado warning. We'll get to that tornado warning sail here in just a moment. But there was just a severe thunderstorm warning issued for.
So there's going to be flooding. And people drive right through that because that's how they get about. And the water is going to be just tremendously high, causing some issues right now. What I'm seeing is this thing gusting out. I'm really not seeing a tornado now. Now, the reflectivity signature suggests there still could be one. But I think as we are getting farther north, that the storm is becoming more and more elevated. Remember how I had you do... you told me Harrisburg, right?
Yes.
The METAR, what did you say, 54?
57.
57. Okay, 57. So the warm front is more than likely located right here. And it's kind of stalling out right there. So this storm is going to be moving over that warm front into the cooler air. So it's going to be harder for this storm to produce a tornado as it continues to move off to the north and east. So I'm not overly concerned with the Harrisburg area. Excuse me. We'll continue to watch it.
That is definitely interesting, Evan. I didn't mean to interrupt you there, but that is interesting that you're seeing that, especially considering that that storm is in the cooler air. So I wouldn't overall be super concerned about a tornado. I would be surprised if we got a tornado warning with that, just because we're seeing much cooler air in McCurtain County. But we'll keep an eye on that nonetheless. It's very interesting.
No, I agree. And it is very interesting, especially with the pink shade there and all the hail, as I said, that we're getting reported here from that system as well. Let me take a step back and look at other systems here, especially back at that tornado warning. Again, that we have in effect still right now. Let's get you a refresher on what we're dealing with here with this tornado warning. Again, this is in effect for Hempstead, Lafayette, Miller, and Nevada counties all the way until 9:30. It's still ongoing as of right now for the next 11 minutes. Here for the time being. Keep in mind, Garland, right at the center of this tornado warning. It's all moving on top of you at this hour. It's continuing to move up north and east and could affect Patmos and Stamps here in the next couple of minutes. So let's get you the reflectivity picture here on top of this. Again, at the very least, this is lots of heavy rain, lightning, hail, and strong winds at the very least. So let's take a look at the winds in and of themselves. Again, nothing on our wind velocity, any of our two wind velocity graphs here really show too much of a tight-knit circulation between the green and red, which is good to see. That means we're not really seeing much in terms of rotation to form a tornado here at this time. But especially looking at this wind velocity graph, this really indicates like the intensity of how storms are moving with their winds to and from the radar site, which is down in Shreveport. And as I've kind of mentioned time and time again, I'm always concerned about this little pink shade here that I'll kind of highlight in a circle of arrows here. That's moving right over Louisville there for you. This pink shade continuing to move up north and east. That is the big push of wind gusts, essentially, that's continuing to move up north and east further into southwestern Arkansas here for us. That's causing damage in and of itself. Again, this is not just a tornado threat here for the night tonight. We continue to see good threats from flash flooding, heavy rain, lightning, and man, just overall flash flooding and tornadic threat, I think, is the two most things I'm watching out for. Let's get you a step back and see what we're looking at. And again, we have only one tornado warning in effect right now, but look at the flash flood warnings that we have ongoing all across good portions of southwestern Arkansas, including Texarkana. Texarkana still under a flash flood warning here at this time. We have a good amount of flash flood warnings ongoing through eastern Texas right now. We're getting reports as well of even some water issues and water over roadways in areas of northeast Texas. Even a report of a water rescue ongoing in Upshur County, which is not good to hear at this time. Again, as we mentioned, for those of you kind of reconvening back with us, the tornado warning next to a cell in Tyler, that has kind of calmed down, which is good, and that warning has expired with the cells. It's getting a little more disorganized overall. Obviously, still lots of heavy rain heading into these areas, but thankfully not seeing any bit of rotation out of that system at all. Looking in areas that haven't seen too much. Again, that's been the theme here for the day today, is the same areas that have been absolutely waterlogged with these cells over the past 2 days are continuing to again get them here for the day today. Northeast Texas, southwestern Arkansas, and again into McGurton County as well. If you've been to Shreveport and Bossier, you've been on the sidelines here for the past 3 days or so. Your time for the storms is going to be tomorrow. Tomorrow is the first alert weather day. We'll have more details on that coming up later. But for now, I just want to look at this current system here. Looks like we have 2 little cells forming near Carthage here, next to US 79. Tatum, they're continuing to move up northward towards US 20 and Marshall. Again, Marshall, Shreveport, Bossier, Wascom, kind of all areas that have just been sitting on the edge, wondering if this heavy rain is going to approach them or not. Let me get a loop on this over the last 3 hours to get you what we've been seeing here overall. Oh, I'd like to describe this honestly as a fire hydrant. Let me get the watches and warnings out of the way there for you.
We can follow this outflow boundary again like we did into the Sykeston storm. What's the hail core on the Sykeston storm?
On the Sykeston storm?
Yes, ma'am.
It is just over 1.5 inches.
Okay, so we're seeing maybe $half size hail reaching the ground on the north side of Sykeston. This is to the south of Cape Girardeau. Again, Cape Girardeau, we're just going to get copious amounts of rain, thunder, lightning, maybe some small hail, but it looks like that overall tornado threat now is out of the Cape Girardeau area. We got another storm headed towards the Dexter area, but it is sub-severe, and the storm near Poplar Bluff is sub-severe as well. So let's pan up to the north. Again, we have a tornado warning out, and this is in southern Illinois. This is now just to the east of Lake of Egypt, and now we've got the Evansville radar site. So we'll kind of get an idea of what it looks like the shear wise, because there was a pretty good wind signature in Benton, but that would be elevated. But the hail could bring the gusts down to the surface. And then, yeah, I'm not seeing any signs of a tornado right now as this storm moves off to the east. So I'm going to give it one more scan to make sure that we are tornado free before we toss it back to regular scheduled program.
West Arkansas. So with that in mind, let's go back to our normal radar here 1 second. Let me go back to our regular radar, and we'll actually take the radar off. I want to make sure we got no other tornado warnings here, but I believe this one that we have has expired, and this is the one in southwestern Arkansas. So let me double check on that, but it looks like that is going to be allowed to expire, and if that's the case, we're actually going to send this back to our regular programming here in just a second. Tornado warning for southeastern Hempstead, east central Miller, and Lafayette counties.
A lot better off than it was looking like just a few hours ago. But again, the worst possible scenario is all this flooding, just a tremendous amount of water falling from the sky right now as we have all this flooding rain, and we're going to continue with the flooding rain. So they went with a severe thunderstorm warning for Saline County and Hamilton County and parts of Gallatin County. So let's take a look at that. And they removed, they do not have a, no, they do have a possible tag. So when you guys wanted me to toss the break when the tornado threat ends, just again, let me know in my ear. Is that the case, Jeff? Is that what they're telling you? Yes. Okay. So it's going to be just a minute. Because I want to zoom in on this. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning that is moving in towards the the McLeansboro area and the Harrisburg area. Again, very strong gusty winds are likely in the storm. The question is, can it make it down on the surface? Because there is a shallow inversion. Again, the temperatures are much cooler at the surface than they are just off the ground. And a lot of times that heavy, cool air can stop the winds from getting down to the surface. The problem is we have hail mixed in with this as well, and very heavy rainfall, and sometimes that can drag the strong winds down to the surface. So let's take a look at the shear here real quick, and we'll kind of go from Benton. There's a little tight circulation, right? That's probably why they did it, but again, I'm pretty sure that's staying elevated. I don't think that has a chance of getting down to the ground in my mind right now, based on what the, I don't see any debris. It's a very weak, it's tight. That would be a concern if this were not in an elevated environment. So we'll keep an eye on it for us. But our main stern, what are they saying, Madeline, with this severe thunderstorm? 60 mile per hour winds?
They are saying 60 mile per hour winds, And they are saying it's moving about 40 miles per hour. So, but no hail indicator.
No hail, they're saying, okay. I would think there's a little bit of ice in there based on the reflectivity, but...
Our system is showing about 1 inch in hail now, but they're not putting a warning for it.
Okay. All right, so we're still got that tornado warning out officially, but it is past the area for the tornado warning. So, and we're not seeing a tornado anymore like we saw just a minute ago near the Turner Hill Road area. We continue to track this line of severe storms. So what we're going to do now is, because we're on 2 different stations right now, so I want to make sure that we get everybody caught up to what we're doing. We're going to toss things to a break right now on KFES 2.
We have Todd Jacobian here standing by here with a little more information. Todd, what do you got?
Not much more than what you had, except for that this storm did have a history of producing tornadoes in far southwest Arkansas. But in our area, just keep in mind, we have not had any reports of tornadoes in our viewing area. Outside of it, yes. But yet this is not a situation where we're going to see large and huge tornadoes likely. These are usually short-lived. We're going to continue to monitor that. Let's look at the debris. Let's hope not. You know, you see a little dropout here in the CCs, but I don't think that that is related with the tornado. Now it looks like it has increased a little bit due south of Arkadelphia. So there could be a tornado here, folks. There's Arkadelphia, Highway 67, I-30, and that's some significant rotation coming up on Highway 128. This is going to stay to the east of, it'll stay east of I don't know if it'll stay just east of Malvern. It's going to be awfully close, but east of Bismarck. That's going to stay east of there, but there's significant rotation coming up out the same area that was hit just a couple of weeks ago. March 14th, I believe, there was a tornado that rode in this almost exact same area through northeastern Clark County and into Hot Spring County. Now, what you're looking at here, I-30, out there on the iDrive cameras for the Arkansas Department of Transportation. But now that does look like significant rotation. So the debris detector, gosh, it does not look like to me. If you want to, does that to you, Joel? I don't think that there's anything conclusive that tells me that there's a tornado. The other thing I want to address is the flash flooding situation, because while we're going to continue to track that tornado into Hot Spring County, and hopefully it will lose its intensity as it moves towards the north completely, the entire metro area, Little Rock metro area, is now under a flash flood warning. Huge threat overnight. We could see an additional 4 to 7 inches of rainfall tonight and tomorrow morning, some isolated higher amounts as this slowly moves towards the east. The tornado watch has also been extended, I should say, until 4 a.m. So that tornado watch goes until 4 a.m. for much of the area through central Arkansas. Checking back in on that rotation, it is definitely there. Brown Springs is a community, Highway 128.
And we have a tornado warning, and there's a pretty good signature of a possible tornado that is moving right into Sykeston as we speak. So Sykeston, I need you to get in your safe spot. You know the drill. Get to the basement if you have one. If you don't have one, I want you to get to the lowest level of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, we can see that hook right here. You can see that right there. It's moving right. So the Walmart in Sykeston is right there. This is where it's headed. It's headed right towards that Walmart in Sykeston is where it is at this moment. And it's going to continue to move off to the east-northeast. It's going to be crossing Interstate 55 here shortly, and then kind of following Interstate 57 towards the Cairo area eventually. East Prairie, you're in this warning as well. So we're talking about extreme northern New Madrid.
The strongest storm that we have in the state right now. And I want everybody that's including Joanne, there on the east side of Arkadelphia, Griffithtown, near River Road. The current area of rotation that we're looking at is really close to Word Road and Coburn Loop. I think we have, let me make sure I'm looking at the right spot here, but we do have a river that runs through here. And Barry, that's pretty impressive rotation, dare I say, maybe some of the most impressive rotation we have seen today.
Yeah, at least in the last couple of hours for sure. I'll give you some perspective. Here's Little Rock up here, and we're looking at Hot Spring County, Clark County, and just a couple of square miles of Dallas County there as this storm, which really looks unlike any other storm that's going on in the state. These are kind of ragged. These are kind of ragged. This one has really kind of coalesced into one supercell storm, and So that's the one that we're really worried about. Hopefully it does not continue to have this velocity signature that we're looking at. But wind's going away from the radar site there, a broad area. And this could be just some wind coming out, but it does look like there is a couplet right there on the north edge of this where there is some inflow and there could be some rotation going on. That is tornado warned storm, Griffithtown, Dallark.
By strong damaging wind, and it only takes an EF2 to completely destroy a mobile home. So we want to be in a sturdy structure, cover up, use blankets, pillows, and wear a helmet, and stay put until you're given the all clear. You want to avoid being in a car or truck, not driving down Highway 64 there, and you want to be in a or 67, and you don't want to be in a mobile home, large room with large open rooms, and you don't want to be in a room with windows. Now, we're going to turn things over to Christopher, who is live in the Arkansas Storm Team Weather Center.
You need to be seeking shelter right now. A tornado is moving into your area, Sykeston and Minor, and then Bertrand is headed there as well. And if it holds together, it'll be moving in towards the Charleston area. So possible tornado. This storm has interacted with an outflow boundary and has spun up, and we've got a pretty decent shear indication right here. And there it is. That's our tornado right there. And again, this is a few minutes old, so this tornado is going to be going right through Sykeston right now. If it's on the ground, it's moving right through the Sykeston area. And this is a fairly populated area, so if we have something on the ground, we should be getting some reports here pretty soon. So let's zoom on out and take a look at some other activity. Again, we've got a tornado moving into Sykeston right now. The storms moving into the Dexter area are sub-severe. This tornado is going to be moving into northern Mississippi County as well.
Due south of Arkadelphia on storm analyst Christopher. There it is. So there's significant rotation. Joel, do you have new information to add to that?
Well, I did want to just at least, obviously this is significant rotation there coming through east of Arkadelphia. Notice the polygon though, it includes parts of southeastern Garland County. The sirens are going off in Hot Springs, but Hot Springs proper is not in the path of this particular storm. That's likely going to stay mostly east of Interstate 30 and even Highway 67 there. So I just wanted to give at least a clear to those in Hot Springs who are hearing those sirens and maybe in a little bit of a panic. But this down here in Arkadelphia or to the east of Arkadelphia, certainly some strong rotation there with that, and we're going to continue to treat that seriously. Again, that's moving north and east at about 50 miles per hour. Todd?
Let's continue to track this. Christopher on storm analyst, Arkansas Storm Team storm analyst in that top box. I know it's hard to see anything, but we've got Michael Hollinger, one of our chasers. He's been all over the state today. I wonder how many miles he's put on his truck. Let's go down here and let's look at this normalized rotation. This is a product, it's an algorithm which tries to pinpoint exactly where the tornado is using all this different data. So let's back this up, Christopher, to where the tornado warning was issued, and let's see the trend with this. Is it getting worse? Is it getting better in terms of losing its rotation? And I would say that it's losing its rotation solely based upon this product. So it may have just maxed out and is starting to weaken. Again, stay sheltered. Tornado warning is in effect. I'm clearly looking at trends. Let's look at velocity.
It's healthy and as organized as it was just a few minutes ago. Really don't see much on radar with this at the moment. So let's give you another check up and down this line real quick. Just with the way this thing is weakening quickly, I really don't see any major need to be overly concerned with this. We do have some strong gusty straight line winds from McLeansboro to Harrisburg right now. Those are moving off to the northeast. Carmi and Norris City will be in the path of that. And then here again, our tornado warned storm close to Sykeston. Let's go down for a quick view here. Oh, hit the wrong button, sorry about that. Let's go back to the zoom in button. And again, yeah, this thing really is looking pretty disorganized
at this point. I just don't see it.
Yeah, so Here's the tornado warning does continue till 10:15. We'll watch it from behind the scenes. We're about 20 minutes out from our newscast, so we really need to get some work done to get ready for our 10 o'clock newscast. We got a lot to talk about in terms of heavy rain and flooding.
This area even looks like a little hole in the radar, but that is again coming in. That's very moist and unstable air getting drawn into that system and moving towards the northeast. So if you're watching us from Donaldson in southern Hot Spring County, along and east of I-30, almost in the same area that we had a weak tornado just a couple of weeks ago, that could indeed be in that general vicinity. Is that a debris signature on radar that we see there, Joel? I'm going to send it over to you, but I keep looking at a suspicious area, but I don't think it's debris.
It might be. I was kind of noticing the same thing. I also noticed what you mentioned earlier, that bounded weak echo region, that spot basically, for those of you at home, it's like a donut hill here on radar, or donut hole. You've got perhaps a tornado in there, or perhaps some rotation that is wrapping the rain around it. But when you mentioned that it was just going to perhaps barely miss Arkadelphia, at one point it looked like it was going to stay a little bit farther east of Arkadelphia, and I was wondering if it was kind of making more of a left, I wouldn't say, maybe almost a left turn, or not at least turning right. Turning right would be bad because it would maybe put it in a stronger position. But at this point, though, looking at rotation, though, I would not say that it's lifted. I don't, if it ever touched down to begin with, and it might be just to the east. It might actually be right in here along Highway 7 between Griffithtown and Arkadelphia. There's Joanne right here. So that's probably going to take it right up here between Joanne, or right over Joanne and Arkadelphia. So for those of you along DeLong Road, Maddox Branch Road, Hemp Hill Road, Hackberry, right there around Joanne, I want you in your safe place. Again, lowest floor away from windows. Want to make sure you know, again, where to go, where not to be. You don't want to be in a room with windows. You want to be in an interior room away from windows, lowest floor in a site-built home and not a mobile home. So this is going to be moving up Huey Trail, Witherspoon Road, Brown Springs, Mallet Road. It'll be approaching the Hot Spring County line and then crossing over into Hot Spring County, most likely to the south of Donaldson. So kind of following Highway 51 there, or areas just west of there as it crosses over into Hot Spring County. Again, this is a tornado warning that continues here for northeastern Clark County until 10 o'clock. And it includes Donaldson. It does include Arkadelphia, but Arkadelphia, I think this is getting a little bit farther past you for the most part, but stay in your safe place. That rotation there between Arkadelphia and Joanne, approaching the Hot Spring County line. Todd.
All right, newest scan in as we've been watching this, and they're along Highway 128 as you have been tracking, been looking at some of the newest information online, social media, and the National Weather Service, and I still don't have any reports of a tornado on the ground.
We're getting at 9:40 now at night. How long does this tornado warning go until?
This tornado warning goes until 10:15.
10:15. All right, it looks, again, that's some old data right there that I'm seeing. I want to come over here. I'm going to leave the radar zoomed in on Sykes, and I'm going to look at GR because I want to take a look at a couple of different tilts on this to see what's going on with the storm, how high it is up in the air, the rotation. Again.
At least small tornado has occurred up around Cushman and perhaps just south of Cave City. We'll get a clearer picture of that earlier. But this storm will be moving off to the northeast, and I'm going to just put it into motion for you. And we'll watch the southern end of it, too, down in South Clark County. But here it moves, and it's moving pretty much true to that tornado watch box, a northeast movement. I haven't seen it turn off to the east, which sometimes is an indication that it's strengthening and is producing a tornado. It's a right-moving system that right-moving storm. And I haven't seen that, nor, as James mentioned, haven't seen any debris signature along with that. Both of those things, good news, but the velocity product is such that, yeah, you have to have a tornado warning in effect for there as it moves on up. We're going to be anxiously awaiting the next scan, and until then, we're going to go back and I'll show you some possibility. There was some possibility of some hail in the Searcy area. We'll turn the hail detector on looks like just north of town, just some small hail there. There is not a severe thunderstorm warning in effect with that storm that's moving off to the east there. And it doesn't look like that is a big deal except for lightning and thunder and some heavier rainfall.
Protect you from that flying debris if there is any. And here's our possible tornado east of Interstate 55. Now let's see if the velocity has updated yet. And it has. It's right where I was pointing it to be. Right there. You can see it's much weaker. So this is a good sign, Charleston. We don't want to let our guard down, but it was a lot stronger just to the west of the Sykeston area, and it has
Grant, Hot Spring County. So we're trying our best to gather information about this, as it's very dark and very difficult to see if there's any damage, but we're trying to get all of our sources together. And let's go over to meteorologist Christopher Pipkin with some new information. Go ahead, Christopher.
Todd, I do think this is on the ground. If you want to look at our storm analyst computer, I've got the debris signature pulled up, a possible tornado on the ground with this one. So we'll go ahead and get that on Max 1.
Max 1. So go ahead and show me what we're looking at here. Is this it right here that you're talking about?
Yes, right there, Todd. Here's a look at the NROT values.
Oh, yeah.
And then here is our debris detection, and I do believe that is the dropout, and I do believe that is on the ground, Todd.
Okay, so there may be a dropout there. There's not a confirmed tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service yet, but we think we may have something on the ground based on this. Let's back that up just a little bit, Christopher. So you see something. Go forward there, go to the next scan there. So we might have something on the ground causing damage east of Arkadelphia and getting ready to cross over into Hot Spring County. Great analysis there, but that's a very small area of potential debris. I'm going to check with the National Weather Service. By the way, new severe thunderstorm warnings, Independence, Jackson, Prairie, White, and Woodruff counties. Let's go. I'm going to check with the National Weather Service. Rotation does seem to be increasing near Joanne in northeastern Clark County. That's from the National Weather Service. I'm going to go to stay on the Max 1, and we'll zoom into this area and check that debris signature using this display. And this is exactly what he was talking about coming up near Brown Springs. This is Mount Morrison Road. That's the dropout. DeLong Road, Huey Trail, and there's Red Team Road, right along Highway 128. So that may be, we're going to work to confirm this, but you may see a confirmed tornado warning come out from the National Weather Service, and that will give us even more confidence. But we're watching that area for the next scan to come through to see if it's displaced a little bit further towards the north. But Pump Station Road would be in the path of this. So if there's a tornado, that's...
Our friendly and knowledgeable staff is here to assist. We stock all the top brands.
If it's still down, I think here in another minute, we'll see that kind of expand. If it goes away, then perhaps it's not a debris signature. You kind of really can't tell with just one scan.
Certainly corresponds, though, to the rotation.
Yeah, it does. It's right on it. And that's near Mount Moriah Road. I think a tornado crossed over this road 3 weeks ago. Yeah, and I'm looking at Storm Scanberry. I'm getting some... yeah, we got a tornado down.
Yeah.
All right,
absolutely now.
Southern Hot Spring County, Brown Springs. Time now is to get into your tornado safe place. County Road 281, Section 2 Trail. If you're off of those two roads, I'm going to, let's see, that's Highway 51. I'm going to call out a couple of landmarks, Fields Farm, Anchor Baptist Church, anywhere down Highway 51. This is past the Joanne grocery store, but it sits right there at 51 and 128. And then up into Brown Springs, there's really just the main highway in addition to a few other roads. Mallet Road is one of them. Duthridge Spring Road is another one. And if you were at Butler Road, near any of those, the time has come to make sure that you are in your tornado safe spot. Hopefully we've made that clear. But we've got what looks to be a pretty small tornado debris signature. And Barry, I think you're right. It's slowed down quite a bit. I think the tornado is just going to miss Brown Springs there. It's going to be off just towards the east. So this is all off of Highway 51. just to the east of that, and this is going to be right off Parnell Road and heading towards Brown Springs Cutoff.
Signature. This, by the way, that's the possible tornado right in here, Mount Morrison Road. They are saying that that they've had 4 people that are looking at. They're not able to say for sure. It's pretty noisy with the radar data there. They were going to follow up with the sail scan, and that didn't clear things up. That sail scan is just basically a faster way of getting radar data in. But this is the area that we've been watching. That could be. We can't say 100% sure that there is a tornado on the ground, but this is very, very, very suspicious to us and to the guys at the National Weather Service. New Bern Road, let's play this cautiously. Highway 51 over here, Brown Springs, getting ready to cross over now into Hot Spring County. I know there's a rural area, but I know we have viewers there, and I know from people being hit by the tornado on March 14th in that exact same location. Velocity signature is very strong. That potential tornado is right on Mallet Road, which is across the border from Clark County and into Hot Spring County. If we have Scott Hollinger, just let me know where he is and if he's going to be able to see anything, because this is going to be coming. Say that again? That's it. Not yet. Okay. So just let me know. Let's keep going up further towards the north. Highway 222. There's Old Tuggle Road, Norwood Lane. There's Donaldson. Donaldson, you're in the tornado warning, but it's going to go just to the east of you. This is a serious situation. Tornado warning until 10 o'clock, but it will likely get extended due to the strong amounts of rotation with this. Ridge Road is another place that will get potentially hit by this in 222. So you see the road network. There aren't that many. It's a pretty rural area, but I know there are people there, and we're here to warn you. No matter where you are in the viewing area, we're going to be there for you. Let's continue to follow this on the velocity data. I'm going to go over to meteorologist Christopher Pipkin, and we're going to use Storm Analyst with this, and I want to go into that area on Storm Analyst. There's the rotation. Let's look at the debris signature. I'm going to put my finger right there, and it's a little bit further north. Let's go back that area up. There it is. There it is. There it is. It's a very messy radar, and it's coming up. It's very difficult to tell whether or not we've got something, but it's certainly suspicious, and that suspicious area now is in southern Hot Spring County. There's not enough confidence to have a tornado confirmed tag put on this from the National Weather Service, and that's that normalized rotation, that algorithm we have that shows where the rotation is. We have Scott Hollinger, Hot Spring County. Scott, it's hard to see. We got your feed up, Scott. We got you on the phone, I think, but we can't see anything, but it's completely dark. Go ahead, Scott.
I'm here, Todd.
Okay. You've been all over the state, Cleveland County. Where are you? What do you see?
Todd, right now I am just west of a little town called Lonarola, and we see a very low wall cloud. I cannot confirm ground contact yet. Like I say, it's sporadic viewing with all the trees and everything, but we're looking across the field right now. I can see a very low wall cloud, and the lightning is nonstop. What we're fixing to do now is continue on down 22 toward Donaldson and try to get right in front of this thing and get a view of it.
Did you say you're in Lono?
Lonarola, yes, just to the west of Donaldson, east of Donaldson.
That's the same place that got hit March 14th, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so stay on the phone with us. We're going to mute your audio for just a little bit, and we're going to come back to you, so let's just keep the connection. But I'm going to go over to meteorologist Joel Young here with new information with that in just a little bit. But this is, again, a low-hanging wall cloud is what we're being told, illuminated by lightning in this, and that's what you're seeing in the top box. So again, our storm chasers that we have here at KARK, Fox 16, the Arkansas Storm Team, if you look there, they've done a fantastic job. I think we've had almost all of these lowerings on live today, and that's what, okay, you see lightning flashing there. Joel, high concern, but not enough.
They say there are no excuses. They say to just push hard. They say to just go faster. But when we're on the field, they don't know what's going on inside us. How hard is too hard? When do we get support? When do we raise our hand and ask for help?
White County, and that'll be moving across toward Bradford coming up. But that's a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one, I'm going to look for any sign of rotation on because there's a little notch there, but I don't really see that. Hail-wise, there was some indication earlier, and I don't see a lot on that as well. So I think this is going to be primarily a wind threat as it moves from White County up into Independence County and eventually then over into Jackson County that extends on out there in the I-57 corridor, former Highway 67 corridor, 67 and 167. But we still have the tornado warning in effect, just scattered showers really across the Little Rock area right now. If you're in southeastern Hot Spring County, you need to go ahead and get in that safe spot where the bright greens and the bright reds are coming together. It's not a mystery a lot of times where the rotation of a system or of a storm is with a Doppler radar display. It doesn't look quite as pronounced as it did, and the debris signature doesn't look as pronounced as it did, but there is that inflow right there. So we're going to, until we know otherwise, we're going to assume that you folks, now just in Hot Spring County, are going to be affected by this storm that has a potential tornado with it. There's Highway 67. It's out to the east side of Hot Spring County and moving on up, and eventually it will cross into the Highway 9 corridor. Some of the roads there along off of Highway 222 is County Road 272, Ridge Road. Let's see.
For those of you at home, it would be in this general area here with the radar update. So there's the update there. Highway 51 and 222. There's Donaldson. Donaldson might be on or within a little bit of that rotation as it kind of glides along the western periphery of that polygon. Tornado warning until 10. We're 6 minutes away. Surely they're going to extend this. Okay, the warning for Dallas and Clark County has been canceled. It's now in Hot Spring County.
It's very close to Donaldson.
There's Donaldson School, 222, Kratz Drive, Dingler Road, County Road 268, somewhere in this vicinity, 222 and Highway 51. Not quite over to Donaldson Schools, but awfully close. And there is our couplet. There's the area of rotation, continuing to lift to the northeast.
Nothing has changed on Storm Track 11. We still
Hot Spring County. Let's bring Scott Hollinger back up and put radar here and look at this rotation and bring his, if we have him still available. Let's go back. Yeah, go ahead. Let's put radar behind me here, guys. And I'm going to show you the broad rotation here. Donaldson, where you're in Lona. What do you see, Scott?
Todd, the inflow is incredible going into this storm. I'm pretty sure, it's hard to tell, but I'm pretty sure we've got a funnel right now, but I don't think it's touching the ground. Wall cloud is very low, but we definitely have a funnel cloud for sure. I can't verify it's making ground contact, but it's almost in the same place as with the tornado that was last time here in Wallarola.
Thank you very much, Scott. All right.
The lining is nonstop, and the winds are probably 30 to 40 miles an hour inflow going into this storm.
Thank you very much, Scott. Stay on the line. You're giving us fantastic information here. Let's mute that audio for just a second. So he says there's a wall cloud with a funnel, and it could touch down at any moment. So based on the radar presentation, it doesn't appear quite as put together as it was, but there's still very strong winds with this and a critical amount of flow into it. But Scott is reporting a large lowering with a funnel cloud. So we need to act as if this is on the ground now. And debris, again, very suspicious. To me, there's not a radar confirmed tornado warning on this, but my goodness, this is the same area that came in just east of Brown Springs, east of Donaldson, and it has consistently shown up. To say whether or not that is absolutely a debris signature, but it is suspicious, especially based on what we just heard from Scott indicating a funnel cloud. It's almost impossible to tell whether or not it's on the ground when it's dark and you got trees off on the horizon, but let's act as if it is on the ground. I'm going to go over to Storm Analyst and have Christopher drive this, and we got that debris right here. Let's look at normalize. Okay, this is just showing us where that pinpoint, where that rotation is. It's right in there. Let's look at the velocity signatures on. It's still very evident that there could be a tornado at any moment east of I-30 east of Midway, east of Social Hill, paralleling I-30 going towards the northeast. A lot of people think that for some reason I-30 in that area attracts tornadoes. That's not the case. It's just that storms usually move from southwest to northeast, and so does the interstate. So they typically move in the same direction, but that's why that area is getting that at this time. Let's go over to meteorologist Joel Young with the newest information that he has right now. Joel?
Yeah, I'm just continuing to track this. Again, that road
but maintaining. There's the polygon. Donaldson is just on the other side. Social Hill is going to get awfully close to you. Then up the road, it's going to be near Malvern tonight.
Just trying to see if we see anything. I don't see anything necessarily with that information too much.
Will do.
And this is still a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, Tom. There's nothing been confirmed by the National Weather Service, but it's still showing clear rotation, maybe not as strong as what it once was, but it's going towards Malvern. So it's making a beeline towards Malvern. Malvern, you'll at least see a wall cloud go over, but certainly it could still try to produce a tornado at any moment.
Yeah. And you're more than likely not going to see it. Again, these are some very efficient rain-making supercells tonight. Lots of rain. We've had reports of flash flooding, possible
tornado. Adair, and he is moving down, and looks like he might be, I don't know if he's going into Malvern right now off of the interstate, but...
I'd imagine he has gotten off, and he's going down maybe Highway 9, perhaps.
Yeah.
Down to the southeast.
All right, well, I'm going to go back to that storm then, and we'll start to talk about it.
I'll keep an eye on his feed.
Here it is right here. And through the Little Rock area, we have some rainfall, but this is the storm that we're looking at, and over the last 15 minutes, it's just wrapping in. There's just that big rotation there, and it's just pulling in dry air, and obviously that's a circulation center. It wouldn't be pulling in that much dry air, but I think it has jogged maybe just a little bit to the left, and so that's why along 222 out to the east of Donaldson and then up to Malvern, we're going to be looking kind of paralleling Highway 67 now. Looked like it was just a little bit east of there, if indeed there is rotation with that again, and it still looks like there is wind, very bright winds going away from.
Tornado warning that they've just issued.
Yeah, they've extended it on up, and I'll just I'll detail it for you, but right there it is. So it goes all the way. This is a box within a box. So Malvern,
Saline County, there seems to be still persistent rotation, and I think there's an area trying to get going right in here, just to the east, northeast of Donaldson. This right here in this general area, I think it's a little noisy with the radar, but there's obviously something still trying to get put together. Just to show you what we got here, that's flooding in Hot Springs. This is near Hot Spring County. We have Tylesa, a reporter, Tylesa Hampton, and this is from Malvern I-Drive. But do we have Scott Hollinger? Because he is on this storm, and he's the one who reported the wall cloud with a funnel just moments ago live here with the Arkansas Storm Team. So we don't have Scott. All right, do we have his feed just to have that available at some point soon? Again, the cell signal in this area may be interrupting this feed, and that's why we don't have it up. But again, this is horrible flooding going on in Hot Springs and a possible tornado still trying to develop just to the east of Donaldson. So this includes Malvern, all right, and it does not include Bryant. This is the end of the polygon. There's I-30, and that's Benton. There's Highway 67. It includes Malvern all the way up towards Benton. So if you know somebody's moving into a very populated area soon, let's hope this thing dies out. But if you know somebody in southern Saline County or far eastern and northern Hot Spring County, give them a call, send them a text, tell them to turn on the Arkansas Storm Team as our KRK and Fox 16 come together.
Malvern, Highway 9 coming out of there, anywhere east of 67 and along Highway 9. Go ahead and get into that safe spot. Get into the middle of that. We're gonna go back and keep an eye on Brett Adair's feed, and we'll see if he's getting into an area. Takes just a second for it to load. He's still on his way up there. Boy, just crazy lightning with this shot. I'm going to step out of your way. So there's a ton, oh my gosh, a ton of lightning with this storm. And it is lighting up the sky, and it does look like there could be a lowering of the cloud base there. And the sky is almost constantly lit up.
Yeah, that's a really good shot right there. Tons of lightning.
Sometimes a bit of a lightning maximum if there is a tornado producing thunderstorm, and we don't know that that's the case. But if you're in that area, south and southeast of Malvern, please get into your safe area of your home.
Looks like he may be coming up to a wall cloud or something of that nature.
Yeah. This is kind of that ground confirmation that we're looking for. Like dead ahead there, straight ahead is perhaps a lowering of that cloud base.
Yeah, it may not be entirely surrounded by rain based on radar.
Right.
I mean, you may be able to see it, and with the lightning, you may be able to confirm it. Remember, everyone, this is east of Highway 67 and between Highway 9. This is south of Malvern. Not entirely sure which highway he's on. We'll give him a call here shortly when he gets in range of something he can view. We'll tell you, the last radar scan, pretty conclusive that this is a pretty strong scan.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go back to the storm. We'll go back.
See a break in the rain, and then you might see a little bit more rain before the actual, if there is a tornado happening, makes its way through your location.
Right here. Here's Durian. There's the area that we're talking about. Moments ago, it looked as if it was going to travel due north and impact Malvern. It still might, because it jogged a little back toward the west, but now this looks like it's more of a north by northeast track. So Durian, you are in the path. If you live along Highway 9 in Hot Spring County and you live near Durian, and then eventually 270, Malvern, as you're heading toward Poen and then Prattsville. So these are the areas of concern in the next few minutes. Gifford, you're going to be in the path of this. Again, Highway 9, 270, there's Harp, Arkansas. Landers is off to the southeast, and there is our couplet. There is the area of concern, and it's getting awfully close, if not over the top of Durian at this time. Please take it seriously and get into your safe place. I know there's a lot of different colors here. You got blues and reds. These are couplets. If you look at the winds, you've got winds blowing toward radar in the blue, in the red away, and this is the area that we find the rotation within this supercell thunderstorm that is producing a lot of rain, could be producing a little bit of hail, and right now we're keeping an eye on it. It might produce a tornado at any moment. Nathan.
Tom, I'm trying to see here if this is a CC dropout on Storm Track 11. That's a little more concerning because it is all by itself. It just kind of disappeared there. So we'll have to see what that was. But that rotation is still there. I'll go back to one panel here. We'll just take a look at the pinpoint rotation tool. And it has disappeared.
Okay.
So it may have been a quick touchdown. And it looks like
Storm Track 11,
it
please.
possibly might have gone back.
There we go.
Into the cloud. So there you see it was looking like it was intensifying, and then the latest scan, but you know, it could be reorganizing. But I think that's where it was the highest concern right there when we had that yellow start to pop up. And let me show you the CC here as well.
There's our little dot.
That did match up with the rotation right there. So there may have been something of a quick touchdown.
All right, if you're just joining us here tonight, sirens are going off in Saline County from what I've been
This is what's allowing this storm to survive so long as it continues off there towards Hot Spring County. So I'm going to look and see here on a little bit of a more storm analysis, and we're going to see if we see any debris detection. And I'm going to back it up just a bit. So
He's got the sign there to go to Hot Springs and Sheridan. I think that may be where he's at, or he may be just towards the east of town near Perla.
Mm-hmm.
I think that
together as it did just a moment ago.
Yes.
There's still something there. Don't get me wrong. Malvern stays sheltered, but it's just south and a little east of Malvern, moving towards the northeast. So Malvern, be prepared for high winds, torrential rainfall, and flooding. What you see here is the flooding just down the road from you in Hot Springs, and in Hot Spring County. This is what we're talking about. Let's go to the normalized rotation. Right in there, it does not look quite as strong. Debris, I think we looked at that just a second. That might be something, may not be anymore, kind of dissipating if there was something. This is going to have to go back and analyze, and of course, if there's any damage, surveyed. But let's go back to reflectivity, or I'm sorry, velocity. Let's go to velocity. There's the inflow into this, the warm air, as you said, getting drawn into this. And let's zoom in, and so I can see a little bit more north of where this is going. Okay? So let's warn everybody out in front of this. Zoom in and let's get closer to some of these towns. Okay. Slow it down. I can't read all that there. That's Perla. There's Gifford. Now let's scroll back. Let's go and look a little further towards the north and see some of these other towns. Traskwood on up through Saline County.
From police, county sheriff's office on whether or not there was any kind of touchdown with this tornado.
Tom, we have not. It went through a part of Clark County earlier that had us scrambling a little bit, and now we're sort of letting this make its way through Hot Spring. Malvern's the county seat there. I'm really worried about the track that you guys have drawn up about the way it was headed through that city. But we plan to make those calls here in the next few minutes, but haven't seen anything on the socials. You haven't, right?
I've been checking. It doesn't seem like there's anything yet. Just again, a lot of those flooding pictures and videos that we're seeing. So a lot of that. But at this time, we don't know yet if anything touched down.
And the initial parts of that track that you guys were looking at, it was going over a lot of timberland that they have down there. It's right now where it's gotten close to Malvern that has us a little bit nervous. So I'll let you get back to the track, and then we're going to see if we can find some.
I do want to point one thing out. We are focused in on Hot Spring and Saline counties, but if we go back to Max, please, if you don't mind, gentlemen. There we go. There's Pulaski County. Pulaski County is next in line. And if you were to follow this polygon, this is going to impact parts of western Pulaski County and eventually maybe even up toward Maumelle.
National Weather Service, they are saying nothing right now. Circulation went directly over Donaldson, so I wouldn't be surprised if they had some damage there. There may be some damage reported there that's unconfirmed. Circulation is just southeast of Malvern, so we already know that. Coming up on Malvern, that right there looks, Joel, I'm going to send it over to you, but down here, just east of Social Hill, due south of Malvern, right in there, I think if we have a tornado there, and then there's other area of rotation too. So is that the newest scan? Okay, Christopher says that's the newest scan. Joel, it doesn't, what do we got down here?
It doesn't look as tight.
What is this over here?
But Todd, I think, is this what you're pointing at right here along Highway 9 here? Where the couple maybe just north of there. I don't know if we have the same scan up right now.
No, I'm using our radar analysis. Let me go over to Max here. Let's stay on this for just a second and keep Joel's mic hot, please, because I'm going to go back into this.
I just want to remind anyone who's driving down Highway 67, you need to be in a sturdy structure. Get off of the road, find a sturdy structure. Get inside, away from windows if you can find any way, because it's just going right up Highway 67. In some cases, maybe running almost parallel or right over it. So
okay, Joel, I think this might be a little contamination on the radar,
perhaps
just outside of that polygon.
And it might be that it's not on the ground. I can't tell that there's a single spot. I can't really identify one spot where a tornado might be.
And that's a very good thing. I can't say definitively based on this, That's if there's a tornado. That's where because I can't say
At the
that.
very least, we've got some strong damaging wind. Malvern,
Yeah. Oh,
the
yes.
wind is probably incredible right now. And right there at the intersection of 67 and 270 there, east of Malvern, right there, that interchange that intersection you just touched. So right in there, and it's going to go right up. Even if this is lifted, the really strong wind is going to go right up 67, probably crossing the Saline County line west of Traskwood.
My friend Denny Teeter's inside now and away from windows. Denny, I know you're watching. So I hope everybody there stays safe as it moves towards the north. But it does, as we continue to follow this, 10, 11, in the evening, the tornado warning continues probably for at least another 20 or 30 minutes. In my opinion, it does not look as strong as it did a little while ago. That's not, by any stretch of the imagination, sounding an all clear. But I think that this is just a bunch of junk on the radar, and that's contamination. Where you see these but these bright yellows and oranges, that is motion away from the radar, okay? The radar is in North Little Rock. So that's air moving away, green is moving towards, so I don't see anything put together. I do see a lot of wind with this. There's a lot of inflow with this coming out of it from that warm, humid sector. New scan just came in. Let's zoom in, and if somebody showed this to me and say, Todd, point to me where there's a tornado, I couldn't do that with this because it's so broad and it's not put together right now. With that said, a tornado warning continues. High winds are very likely, and if there's a tornado, it could be anywhere within this location, right? Very close to Malvern and especially east towards Gifford, along Highway 67 up towards the north, and just south and east of Interstate 30. So far, no, we've had some unconfirmed reports of damage. It passed very close to Lono. We know for a fact from Scott Hollinger that it had a lowering, that it had a funnel cloud on it. We hope that that's not the case anymore. We are following suspicious areas that could have been debris, and it was suspicious, but not enough to, it wasn't quite right to issue a confirmed tornado warning. And at this time, I don't see that any longer on the debris detector. So as it stands right now, as of 10:13, I would say that this potential tornado is decreasing, but keep in mind it can ramp back up very, very quickly, just like that. We've seen these cycle like that. So that's still a potential, but we can sound the all clear now for southern Hot Spring County as they have been taken out of the warning. The back edge of the warning is in Malvern. That's where the potential tornado is located. We can't sound the all clear for Benton. If this were to hold together, and this storm will hold together into the metro, the question is, will it hold together and produce a tornado? That's the question, and say a few prayers that it doesn't. But this storm, no matter what, is going to move into the metro. It's going to be loud, it's going to be windy, there's going to be a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder, and flash flooding. We're already under a flash flood warning with several more inches of rain likely tonight. So that's moving towards the northeast, Magnet Cove. There's Lonsdale heavy rain, not in that tornado warned area. Bryant, if this holds together, you've got light rain, you're next for the tornado warning. If it continues to be tornado warned, but no matter what, Bryant, you're going to have heavy rain. There should be nobody on I-30 right now, especially coming out of Little Rock, going down towards Malvern. Nobody should be on that interstate. I know that there are, because we look here towards Malvern, and you know what? I don't see a lot of traffic.
That's good.
So,
I like that.
That's fantastic, to be honest with you. There may be a couple cars. What you're seeing here in the middle box, that's flooding video out of Hot Springs that we had just moments ago. And here in this bottom box, I believe that's Tylisa Hampton, a reporter there. I believe that's her live feed. And we need to check in with Scott Hollinger as soon as we can. He was the one that was giving us such great information earlier, but his cell signal dropped out in a rural location. All right, I may have had some information from him. No, I don't just yet. So
if you're up in Traskwood and Haskell of this storm as it moves up into your area. But right now, tornado warning in effect. Get away from exterior walls and windows, and we'll turn your television up if you're going to take cover in your house. But for right now, we don't see any obvious signs of debris or velocity that would indicate rotation within this storm. And we'll continue to watch it as long as this tornado warning is in effect. And it does go on as it heads up into Saline County. This is what we've spent our nighttime doing, just looking for those little areas of rotation. Earlier there was a
let's look
little
at
bigger
Brett's feed.
threat.
I want to show you just how heavy the rain is, and I think he may have hit a spot here where his internet service is maybe not as good. There you go. His visibility's really dropped. The rain is just pouring. We're going to see a lot of that tonight, with the potential for flash flooding to go up. So this is what Brett does. It goes to where the worst weather is, and today that was Arkansas, even though it was not, could have been much worse, much worse. Here, we'll come off of Brett's feed, and I'll go back to the velocity features here. I do believe, Barry, if we don't see this re-strengthen, we may get some of the 10 p.m. newscast in here, unless they let this warning finish out, because this really, to me, looks like a lot of wind that is moving towards the north. Maybe a redeveloping circulation. Well, that's kind of far out there towards the east. It doesn't look like a circulation.
Yeah, on the eastern end of that, I saw that. But
looks like high wind.
Yeah, I believe that's right. Okay, well, National Weather Service will continue to look at that. If there is a discontinuation of the tornado warning, we'll, in the waning minutes of this half hour, we may get to our 10 o'clock newscast, or at least a little bit of it. We have crews out looking for, really flooding is our biggest threat. And we've had some indication of that today, and I think there's going to be
pushed off towards the north. So again, there's that storm I was talking about towards Mina. Again, very large hail with that right now, up to 2 inches in diameter. But then this storm over here towards Arkadelphia, again, and it's pushed over here towards Hot Spring County, and now going there closer towards Saline County. You can see it rotating within itself right there. And again, that's just what we've been tracking all the way from southwest Arkansas. Watching that one very closely. And I guess we'll go and toss it over to you, Todd. But just looking at these cells evolve, you know, they're being able to feed into that warm air, and I think that's how this storm has been able to stay alive over there towards Hot Spring. Todd?
All right, got some new information I want to pass along to you from not Scott Hollinger, but his son Michael, who also chases storms. He wants me to know and wants you to know, Dad lost cell coverage, said they took insane winds as rotation crossed Highway 222. He is on Highway 9 coming into Malvern right now. So just an update from Scott that there were at least severe winds with that he took on chasing the storm moving into Saline County. Let's see, I've also got all these chaser feeds from Bryant to Jacksonville to Malvern.
with this storm, but no great rotation signature along with it. Boy, this is going to be something else, and the heavy nature of the rainfall is really the big deal tonight. In our state right now, there are 2 warnings. One warning over by Mina, that's a severe thunderstorm warning, and there's this tornado warning, which I don't know how much longer that will go on, but it could turn into a severe thunderstorm warning just because of all of the wind as it moves up into Saline County.
Yeah, Barry, they're going to cancel the warning.
Okay.
They're going to replace it with a severe thunderstorm warning, so we get to have at least 10 minutes of news here while we watch the radar.
Okay. All right. I don't know if we need to head to a break real quick, but when this warning is issued, they're going to discontinue it. Storm remains quite strong, so they are going to continue it with a severe thunderstorm warning as it moves up into Saline County. So Saline County.
The storm comes up because of the high wind potential and lightning. There are going to be power outages, which let's check and see what power outages are doing in that area. That's another thing. Let's see if there are any power outages in eastern Hot Spring County. Then that's another way of knowing if we had something touch down. Well, we would know if it was lightning, tornado, or high winds that caused it, but let's check that anyway. There's the green boxes. Those are flash flood warnings, so keep that in mind. Benton, stay sheltered. But in terms of rotation, and I'm not quite sure how long this tornado warning is in effect. It's 10:20 now. It might be until about 10:30 or 10:40, one of those. I still don't see anything except very high winds that could equal that of a weak tornado. And that's what Michael said his dad was experiencing when he lost his cell phone coverage. And it's on Traskwood. So Traskwood, new scan just came in. You know, you look and see maybe something in this area. Remember, green toward, red's away. Maybe something, at least a mezzo in that area. Moving towards Traskwood. Traskwood, stay sheltered. Haskell, stay sheltered. This is not going to go into Grant County. You've got A lot of lightning, heavy rain, and some gusty winds, but that's going to stay out of Grant County, even though there is a warning there. Up Highway 67, east of I-30. This is the only storm in the state that has at least an hour viewing area. I'm going to back out. It's always important to get perspective and to make sure that you're not missing anything. I look for the red boxes, the red polygons. That's the only one in the state, all right? These are flash flood warnings that are lining up through central Arkansas, and those rainfall amounts of 5 to 10 inches. That's what we're starting to see now, in addition to what we've already had over the past couple of days, and we've already had 3 or 4 inches. So you'd see why the flash flooding is, those warnings are being issued left and right. Let's go over to meteorologist Joel Young and find out what's going on over there. Joel?
Yeah, you can see now they have replaced the tornado warning, and the tornado warning is still there for the time being, but they have decided to go with a new severe thunderstorm warning that hopefully there will be no more need for a tornado warning, but there is a newest severe thunderstorm warning here for Saline County, parts of the metro here, the west side of the metro, especially out into western Pulaski County toward Ferndale. But something I want to point out here, you see this little line here, not necessarily of rain, but little green line that stretches from around maybe northern Prairie County down here toward England, and then back toward that storm. That is some rain-cooled air that's in the metro. So what's happening is this storm was once tapping into some warm, humid air, and when it weakened, it likely crossed over that boundary into some rain-cooled air. So the rotation has weakened a little bit, which is good news, but now we've got that damaging straight-line wind threat now as it's gotten into the rain-cooled air that's in the metro, and I'm hoping that that will save the metro from something more serious. But doesn't mean that we don't have that damaging wind. You can see it there crossing over into Saline County right now. And let's get a little bit more data here from that warning. Again, that warning there goes until 11 p.m. It includes northeastern Hot Spring County, much of Saline County there, as well as western Pulaski County. So I'm going to put a track on that. That's storm is moving at about 40 miles per hour. So we'll continue to track the storm there as it crosses over into Saline County and as it approaches Little Rock. So moving north and east, Haskell 1027. Again, we're not talking about a tornado warning anymore, although there is still a tornado warning on this. I think that tornado warning will be removed, and I don't think we'll see another, or at least I hope we don't see another tornado warning on it. But Benton at 1036, Bryant 1044, Alexander at 1048, Ferndale at 10:55, Douglasville at 10:59, and Little Rock should be in just a little after 11 o'clock, and then Levy at around 11:10 up in North Little Rock, Todd.
We're going to go ahead and since that this is they've replaced it with a severe thunderstorm warning, I'm going to stay with you on this. And I want Christopher, I got Laura and Bob over here too ready for the news, but I don't think we're going to be able to do that, just to let you know. And Joel, even though it doesn't look like that a tornado is imminent, there is a tornado warning. I always will err on the side of caution, stay sheltered. But since this is moving into Little Rock in the metro area and has a history of all this rotation, we are going to stay on the air. Stay on the air all the way through the metro area with this storm until it's gone or dies out, one or the other. So we're not going to leave you as this moves through the metro. There is a severe thunderstorm warning that's now in effect for much of Saline and western Pulaski County. Expect high winds. This is different from your typical severe thunderstorm warning, and let me explain why. Because the ground is so saturated from the rain we've had the past couple of days and the rain we're getting right now. The ground is so saturated that it will not take severe winds to tip over trees. It may take 30, 40, 50 mile per hour winds, and trees will tip over just from thunderstorm winds. So what I want you to do is just stay inside and away from windows. I want you to have your electronic devices charged and be ready to take your tornado precautions, just for that. But that tornado warning has been dropped. Excellent news. But because of the danger moving into the Little Rock metro area, Joel and Christopher, I think we're going to stay with this. And I know there's so much anxiety. I can tell you right now, I have family members that are typically asleep right now, but they're up right now because they're worried. And I get that. I understand that, and that's what we're doing. We don't want to have to be here all night long and on the air. You're sick and tired of seeing us. We would like to get some rest too. But our job right now is to stay here with you and just see you through this thunderstorm as it comes through the metro. But right now, that circulation is not that strong. So there's no tornado warning in effect for Benton. So in Benton, you can come out of your sheltered area, but stay inside, of course, and stay away from windows. If a tornado suddenly looks imminent, we're going to let you know about that. But right now, it is high winds that it won't take severe winds to uproot trees, and there could even be some hail with this. The other facet to this is the fact that it's going to put down rainfall. I would say at least, Joel, I would say at least 2 or 3 inches of rain just from this storm alone. And my rain gauge out in West Little Rock, I think is close to 5 inches already for the past couple of days. So this may take us up to 6 or 7 inches just like that. And we've got a lot more to go tonight for this whole event and into tomorrow. So we're going to bring up I'm going to send it over to you, and I'm going to bring up our tower camera that's located in downtown Little Rock. What's that? I'm sorry. I'm going to go ahead and do that. And there's just going to be a lot of lightning with this, I can tell you that. That's looking out off towards the southwest, so that's the storm coming in. That's I-630 traffic, and we're just going to stay with you. There's no harm in doing that on a Friday night at 10:30. Joel, do you have any new information?
Well, you mentioned, that this particular storm could drop. How much rain did you say? Estimate about 1 or 2 inches out of this one particular storm?
At the rainfall rates.
I've got it right here.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
So we're looking just as that storm now gets into Saline County. Over the past hour, this is how much rain has fallen right up the I-30 corridor. Arkadelphia, a little under 2.5 inches. Just a little over 1.5 inches there, just around the Donaldson area, and about 1.4 inches in Malvern since just out of this one particular storm. Now let's look at how much rain we've had, let's say the last 12 hours. Okay. A lot, a good bit, especially out here toward Hot Springs Village, which you've been seeing some of that video. I don't think we have it up now, but earlier we had some video. Hot Springs Village, just in the last 12 hours, about 3 inches. Out here west of Hot Springs, about, a little under 4, but again, an incredible amount in the last 48 hours. And you can see some of those areas like Hot Springs Village has gotten almost 8 inches of rain. So again, we're just tracking one storm in particular right now, but that one storm in particular is going to be capable of producing an additional 1 to 2 inches on top of the rain that we've gotten in the metro over the past 2 days. So right now, this storm, it is a severe thunderstorm warning. I want to recap the timing of this. It's a severe thunderstorm warning that includes Alexander, Benton, Bryant, Haskell. It includes the western part of Pulaski County until 11 o'clock. And we're going to stay with you through this. Again, that storm, it is a supercell thunderstorm. It no longer has the rotation with it as we look at velocity here. Let's zoom in a little bit closer. The strongest part of the storm right now is near Haskell. And y'all, it is still trying to produce rotation, but the greens and the yellowish reds there, they're not touching there. There's not a confined spot. It's just trying to rotate. So the thunderstorm's rotating, but it's not rotating toward the ground, and it's moving toward the north and east. So I'm going to get a new track on this. It's moving toward the north and east at about 40 miles per hour. And it's likely going to move through Benton, Bryant, and take it up toward Ferndale. So Haskell, 1029, Benton, 1038, Bauxite at 1040, Bryant 1046, Red Gate at 1051, Ferndale 1058, and Kamek Village around 1106, and Crystal Hill right around 1111. So again, we're in the western part of Pulaski County here with this eventually as you get into the 11 o'clock hour. But again, that is a severe thunderstorm warning. It's not a tornado warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning that we continue to track now as it moves into the metro. I still would not advise driving down Interstate 30 and Highway 67 right now, as there's going to be some really strong damaging straight line wind potential there as that storm continues to work its way northward from the Traskwood area up into parts of Saline County. So that's a pretty nasty storm there, certainly capable of producing some damaging wind and as it moves up here through sections of Saline County. So again, Little Rock right now, I would hang in there, stay indoors, away from windows as this storm starts to work its way through. I think the worst of the storm at this point, unless it starts to turn right, it's going to probably affect mostly the western part of the Little Rock metro. But again, really, really heavy rain, torrential rain. I would not want to be driving down I-30 right now through Saline County. It's probably going to really come down there. And again, that thunderstorm is going to be capable of adding 1 to 2 inches of rain on top of what we've already seen, and there's still more heavy rain to come as we go on through the overnight hours. So again, that is just that one storm, no longer tornado warned, but we're going to stay with you as this storm continues to work its way into the metro. Why has it weakened? We believe that there is a little bit of a rain-cooled boundary that is situated right in here, situated from around England back toward the south. When that storm was on the south side of that boundary, it was able to rotate and perhaps even produce a tornado. But now as it gets behind that boundary that I've kind of drawn there in the metro, since temperatures are just a little bit cooler, thanks to some rain that we've seen from previous thunderstorms, this thunderstorm may not be as capable of rotating as it once was. I'm going to switch over here to velocity mode. You can see how it's not as much one confined spot, but y'all, that is still some really strong, damaging wind, perhaps in some cases, very strong, perhaps 60, 70 miles per hour right now along Highway 67 there near Haskell, Todd.
All right, just want to let you know that we have Scott Hollinger, just some information from him. He says, we are good. The second we moved, we lost all cell service. We drove into the edge of what we believed was the outer circulation, and the inflow was very strong. We did see one tree blown across the road. Apparently reports of trees snapped where we turned around 8 miles south of Donaldson. So that's coming from Scott Hollinger, our chaser. This one storm, you can actually just see it coming up, and the whole thing is sort of spinning. That whole thing coming into the metro. No tornado warning on this now, but this is some serious flooding and definite high winds that will tip over trees. Nobody should be on I-30. Nobody should be on any of the roads. I-430, I-630 in the metro. As Joel's been telling you, the heaviest of the rain is going to stay near and parallel I-30 coming up into Little Rock, and then probably come up right into West Little Rock and into the Midtown area. But there's also another big area of rain right here. You see that? That's swinging on through too, so that's going to cut into the rest of Pulaski County. What you're watching here are Arkansas Department of Transportation cameras. They're along, I believe that's I-30. Both of these are on I-30. I think that's Saline County. I'm just trying to remember. I see that's Saline. Okay. And of course, make sure you have that Arkansas Storm Team app. This is a live look from downtown Little Rock. That's going to come up behind me in just a second. It's pulling that up. There, I-630. Nobody needs to be on I-630 down there. The lightning is really going to be illuminating the sky here over the next 20, 30 minutes or so here in central Arkansas with heavy rainfall. I've looked at some of the rain gauges in the past couple days since all this mess started on Wednesday. Rainfall amounts are around 4 inches in West Little Rock. We're going to get another couple inches out of this. So stay off the roads for the rest of tonight. That's you look nationally at the number of deaths on average per year, and it exceeds, flash flooding exceeds tornadoes. All right, up and down this line, it still is worrisome for some tornado potential up and down this line. And I'm going to just go do a quick scan using velocities from Prescott through Arkadelphia and areas east. I don't see anything right now that is of immediate concern. Just doing just a quick analysis here. But in Benton, there's a big push of wind with this, and Haskell here. So I think the winds are really going to pick up here in Benton, Shaw, on up into Bryant within the next few minutes right there at the Saline County Airport. You're going to get some very high winds. That'll come up into Alexander and Otter Creek probably too. So patio furniture, it's too late. Don't go out there and get it. There's lightning all over the place. That's the type of stuff, trash cans, that'll tip over in this sort of wind. And there will be some power outages. I'm not sure we'll get a look at power outages here. I can do that right now, just based on Entergy. The Entergy power outages now, 7,323. And, okay. And in Little Rock, there are no widespread power outages, but there are a ton of power outages right now west of Haskell. I'm not sure when those began, but there's a widespread area of power outages. Let's go over to meteorologist Christopher Pipkin.
Thank you, Todd. I was just going to say, we'll keep it on Todd here real quick, but I did want to say real quick about those power outages. I've been tracking those really closely over there. I noticed there was a few over just to the south of Malvern, and I think about 300 out in the Saline County area. But as you were just saying with Haskell, starting to see some power outages coming in from there as well. and still a few power outages over there at Fort Hot Springs, but again, that might be from another storm. However, over towards Lonsdale, though, and Haskell, that's where we've got a lot of those power outages, Todd.
Lonsdale towards Haskell. Okay, I got that. Thank you. Crews will try to get there. They can't go out and restore power with all this lightning zapping around, but they're going to get to it as much as possible. As I told you, my friend Brett, who's a storm chaser, said that the lightning is absolutely intense with this thunderstorm when it was over Malvern. The good news I can tell you is that so far today, and sometimes reports are slow to come in, that with all the bad weather we've had today, I have not heard of a single report of injuries. So that's a sign that we're all doing our jobs and that everybody's heeding these warnings. You're looking at the power outage map too, that was in the bottom, but that's also the camera there. That's power outage. We also have a camera downtown Little Rock that we can go to. And in Benton, this is this viewer video coming out here. Courtney, I believe, and this is from Benton of the storm, and you see the lightning illuminating the sky. That's the cloud to ground lightning strike. And I want to thank you to all of our viewers. I say this just during our normal newscast, and I say it over and over and over again. You're a part of our team. I mean, we may be in front of the camera, you're on the other side of the camera, you're helping us out do this for you, your friends, and your neighbors in covering this in this severe weather season that has produced more than 20 tornadoes so far this year in Arkansas. So, no tornado warning, high winds, maybe some small hail, torrential rain, and Joel Young. He comes with these severe thunderstorms from time to time too. Joel, let's go to you.
Yeah, Todd, I just want to remind folks at home, we are staying on the air with this because it's a severe thunderstorm warning, and I realize that a lot of times we'll stay on the air for a tornado warning. We don't often stay on the air for a severe thunderstorm warning, but considering the fact that our ground, we are so waterlogged right now, and the ground is saturated. We've seen quite a bit of rain over the last few days, and we've got this beast of a storm that's capable of producing about 1 to 2 inches on top of what we've already seen. This one storm, now there's going to be more than that, more rain that comes in behind that rain, but just this one storm is capable of producing that much rain and wind. And when you have a saturated ground plus high wind, those trees can topple over a lot easier. The root system won't be as able to hold up in a lot of those trees as it normally would. You know, if this was coming through and it was the first storm we had all week, it might be a different story, but we've had round after round of rain, and so that makes us a bit more vulnerable. And this is a pretty gnarly storm. As we look at the velocity here, you can still see some bright kind of yellowish reds there on the leading edge of it. That's moving through Benton right now. I'm going to put a track on that. That's still moving toward the north-northeast. The storm itself with all the damaging wind, again, we're not talking about a tornado at this point, but this damaging wind can produce tornado-like damage. So that's moving toward the north-northeast, and I'm going to put this track, I'm going to take it all the way into northern Pulaski County as if it's going to hold together. Hopefully it weakens some as it gets into some rain-cooled air, but Salem at 1043, Bryant 1044, Redgate 1049, Shannon Hills at 1053. So this is the arrival time of damaging straight-line wind. Keep in mind, again, the ground is saturated, so the trees are going to be a little bit more vulnerable to falling over. Douglasville, Kmac Village around 1105, Maumelle at 1111. Of course, when I say Kmac Village, we're talking about the Heights, West Little Rock, that general area, all around 11 o'clock. That's just a town name that popped up on my list here. But Maumelle, 1111, Amboy, North Little Rock there at 1112, and then Monty Springs at 1119. And then Mayflower right around 1122 if it holds together that far. And keep in mind, this is the same storm that touched down a brief tornado down when it was in Miller County near Texarkana. So it's been riding that I-30 corridor for the last few hours, and we've been on it since it was back in that part of the state. But you can see as we zoom in a little closer, that wind is widespread. You know, if I was looking at a tornado, we would expect to see this color yellow and some bright greens coupled together, but this is more widespread. So the damage could be perhaps a little bit more widespread in this part of the area. So please be mindful of this. Stay inside, away from windows. I wouldn't be driving along Interstate 30 right now or Highway 67 there through Benton. That's a very dangerous stretch right now with that nasty thunderstorm that continues to work its way right up I-30. Now, when I show you this, on the big picture, the storm itself is rotating. It's circulating, I should say. It's a big comma shape, and there's probably some gusty wind working its way through northwestern Grant County. But right now, because it's moving into some rain-cooled air, we don't believe it's capable of producing a tornado, but it can produce tornado-like damage, Todd.
All right, I want to also touch on this other storm in the area that was tornado warned earlier in eastern Hot Spring County, also in Dallas County. This storm here must be monitored. I don't see any rotation on it at all, but it does have some strong winds. I'm kind of surprised it doesn't have at least a severe thunderstorm warning. The wind fields out it don't look all that impressive, but there's definitely some hail and some gusty winds with that thunderstorm, and that one will move through Grant County, especially into the Sheridan area, while this one moves into Pulaski County. But you're absolutely right, Joel. This whole thing has a circulation, and the center of it is right over Benton, and I'd be curious to know if people in Benton can send me a message on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, what's going on at your location in Benton. If you've got some very strong winds, again, don't go outside. Just
You can see it in the top left there, by the way.
Yeah.
There's Benton.
Yeah, thanks for, you're right. That's the iDrive camera. Now look at those trees. Very difficult to tell sometimes on these cameras, but you can see trees on both sides of the interstate. Boy, I would not be on that interstate if I were you. And it looks like there's minimal traffic out there. I don't see the winds swaying all that much, but this has definite potential to produce strong winds. And that core of strong to perhaps severe winds, it's going to come right into the West Little Rock area. So there it is here. Here's Little Rock, and this is going to come right up, and it's going to probably be near or just north of I-30, coming up into North Little Rock and crossing over I-430 at some point. So if you're watching us, especially not far western Pulaski County, but West Little Rock, especially into the Midtown area, be prepared for some very gusty winds, power outages. Make sure you're charging the electronic devices as this continues to chug on off towards the northeast at a very slow pace. And that very slow pace is what also exaggerates the flash flooding potential, with the rates out of this probably at least 1 to 2 inches per hour. Backing out, always want to do that. We have a severe thunderstorm warning out here in far western Arkansas. That is in the cool sector, so I don't think there's any tornado potential with that, but wind and hail with that. All these are, Joel? Yeah. Christopher? Oh wait, Christopher, you had something you wanted to on Max 3. I'm going to go to you in just a second, Joel, about the different levels of flash flooding warnings, flash flood warnings, because I think we have different levels of those flash flooding, the different tags. I think that's why we have different colored polygons. You're also looking at downtown Little Rock. If we can't pop up Max 3, and Christopher, tell us what we're seeing with Max 3 here.
That's just all the warnings we've had for today. You can see the ones over for Van Buren County, but that one down there and towards Hot Spring County, and then that's where you can kind of see where that storm evolved from, was down there in southwest Arkansas. But it's those ones in north central Arkansas. Thankfully, I don't think it produced as many tornadoes as we were thinking earlier on, but still, with that storm down there towards the south central part of the state, towards Hot Spring County, we'll see what surveys say in the coming days if we find anything down there. But given the reports we have, I think there's possibly a possibility, at least something that did drop briefly, if anything. Todd?
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to send it over to Joel about that, what I was talking about just a little while ago, but I asked many people, I just asked if you can just tell me what's going on in Benton, and boy, y'all deliver. I'll say that, because let me just go through some of the heavy rain and thunder and lightning in Benton. Thank you very much, Kelly. We have reports from Nick Pruitt. He says just a lot of heavy rain, wind, and lightning in Benton. Faith Lamb says, Todd and Bryant, we are getting tons of rain, lightning, and wind. Thanks for taking care of us. This is from Colson. Big thunder and heavy downpours. Don't hear the wind just yet in Bryant. And we also have a report here of monsoon of rain, lots of lightning and thunder, not a lot of wind just yet here at on Spring Hill and Benton and Bryant. And I want to thank him, for Lucas27, for sending me that report on X. All right, so Joel, we see all these different colored polygons.
Yeah.
Go at it.
All right, so those different types of polygons that we're looking at, let me go back to our map here. The green the lime green here that we have, and there's so many polygons on our map. First off, there's so many different colors, so I don't want to confuse, but what we have here, this green polygon here, that is a flash flood warning for White, Faulkner, over here into Conway. That lime green, is your run-of-the-mill flash flood warning, which is still significant. But this, I don't even know how to describe that, just kind of almost like a seafoam green, if you will, there through the metro. I think that's correct. But that color there is flash flood warning that has what's called a considerable tag. The National Weather Service, at the end of the warning in their text, it's just a step above. So basically, we've already had flash flood warnings on top of flash flood warnings, but when you start to really add up the rain amounts, then it becomes considerable. So considerable flooding, and it's going to become significant flooding because, yes, this thunderstorm individually will be capable of producing an additional 1 to 2 inches of rain on top of what we've already gotten, and it's not the last one. There's another one back behind it down toward Arkadelphia. It's like, imagine right now you've got a train track that's kind of laid out right here. I'm going to draw on the map here. It's like you've got a train track right up I-30 and I-57, and you've got train cars, those train cars being individual thunderstorms. You got some right up here through Jackson County, up through Lawrence County, northeast Arkansas, through White County, Pulaski County, all the way down to Texarkana, and it's just going to ride over the same location over and over and over again. So if this thunderstorm's capable of producing 1 to 2 inches, and this one's capable of producing maybe 1 to 2 inches, and that one's capable of maybe producing 1 to 2 inches, it adds up. And that is the problem that we're faced with right now, and that is the reason why we are under a flood watch that continues until Sunday morning at 7 a.m. This, and the lime green colors here, that it covers pretty much the entire state. That is a flood watch that is a PDS flood watch, particularly dangerous situation. So we're getting to a point now where we might have to ask you to move to higher ground if your home starts to flood, or if you live along a stream, a creek, or if you're driving, you need to turn around, don't drown, because the flood risk is really going to become realized as we go through the night tonight into Saturday morning, Todd.
All right. Great explanation. Thank you very much, Joel. I've got a loop here, the velocities, and watch the spin. This is the air moving about with this one thunderstorm, how the whole thunderstorm is rotating, and a lot of wind with that, and it's rotating right in this. There's not rotation with it, but this whole storm is rotating counterclockwise, coming right into Pulaski County. The severe thunderstorm warning continues. Also, a new severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for Grant, Dallas, Hot Spring County. This for that storm I was analyzing a little while ago. Very strong winds, severe winds possible at that. Now, again, moving towards the northeast, let's look at these iDrive cameras. If we can go to the 3 box and pull some of these out, at least let's just go full screen if we can. Just ask the director if we can look at those. Let's go from top to bottom with these cameras. So Benton, let's pull that full screen. This is what I-30 looks like in Benton. I see hazard lights are on some of these vehicles and trucks. You look at those trees on both sides of the interstate, and I don't see them moving, which is a good indication that the wind is not much of a factor, at least at this one spot. And of course, there's a lot of water on the road. Hydroplaning is an issue. Let's go to that next camera that we had. And I'm not sure the location. If Jessica, you want to yell in my ear, not too loud, but somebody tell me what the next camera is. Bryant? Is that one Bryant, or the next one that you're going to show is Bryant? Okay, so the lightning, do we have another iDrive camera? So that's the only one we got to show right now. All right, let's go to the viewer pictures then, if you want to pull that up, and we're going to show you all of you have been so fantastic in helping us cover this, and we're going to, you've been uploading your pictures, your video on the Arkansas Storm Team app. This was earlier, the flash flooding, courtesy of Pam Green, that was in Hot Springs. And here's more video from, this is from Abby, and this was in Benton, I believe, earlier. You see the lightning strikes, and more, this is Benton. Okay. Do we have any more that we want to show? Everybody's being so wonderful and sending us. So this one is from Matt